Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Interrogating TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And well, today we have a show for you. The president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, gives an order or a directive that there must be table etiquette at the Kenya Kwanza table. Somebody must be eating in the wrong way or causing embarrassment. And so we want to look at this in depth. What is this table etiquette? Is it just the eating for breakfast, lunch, and supper, or there is another eating that also needs some form of control and appreciation of table manners? He says some even don't know how to hold spoon and fork. Is it cutlery eating or is the other eating? You know what I'm talking about. And then, of course, he also calls for zero subsidy to all consumptions, and so that he can channel all the investments or the support of the economy by concentrating on the producers. How will this go with the common mwananchi, and how long will it take before it trickles down? Although this is bottom up, I dare remind you, before it trickles down to the last man. Well, let's get talking. Thank you, everybody that is joining us around the world. Apologies, I've not been around for 2 days or so. I believe you've had a great time, and I just want us to build up from where we left by ensuring that the Kenya Kwanza government or the Kenya Kwanza administration does what is required to be done to help this country move forward. Thank you, everybody that is joining us from wherever you are. And please, if you're able to get us, make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. This is the place for you to breathe fresh air by saying what you feel and think about what is happening and how you wish for us to move forward, your suggestion and the rest of your articulations. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk. Kuna Dahir Abdi, karibu sana. Tunashukuru, karibu kwa show. Kuna Siproza Odhiambo, karibu sana kwa show. Kuna Bazoo, J Bazoo. You're welcome. Aram Koech, you're welcome. Anasema wachana. Belindo Gweno, karibu sana. Kuna Halima Kiponda, karibu sana. Atu Vincent, you're welcome. Lois Akoth, you are most welcome. Kuna Josephat Muriugi Jose, karibu. Kiprotich Sam, karibu sana. Kuna Ted Oscar Kasubi, you're welcome. Kuna Nyabwazu Fred, karibu kwa show. Fred Mwau, karibu kwa show. Jackson Ayuku, karibu kwa show. Alice Samson, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Khalid, you're welcome. Idi Abdallah, karibu sana. Alice Samson, laugh nani huyu. I'm fine, thank you so much. Kuna Minyonte Ekumbwa, you're welcome. Kuna Echuka Jako Jako Juan. Hey, this is serious. Karibu sana. Utanisaidia pronunciation ya jina lako. Kuna Ferdinand Juma, you're welcome. Kuna Joseph ndio huyo, karibu. Stacy Stella, karibu kwa show. Kuna Joseph Mwairura, you are welcome. Ibn Yusuf, Mary Wainaina, karibu kwa show. Janet Kerubo, Ida Bahati, alafu Meshak Chembon, kuna Mike Njoroge, kuna Halima Kiponda, of course. Thank you so much. I want to really appreciate everybody. Esther, Dominic, Kelvin, okay, MC, Naibei Mapema, karibu kwa show. I'll give the link again. Those of you who want to join into the main studio for us to talk our politics and how Kenya Kwanza has had a start off in this particular administration. Well, there is a call for table etiquette in Kenya Kwanza. What form of eating is this? Is it the usual fork and knife and spoon, or there is more to this than meets the eye? Well, we also want to look at how will Kenya be without subsidy on consumptions, and how long will it take before every Kenyan begins to enjoy whatever that is being fronted by the Kenya Kwanza administration. If we gave subsidy to fertilizer, how much longer will it take before that fertilizer begins to reflect in our pocket? We need to look at that keenly and be able to, discuss at length. Because when you take away one aspect of the economy without immediate available intervention for whatever you have taken away, you either create a vacuum or you create a crisis. So is Kenya Kwanza on the right foot, ama kuna shida mahali wakati wanasema hakutakuwa na subsidy yoyote kwa vyakula ama vitu ambavyo vinatumika, kuwe tu na subsidy kwa wakulima na wale watu wanafanya production. Hiyo itasaidia vipi mama mboga, of course, na mtu wa mkokoteni and the rest of us who are below or rather down here? And remember, the approach was bottom up. So is bottom up with the producers or with mama mboga and the mkokoteni people? We need to look at it keenly, and it's not just having an indifferent towards the Kenya Kwanza government, but we need to interrogate this as Kenyans so that we are safe in the direction that we choose to follow and undertake as a country. And if a crisis erupts, then it will be still on us to get it fixed. And so the earlier we begin to talk about this, the better. So karibu kila mmoja, nashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi mahala popote mlipo. Karibu, hii inaitwa Mtembei TV na tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba unapata nafasi ya kusema yaliyo moyoni mwako kuhusu uongozi mpya wa rais mpya, chama kipya na muungano mpya wa Kenya Kwanza. Wanasema mbolea watapatia wakulima, lakini hawatapatia hela kwa wasiagaji ama wana millers wapunguze bei ya unga. Wanasema hapana, unga ipunguzwe kutoka kwa shamba isipunguziwe kwa millers. Hiyo itachukua muda upi kabla tufikiwe na huo unga? Ningependa tu tuanze kwa kina kuyazungumzia haya masuala ili yasitupate bila sisi kujua ni lipi ambalo lilitukumba. The link to use to get in the studio is in the comment section. Please make sure you click on it, and when you do, allow StreamYard to do the configuration for you. Don't direct StreamYard, the app we are using. When you do it, you will always get into a problem. So make sure that you allow StreamYard to do the configuration. And if you're able to get the broadcast, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people into the discourse, share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups. Let us all make a difference tonight, even as we reflect on the directive by the President, Dr. William Ruto, on matters table etiquette and subsidies being denied to consumers. Well, Bwana Benson, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana. Hi Bernard.
Hi to you.
Good
to see you. When you are Kwanza leo, karibu.
Yeah, at least today I'm good. Let me weigh in on greetings from this side. Let me weigh on the two issues. I'll start with etiquette. Sounds funny, but no, Bernard, I went to university. My orientation at the University of Nairobi, and that was many years ago. I think I was a first year in 1998. And a part of our orientation that time, and you remember that time the university had very few students. The first thing that was part of orientation, and actually a serious orientation process, was the issues around table manners and etiquette. And for 2 weeks, we were taken through a lot of table manners, how to hold forks, and how to swim. Actually, the skills that we gained that time, including skills like swimming and the table manners and how to hold forks and how to iron our clothes. And there were very many basic things that we were taught on how to do our ties. Those things we were taught 24 years ago at the University of Nairobi. And that was when the university was the university. We were just 1,000, an intake of 1,000 students. So it was basically easy to do that. And we sat around the cafeteria and we were taught how to hold which forks for soup, which fork for this. So I think where the deputy president, sorry, we are still on the deputy. Where the president is coming from is the fact that we have 40% MPs who are new in that coalition. And on top of that, we have maybe 30% being young people who have joined politics for the first time. And it will be prudent to think about etiquette. And the etiquette have to do with the things that we have dealt with in that parliament. You remember Bogwa from Kambokonji who came with tattered clothes. You remember Sonko who came with some funny clothes. And you remember the discussion that have always been around etiquette issues, be it clothing, be it food, be it drunk people in the parliament. So it is important to guide the young people. And I think you have an agenda around etiquette and building mentorship around young parliamentarian. Last time he talked about beer. Today he is talking about holding forks and clothing. Why is this important agenda at national level? Remember, our parliament is based on an England, what I would call British parliamentary system. And British parliamentary system from the standing orders to parliament, clothing and all that. All those orders, standing orders, are based on a British model where etiquette is a big thing. So unless we change the model, like UK, like US model, where we know people can walk in parliament with whatever, but a British model is a monarch. It's the same thing we are seeing with the Queen and all that. So basically, it is an agenda within the standing order, and we don't want to spend a lot of time discussing who is wearing which kind of clothes. I remember last parliament, 12th parliament, people spent 45 minutes discussing about Sabina Chege wearing a short skirt. We don't want to engage in that kind of whatever. So I think it is in order to teach people on how to hold forks and what to wear. So I think he is in order. And of course, it is not the main agenda. I think it was on a lighter note. Let me weigh in on the issue of subsidy. When you look at economic tools that people use to manage public finance management, subsidy is an economic tool that is used either during famine, war, hunger, or emergencies. So it is not an economic, it's not a prudent economic tool to be used more than 3 months. Actually, any country that uses a subsidy as an economic tool, it is actually digging the hole. So I agree it will be difficult for the country, for Kenyans, to they will have to bite the bullet, because I think Ruto will not deal with the economic with subsidy. But also, it is important, while you remove a subsidy tool, you must also revisit the other tools which will give relief to the citizenry. What are the tools available currently for William Ruto and his government, considering that globally the economy is going to recession? We know in US they have already done the initial warning of recession. Here in US we are experiencing the worst inflation in the last 40 years. So basically we are looking at what are the other options. And I think for the next few days, we'll be looking at two things. One is to go back to the finance bill and readjust the duties, the duties that are attached to the fuel, cooking oil, maize, and also around the issues of import, ban on maize import and all that. So those are the next available options. What is a resultant outcomes to the citizenry? Probably the next 3 to 6 months, it will be difficult for me and you, knowing that some of these things like finance bill and all that, they will take quite some time to implement, and also things like fertilizer and all that might also take a lot of time. So I think from where I sit, between now and February, it will be difficult for the Kenyans, but I think it is prudent to deal with the issues as they come. Subsidy is not an option. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, asante sana Benson for that starter. We appreciate it, and we look forward to engaging further. Kennedy, habari leo? Kennedy, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on that. Okay, wakati Kennedy anajitahidi ku... Yes, I think you've done it. Go ahead.
Unanisikia? Pole, mimi ni mgeni lakini nimeingia kwa hivi sasa. Nilijaribu siku nyingi na wafuatilizia, lakini sipati nafasi ama sipati kujua vile ninaweza ingia, lakini leo nimejaribu, nimeona nimeingia, so I'm very happy. So mimi sina mengi ya kuzungumza kwa sasa kwa sababu mimi ni mgeni, na nilikuwa tu na swali ya kukuuliza Bernard, please, kama unaweza kunijibu, because I am being confused somewhere. Hii mambo ya huyu Lupin president na Raila kupatana, naona imefoka, watu wanasikia vibaya sana kuhusu hiyo. Sijui kama unaweza tuelekeza nini ilifanyika, ni nini mbaya, kwa sababu mimi siko within Kenya, lakini na nikifuatilia naona watu wanapiga kelele sana kuhusu kitu, kumba mzee anataka kutusaliti. What is wrong? Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, lakini wacha nifuatilizie, nitaongea baadaye.
Okay, asante Kennedy, asante. Hiyo ni swala ambalo still a developing story. Hata halina uhakika kabisa, lakini tunajaribu kufikia wahusika ili watoe bayana. Like, cha muhimu Labda ni mazungumzo ya Raila aliyosema kuhusu Supreme Court jana, a million people march, so lazima kuwe na firefighting because the where the country is right now, they are very ready for that kind of a direction in terms of the people, but not the administration. And so the administration must go to cool it off before it explodes. That's just my guess, but ngoja kwanza, let's look for the right information from the right source. Na Wakenya msikuwe na nini sana, hii Kenya ni moja tu na lazima tuishi ndani wote, so tusifanye kuwa kwamba ni lazima nani asisalamie na nini ndio tuishi. Salamu ni ya Kiafrika. But I don't think Baba is in a position, or rather he is not better positioned going for handshake right now. It will be zero profit in terms of his status and even his whatever contribution towards the betterment of the country. He's better off keeping off to give room to Kenya Kwanza to lay their bed, walale kwa kitanda yao, wakisha elemewa basi ndeni basi mzee atafutwe, lakini daktari atafutwe wakati mgonjwa hajapatikana. Hata mgonjwa apatikane kwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Mzee ni engineer, yeye ataitwa kufix maneno, sio kuingilia masuala ambayo haja nini. But on the issue of electoral justice, hiyo huwezi zuia mzee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bernard, for that. I was want to be clarify about that. Sawa, mpatie tu mwingine endelee, mimi niko tunawasikia.
Asante, karibu Bwana Kennedy. Yes, Benson?
Actually, just to weigh in 30 seconds on Kennedy issue, both the deputy president and Raila were at the Council of Governors meeting in Mombasa. So actually, it was purely they were invited by the council of governors through the CEO. So basically, they were all in the same room, and they found themselves there. And of course, the other thing that we need to understand, these are political colleagues. When you look at the counties, they hold 23, 24, whichever number it is. So basically, these guys will have a lot of things in common. But today was basically coincidental. They were invited by the Council of Governors to a meeting, and political etiquette requires that you are in a holding room. You are in a holding room before you get to the public. So they found themselves in a holding room, the way we find ourselves at the airport in a single room. And being gentlemen, the Baba, we know that was bound to happen. So nothing in terms of further discussion beyond acquittance and meeting along the corridor.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Wanambodia, for clearing the air. And it's a no more engagement. Even if he goes to visit him at Capitol Hill, it's still Kenyans talking to each other, and it should be taken as normal. Although propagandists have a way of trying to make things that don't. They apply what we call in church faith. Faith call it those things that be not as though they are, so that they give a particular narrative to the country. I'm not on the wildest of my imagination. I don't think Baba could be talking about handshake at this point in time. So cool it. Hakuna handshake, relaxini, kila mmoja focus ili Kenya isonge mbele na kila mmoja awajibike. Tusione kwamba majibu yatatoka huko juu. Although the model ya Kenya Kwanza ilikuwa bottom up, nimeona ameanza top bottom, wanataka kupeana subsidy huko juu iteremke chini. All the same, let's weigh on the same as we continue. Francis, habari leo?
Niko salama.
Karibu karibu.
Asante. Actually, I saw those pictures trending online za Gachagua na Raila. And actually, people started misleading individuals that there's a handshake. I think Raila should just stay away from this government just 9 months before they start calling him. You know, actually, I've seen something to do with subsidy that the President William Samoei Ruto was talking about, and it is more even costly than the subsidy is much cheaper than the one that he said that you want to empower the production process, in a sense that in terms of production unapata vitu kama in factors of production there is land, there is also wage, there is also some other things, other factors in terms of production. For example, if you pick something like maize, for you to produce, you need fertilizer, you need land, you need wages for those workers who are in that farm. You also need some kind of preservation, storage, transportation. So if you add all that cost, I don't think if the government will be in position to help to reduce that cost of production. So to me, yes, it can help a little bit, but let's just wait, let's hope for the best. And then the other thing also, you remember the issue of the middlemen. In Kenya, you cannot ever rule out middlemen. Middlemen are very powerful in Kenya. Because I'm coming from Kajiado County, whereby we plant tomatoes. In tomatoes, huko kwa shamba tunauzanga very cheap. But when they arrive in Nairobi, they are almost double the price. So middlemen, unless they deal with the middlemen, then the production, empowering production will be equivalent to zero. Then the other issue I also noted with concern, I'm seeing a scenario whereby that Gachagua is like he's being sidelined, but just ni kama tu mawingu kidogo hivi inaoneshana, because I've seen also some offices zake ziko occupied with Musalia Mudavadi. I've also seen some other people being forefront more than him. And then also, if you can recall today the remarks that William Ruto made, that we need to teach some people now to use spoon and forks. I think indirectly it was referring to Gachagua, not necessarily about forks, but it was referring to how that man opened his mouth. So Raila should not be near that government unless he wants to be blamed again of that failure of government. He should just stay away, do his activity, maybe if it's about reforms, because I've seen that he is agitating for parliamentary system. He's agitating about maybe changes in IBC, changes with the court system, judicial system. He should focus on that, because if he tries to focus on that government, he might carry the blame. Because these people, as I told you earlier, these people, they got government. Initially, they appeared to be very well articulated in the issue because they used to blame others on their own woes. So now, because there's nobody to blame, they are likely now to find somebody else to put him in that mess. So as much as Raila might be one to in government, he should be very careful, because those people are looking anybody to blame. Even now, the oil prices that have shooted up, it's only that they're in government. If they could be outside, they could be blaming somebody else. And that's the work of people, how those people who are politicians and not leaders. They always look for people to blame. So Raila should stay away from that government. Actually, to me, I was suggesting, if it's possible, Raila should just retire and let that role be played by another person, because these people are looking for anybody to blame. Actually, even right now, it's only that they cannot get anybody to blame because of rise of petrol. They could have done it. But because they're in the government, they find it very ridiculous to do this, such kind of manners. So Raila should just stay away. He should not get involved in that government, because I think they are not well organized so much. They are not well organized so much. So Raila should just stay away. I think that would be better, and we Kenyans should be happy about it, so that if it's a mess, let them carry their own mess. Asiekelewe kama hii ya Uhuru venye ameekelewa mpaka ikamcost the presidency ya Kenya. Awaache tu wafanye kazi. Maybe you shall have an history of one-term president in Kenya. Who never knows?
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Francis. We appreciate that. Baba is at liberty to do whatever he wishes to do. in terms of contributing towards our political progress. Him exiting the scene is not, in my opinion, is not well thought out, in the sense that sudden disappearance from the scene will not manage the succession. And when we have a government that is kind of whatever given to turning this country into a one-party state, he's a very major pillar in stopping that from happening. When he exits now, and with this willing buyer, willing seller kind of dealing, tutarudi KANU by the following day. So acha mzee akae hapo atusaidie atunavigate mpaka tufike mahali ambapo tunaweza kujisimamia wenyewe. Because the moment he exits, he will create a vacuum. That vacuum, everybody will want to fight. And he's a father of many sons. So when all the sons demand I am the head, it will be crisis. And when there is a crisis, na kuna mtu hapa anataka kununua huyu afanye hivyo abadilishe mambo, kutakuwa kubaya sana. So mzee akae hapo hapo, lakini asijiingize katika uchafu ama katika kuingilia masuala ya Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza ifanye mambo yao, na yeye aendelee kufanya mambo yale anajua kuyafanya, hiyo kutuongoza na kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya yanayosaidia katiba yetu na kusaidia nchi yetu kusonga mbele katika maendeleo ya siasa.
So then I was asking, is it also, I found it being like, I think it's commonship for William Ruto to say that he wants a strong opposition, and he bought UDM members. He went ahead, even disorganized the Azimio party so that he could get the Speaker of National Assembly and both Senate. And whereas he is agitating for strong opposition, at the same time saying that he will not appoint any opposition members in cabinet. Do you find that statement being genuine for real, if you can buy members from an opposing side and then you want a strong opposition?
I've held my opinion on this platform and everywhere. Okay, the sincerity of the President William Ruto does not exist when it comes to political maneuvers. He gives with one hand and takes with another. He cannot be trusted on that one, and I think I'm right on the same. On the other hand, he's claiming to have the majority. How did he get the majority? Through election or through purchase? If you are a Democrat, you claim to have the majority through the ballot. If the ballot voted in this direction, then you bought the people that have already been elected on Azimio platform. You added them to your basket. Do you claim politically to have the majority? I don't think so. And so, as democratic as he claims to be, in my opinion, he still has the KANU hangovers. He wants a country where there is no opposition, and if there is opposition, that opposition is insignificant, inconsequential, where they were calling tyrant of numbers. Go to parliament, pass whatever you want to pass anytime. No wasting time on the floor of the house. You have decided that State House, when it gets to the floor of the house, it passes without any question. Now, if that is what, and that is how he's laying the bet. And then he talks the other way around. The talk, forget the talk. What he does is more important than the talk. His moves. How has he moved in quelling down the whatever, in quelling down the pain of the Azimio people who feel that they lost unfairly? Absolutely nothing. Look at the statement he gives today. He say, Raila, how do you claim to have the majority, my friend, when you couldn't come up with a candidate for speaker in any of the houses? That kind of reasoning is not the presidential kind of, somebody who wants the country to consolidate, want the country to move forward. He still wants to fight. He still wants to win. He still wants to conquer. Now, there is a difference between when you are entering the the promised land. You fight, you conquer. But after you've conquered, you've gotten in, you need to settle down and begin to plant, to harvest and store. But this one is conquer, conquer, conquer always. And in my opinion, is not heading in the right direction. But let's wait and see. In fact, the best opposition is the one that will emerge, not the one that's organized. The one that will emerge, both from wananchi and in parliament. There's that natural consultation of opposition when the government agenda begins now to agitate, to irritate the furtherance of the progress of the country, like what you used to have in the old time, where people could cross from the government side to go to the opposition and say, no, we don't agree with you on your policy on this, we don't agree with you. Now that natural, wherever cost opposition is better than this one that is pre-organized, pre-arranged, where it denies people from thinking because somebody has told them to go and implement their thoughts. We really need brains in that house who can stand up and say no. Like on the issue of subsidy, you cannot just scrap it off by a presidential order without offering an alternative. Fertilizer is not food. Fertilizer is one item that is used in food generation. There is land, you put it very well, there's land, there is seed, there is sowing, there is period of growth, okay? Before harvest time. Are people going to eat fertilizer? They told us we don't eat road. Are we going to eat fertilizer? So Kenyans need to wake up and understand that those are your long-term plans. Planned for the planting season of next year. Right now we are in August, September. It's harvest time in the wherever maize basket in both Rift Valley and Western. August, September, and it is harvest time. So what is the fertilizer subsidy going to affect the cost of maize right now as it's coming from the farm? This fertilizer issue will affect next year. This time, the only way for Mwananchi to be saved, there must be subsidy to the millers. Now, no subsidy to the millers, the price of unga will become 300, 400 within the next 2 months. And what becomes? Wananchi watachipanga wenyewe. Kumbuka waliambiwa wapangwingwi. So, Bwana Francis, I'll give you half a minute to respond and then we go to JB.
So then I was asking, there's this project called Ghana Kulalo. How did it go? Because it was also a kind of maize production project of which you could have solved this crisis. And then the other question I was asking is Kenya, those maize producers, are they large scale producers or the small scale, or what you call the subsistence producers?
My friend, it is bottom up now. Why are you confusing yourself? It's bottom up. If it's bottom up, forget about large scale. I was discussing with one of you guys, and I was saying the approach that the William Ruto administration is using, if you look at it closely, it's not different from Mugabe's policy when he got rid of white settlers and gave land to black settlers. Okay. we are on the same script. I stand to be corrected. But if this is the approach, we are headed the Zimbabwe way. Tuache kujidanganya. Nimeshasema. JB, karibu.
Mnanisikiza?
Yes, nakupata vipi?
Niko salama kabisa, kumbe mtembei ijafungua. Nimekuja nione kama bado iko. Nisikie uhondo kidogo. Lakini naitakia idumu. Sasa niko tu na machache. Niko na machache especially kuhusu economy, kwa sababu kwa Kiswahili kulingana na penye niko ndio watu wasijue ile kitu ninasema. Sasa nilikuwa ninaona kuna pesa nyingi sana zenye Kenya imepoteza kwa ufisadi. Ruto akiwa president. Tuko na the first NYS 1 na NYS 2. Tuko na Aror na Kimwaror Dam. Tuko na Kemsa. Na tukiangalia hizi ufisadi zimekula pesa mingi sana, na since Ruto alikuwa na government machinery ya kuwa na clue kuhusu hiyo maneno. Sasa inaweza kuwa kuhusika, lakini I think hizo ni vitu zinafaa kuwa revisited, hizo pesa zifuatwe, kwa sababu hizo pesa zikirudishwa kwa treasury zinaweza kubwa sana. Kwanza ile bilioni yenye ile ya Aror na Kimwaror sijui ilipotea kwa hot air, hatujui ilienda wapi. Hiyo pesa ni mingi sana. Hiyo inafaa sasa tuweke pressure. Hata tukiongea mambo ya subsidy, kuna mambo mingi sana ya kurevive economy. Kwanza tufunge njia ya corruption, alafu tu revisit zile zimefanyika, NYS 1, NYS 2, Kemsa. Hizo tukifuata, naona kuna pesa mingi hapo. I wish ni vile tu ndio wameanza, siwezi walaumu, ati wapatie tu muda, but inafaa iangaliliwe vitu kama hizo. Alafu kulikuwaga na jamaa mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Editor General, alikuwa anaitwa Edward Ouko. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anaangalia, alikuwa anachambua sana mahali pesa imepotea. Hata kama ange-expose kila kitu, mpaka alikuwa atakwi, mpaka government haikuwa inampenda. Tangu watolewe, ule mwenye aliwekwa hatujawahi sikia ame-expose anything. But sasa kama tunaweza kuwa na mtu kama huyo, aanze ku-expose, na aki-expose action inachukuliwa, si kama last time aki-expose nothing. Hizo ndio vitu zinafanya tunaumia. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia majamaa, hii nchi yetu ya Kenya inaheshimika sana. Ukienda mahali ingine kwa nchi za Kiafrika, inasemekana ati economy yetu imecombine ya Kenya na ya Tanzania, na ndio iko juu East and Central Africa na some part of South. But inaweza kuwa ni ukweli, but nimekuwa na Waganda, unakuta economy yao yetu imeshinda yao, si mzuri sana, but maisha ni rahisi huko. Sasa unajiuliza ni kwa nini? Sasa hizo maneno yenye inafaa sasa saa hii ile bottom up yenye ilisemwa, tuone itafanya namna gani. Alafu wacha niguzie siasa tu kiasi, isipokuwa election iliisha. Kulikuwa na hii maneno ya watu wanasema mara handshake mara nini. Mimi maoni yangu handshake isikue hata kidogo, na nimeona mpaka watu wengine wameanza kusema ati baba ako wapi, hii na hii inafanyika. Ninataka watu wafikirie, waangalie kwanza umri yake, waangalie huyu mzae ile siku atatoweka, Kenya itakuwa namna gani? Who will speak for the people? Kwa sababu imekuwa tu kitu ikifanyika mbaya, watu wanamwangalia, akikosa kuongea sijui baba amenyamaza tu, ako wapi. Saa hii inafaa sasa mtu mwingine pia achomoke. Na mimi kama ningekuwa advisor wake, ningemwambia wachane hata na siasa kabisa. Okay, aendelee na siasa lakini asisimame. Tuko na watu wengi, tuko na Kalonzo, tuko na Simbarati. Nimewataja kwa sababu mtu kama Oparanya, tumeona ile kitu amefanya Kakamega, ule ni manager. Mtu kama ule, kwa hisia zangu, anaweza fanya kazi mzuri. Mzae sasa yeye angekaa tu pembeni akipatiana advice, vitu zikienda mbaya, watu wakipiga kelele, awache mtu mwingine achomoke pia. Amefanya ya kutosha. Hata saa hii naonaga kama anaingiliwa, but sijui kama watu wenye wanamuingilia wanaweza kumbuka hiyo freedom yenye wanatumia. Kama anaweza kumbuka wakati wa Moi, wakati wa multipartyism ikipiganiwa, tukiona mtu kama Odinga, Orengo na Shikuku siku ya Sabasaba wakiwa Kamkunji wakirushiwa tear gas. But it is very sad kwa sababu kuna the new generation, wale wamezaliwa late 90s and 2000, they are really laughing loud, but they don't know what that man has done to us. Hata hii freedom ya judiciary kusema hii ni a fool's errand na nini, si sababu yake. Hii freedom ya IEBC, hizo zote ni yameleta. Na nataka ule mtu alikuwa wakati huo ajaribu tu kuimagine huyu mtu kama angekuwa, tungekuwa wapi? Kaa tu 1 minute tujaribu uone, juu nakuta akishakaa kwa front line ndio wengine wanajaribu kidogo, akichukua back seat nobody is coming out. So it's time yenye sasa inafaa pia tumwambia wachane nayo, akuwe kama mentor. Kuna watu wengi sana kama Kalonzo amekuwa wakibishana, watu wanamtusi Wetamelon, but at the last time wanamconvince, anarudi anampiga support. It's time we can support somebody like that. Alafu si lazima ati mimi ni mtu wa Siaya, lakini si lazima ati tukue na president ndio tuendelee, juu venye devolution ilikuja inalingana na ule governor mmechagua. Mkichagua governor alafu the first 5 years akifanya zero work, nyinyi wananchi mko na haki ya kumtoa na kuweka mwingine. Devolution imeleta maendeleo kubwa sana kwa zile nchi zenye hata azidream kama watakuwa na kiongozi. Kwa hivyo at this time inafaa sisi pia kama wananchi tukue watu wengine wa maana, si ati tukiambiwa mtu anafanya zero work kama gavana wangu siogopi kutaja ule alikuwa naitwa Rasanga, did nothing for 5 years. Alafu my people from Siaya, I call them the most stupid people, they have let me down big time. Wakamuongeza miaka ingine 5 waka waste. Alafu tunataka kushout hapa hivi ati
wewe JB wewe. Hey, there's only 2 counties in Kenya. There is Siaya and others. Oh, yeah, they have the prime minister. They have the first president of the world. What are you talking about? Don't use that kind of phrase.
Pole. Ninakubaliki kurekebishwa, but ametufanyia zero. Ukivuka tu border uende kwa kaunti nyingine uone ile kitu imefanyika huko, mimi ninalia.
What I mean is let's deal with Rasanga as an individual and leave the Siaya people out of it, because the dynamics of politics are such that there are decisions we make on who becomes governor that have nothing to do with the person on the ballot or on the status of the county. It is beyond the help of the masses. Left for the masses, they will think and choose otherwise. But what is the political situation? What is the political temperature? What is at stake at this point in time? And so, and then also that, especially on matters governor, it's not governor, it's the MCS. Because governor can only function under pressure. Now, kama mmechukua all MCAs mmerundika huko wale watu ambao ni form 4 dropouts ama whichever, and they have no desire to make the county better. What do you expect? The governor will have a free ride hata kama huyo governor ni malaika.
Hapo nimesikia, lakini pia umejua hawa governor wako na pesa mingi, wanafanya venye Ruto sahi anafanya na kununua watu. Hao pia kuna venye wanachukuaga hawa ma MCA wanaweka ndani ya mfuko. But nimeongea hivyo kwa sababu my place has been neglected since independence. Sasa we don't expect anything from the national government. Sasa tunakuaga tu na hope kwamba viongozi venye walileta devolution ndio pengine itatuletea mabadiliko, ndio sababu nilikuwa nimesema hiyo. But tumezoea. But mimi maoni yangu saa hii, it is time to support somebody. Na inafaa wakae chini saa hii, sasa mzae akuwe mentor. Alafu tuone, lakini kurudi upande mwingine ati afadhali tukae tu opposition, tusirudi huko. Lakini saa hii pia nilikuwa nasema it is very early to judge the government, let us give them time. ingawa hawakuwa ile wenye nilikuwa nimesupport, but let us give them time. Kuna option mingi ya kutoa nyoka pangoni. Nafikiri mumeona ile kitu ilifanyika Sri Lanka just 2 months ago. Serikali hii kutolewa na Supreme Court ama jeshi.
Don't go there.
Ilitolewa na raia.
Munishe kwanza wewe tafadhali, usiwapeleke mbio.
Okay.
Wamalize.
Sawa, wacha niwachie.
Wakimaliza kuanza kuuliza.
Yeah. Wacha niwachie mwingine sasa basi. Juu nilikuwa na siasa mingi ndani yangu ndio sababu.
Asante sana.
Yeah. Nitaongea baadaye.
Naona wewe ndio mwanasiasa na tutakutafutia kiti kama utaki. Lakini jitahidi hapo ulipo uko njiani. And instead of asking somebody to rise, you have risen. Now show us the way. But Baba is not exiting the scene any soon. Let's just appreciate that. Not in terms of seeking an elective seat. The kind of political capacity that he has is such that you can't drop it in somebody's lap and go. That person may not have the stamina to carry it. It's very difficult to be Raila Odinga in this country. Very difficult. Everybody blames you for everything, and you must swallow it. Who has the capacity to do that? And they cook food, and then let me not go there. So Mzee has mentored us. He's mentoring many more of us, but his exit needs to be managed. He is, like every president has succession program. Yeah, Raila, that is very long term. Thank you for bringing up that. And then kulikuwa na swala la Golalu ilikuwa nini, the maize program. Do you know that maize program was sabotaged by the same government? Because they wanted their maize to have a market. The scheme will have overproduced the maize. Overproduction of the maize will have meant a low price of unga. Okay, the price of unga will have dropped so drastically that the people who had planted the maize, their own maize, will have sold the maize at a throwaway price. And so the cartels and the other people conspired and said this thing must not take off. And they messed it. Now, that is where we have an issue as a people, where we invest a lot of money into a program and make sure that program does not succeed, and then come and blame the situation on somebody else. You turn around and say it was the handshake. Turn around that it was this and that. That is why we need in this country people who believe in this country, who wants this country to move forward, no matter who suffers along the way. And probably now the people here have Orengo, the reformist. We look forward to have some reformations and really devolution taking place in the place. But let the MCS do their work. Naomba sasa, nani huyo anauliza kuna nusu mkate? Hakuna. There is mtembei nusu mkate. Hakuna mtembei nusu mkate. We do different shows at the same time, so it's not comparing. Yeah, if there is a specific issue, Wekesa has a different show that he does to address a specific issue. He hosts somebody and that, so it's not a to and fro issue. And stop panicking. Tembe is here to stay, and we'll do everything in our power to keep going, unless we are threatened to close up, but we are not going in there any soon. Tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinasonga mbele. So Wekesa is doing another show. If you enjoyed that one, you join. If you enjoyed this one, you join. And we all talk as Kenyans. Isikusumbue. Tembe runs like we run like 100 shows in a day. So it is not too much for you to think that ni peke yake. This is the only interactive show, but ukiangalia live, just go and look for Mtembei live. You will find like we have several live feeds that are running. That is how we operate. isikusumbue tafadhali. Now I'll play a video before we bring in Felix. Okay.
Tunataka iongezeke zaidi ndo watu wote tukae level moja. Nafanya kazi ya bodaboda katika eneo la Kisii. Mambo na kuongeza fuel, tunataka iongezeke zaidi ndo watu wote tukae level moja.
President William Ruto says his government will not subsidize consumables and will instead focus on production, which will lead to stabilization in prices. The president saying plans for agriculture, housing, and healthcare would be revealed in detail. The head of state was speaking to the Kenya Kwanza parliamentary group, which has retreated to Naivasha to strategize on House leadership positions in the National Assembly and the Senate.
In Naivasha for the first parliamentary group meeting since his swearing in as president, William Ruto told the assembled leaders that his government will not carry on with subsidization of basic commodities such as food. His statement indicating a shift in policy from what the Uhuru administration had tried to do in his last days in office through the subsidized maize meal.
We are not going to be subsidizing consumption. That is why we are going slow on matters to do with subsidizing consumption. We are going to work and support producers.
The head of state, who on the day of his inauguration announced that the government had produced 1.4 million bags of fertilizer, which would sell at 3,500 shillings, adding that focus would remain on production.
The unga subsidy that was done, I was being briefed by the Ministry of Agriculture. The unga subsidy, for 1 month, the taxpayer was asked to give 7 billion for 1 month. Ile unga ya 100, which was nowhere in the first place. Very few people got to ever, yet we spend 7 billion shillings. If we had spent 7 billion shillings in fertilizer, it would be a very different ballgame.
The president saying that there were plans to seek food security in the country.
That has to do with public wastage in public resources should be dealt with firmly, decisively, and in a timely manner. We expect that the fight against corruption will be scaled up. We expect that our insecure areas, cattle rustling, conflict amongst communities, will be dealt with firmly and decisively.
The head of state saying that his government's focus was also on reducing the price of healthcare in the country to affordable levels for the masses. Saturday will be the climax of the 2-day Kenya Kwanza parliamentary group meeting, with the leadership of this particular political outfit expected to outline the agenda of business in both houses of parliament to all the leaders who gathered at this particular venue. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Naivasha.
Okay, straightforward there. Thank you so much, everybody. Please, if you're able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse, even as we look at this extensively. Felix, how are you today?
Yes, I'm doing good, Bana Bernard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think it is my first time here, so hi to Bernard, Francis Mukungu, JB, and Kennedy. I've been following this for quite a while, and we think Mutembei TV. It is quite a good platform to share our views. So on the video, I also have to, maybe say that I'd been mourning about, for a while, but that is now past and life has to go on. So on Ruto's statement today, on the subsidies, he says that they won't do much or do anything on consumption subsidies. I 100% agree with him. We need to focus on production subsidies, because what most citizens or what most of us forget is that even the subsidies, the government spent money, and that money is from our taxes. So I saw a lot of complaints a few days ago, people crying, hey, the fuel, I think it went up by 30 or 20. Yes, the net effect was the consumer, we were feeling it at the pump, but at what expense? If we keep doing it that way, if it is a consumption subsidies, then are we gonna do that for the next 200, years? So I would love to see a situation where we focus more on production subsidies. Maybe it came very fast, that is another debate, or, maybe how he took it away so fast, people are surprised, and maybe that's why there was a lot of complaints. I wish maybe, they could have been told that, okay, we're gonna do this in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So people psychologically prepare for that. So we need to focus on production subsidies, because technically, if we are spending 10 billion of taxpayers' money, the government can decide to continue with that, but at what expense? The medications, will not be there. Maybe a lot of government, if I go maybe where I come from, at Oyugis in Homa Bay County, I go to a referral hospital, maybe Homa Bay town, there's no medication. So the net effect is still on us. So I would rather suffer for a short while, maybe, if they have a good plan, and reap more after that. The problem is if they take it and they play our mind, with our mind, and they go and, squander the money, or rather misuse the money. Second, I think part of that video was the meeting again in Naivasha. He talked about that he won't work with any opposition. He won't give any opposition, anybody in the opposition, anybody who's not supporting the government, any cabinet secretary. I think it's fine. He can do whatever he needs to do with the cabinet, but our humble appeal is he needs to keep in mind that, there should be regional balance when doing that, and also let him make sure that Ruto is smart enough, those posts, if it is education, if it is agriculture, the person in that docket is qualified, or maybe super qualified to do that, and also keeping in the context of regional balance. That is one thing I would love to see. And I was a little worried, there have been a lot of lists going around, or, I was worried if I saw some list going around. They are not confirmed. They could be rumors. I mean, they are still rumors because we got no confirmation. What I've been seeing, I saw Aisha Jumwa, I saw even Baba Yao, what was his name, the former governor of Kiambu. So, and I'm a little worried for such individuals to take CS position. So I would love a situation where those who are gonna be there will be very qualified to do the job, and also regional balance. I know many people, the whole country did not support him, but regional balance, it is in our constitution, and you need to think about that. I'll stop at that point right now.
Okay, thank you, Felix. We appreciate that. Mute your mic, please. That's a good way to look at it, and good counsel to Dr. Ruto on as he constitutes his cabinet. But saying he's not going to work with opposition or give slots to opposition, he's not being sincere, because there is no opposition in the constitution. He's just trying to be, fight his own shadows. He really just needs to give us a team that is going to ensure that they implement programs that are going to help the country move forward, other than looking for this excuse in the name of opposition. Oh, I gave this to the opposition or that. He's looking for an excuse not to do that, your regional balancing that you're talking about, so that when he finally does his own thing, nobody's going to blame him. He will say, you are in opposition in your region. That is why I did not give the slot. It's, in my opinion, a selfish way of looking at the whole thing. He should get over the old constitution and embrace the new constitution, which has made him president. And now that he is president, he needs to give us a cabinet that reflects the purposes of the Kenyan people. Father Darius there has given us something on the issue of subsidy. He says the government can still chew gum and scale the stairs. You cannot just come and say you do away with subsidy. You're going to subsidize fertilizer and production. Fertilizer right now, I have said, I come from Western Kenya, which is neighboring with Uasin Gishu and the rest of the Kenyan food basket. It is harvest time right now. That means the maize that is coming from the farm has already consumed fertilizer. It doesn't need fertilizer. The fertilizer that you're subsidizing now will be used in January, February, March, when we'll be planting. We are talking of 6 months of no subsidy. By that time that your fertilizer has produced the maize, it will be another 12 months. So what happens? By that time, the price of unga on the shelf will be 500 shillings, okay? Then you bring in the one you did with your fertilizer. Will you drop from 500 back to 100? It's not viable. Somebody is playing around with Kenyans' minds. He's want to buy time, okay? So that when things fall apart, he will say, we had given this, and the same people who bring fertilizer wataleta ile fertilizer ya kuchoma mashamba yetu na kufanya mbegu ziote, ili waseme tena fertilizer ile tulileta ilikuwa mbaya, so sijui nini na nini. Ndio mahindi yao ya Kongo ije ili tuyanunue, ndio tufanye nini, tuendelee kufanya biashara ya kusaidia familia moja. The same thing they are fighting right now is what they want to entrench in our system. So I beg Dr. Ruto, as the President of the Republic of Kenya, to come out sincerely, aseme yeye ameingia anatengeneza table etiquette ili watu wanoe visu na vijiko na nini, visu na vijiko na sahani waanze kula. If that is why he is president, let him just serve the table, let people eat. But if he really wants to be part and parcel of the developing of this country, he must understand that whatever he's promising us to eat when we grow up, he must always appreciate that we still need to eat in order to grow up. I hope that makes sense. Yes, Karib. Yes, Felix.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Mr. Bernard. Only one thing I wanted to, I agree with you 98%. Only one thing is that maybe you guys are harvesting there, and some part of the country, there are, places people are planting. That said, on the fertilizer part, I'm worried about, Dr. Ruto said that next week it will be we will be having about 1.5 million bags in the market. That is, and he didn't give us a clear, program on, is it just 1.5 bags? Because that is a drop in the ocean. 1.5 million bags cannot even fully satisfy my small, local county of Homa Bay and even Kisii. So is it, because I would really hate to see a situation which happens with the hunger, where, I'm not at home, but I get a lot of information. We only had one lorry who came with that hunger one day, and there was a condition you had to buy it with mafuta, 20 liters. So people were scrambling. So I'm a little worried. Is there a good program after that? Are we gonna scramble? Because I'm worried some part of the countries might not even get it. But also on the fertilizer, what Bernard said, what is the quality of that fertilizer? Because that is one part which, our soils are messed up, the quality of that fertilizer. Because the Kenya Bureau of Standards, they don't do their jobs. If you have a fake product right now, you can go and pay money. And some people have done it before. Pay money, you get your clearance and sell your sugar with mercury. So the quality, I'm worried about that. Then lastly, I don't want to take much time, I'm sorry. Working with the opposition, he thinks that he's not going to work with the opposition. I'm worried about that too. I'm a worried person when the president says, I won't work with opposition. Who is opposition? Is it the region which didn't vote for him? I mean, what is that? I fail to understand, maybe I need to get more clarification on that. But I would love a situation where the president, being a symbol of national unity, even work more with the, you work with your enemy to progress. We pay taxes. We all pay taxes as Kenyans. So you can't tell us that, okay, I won't work with people in opposition. Are those the leaders who test, who are those? Tell us. Are they 5 people, or are you talking of maybe my old county, Homa Bay County, or Kisii, or maybe part of Migori County? So I'm worried about that. Let him work with us, and we all pay taxes. And I think I would be much happy to see President Ruto working with everybody, including those who didn't vote for him. Thank you.
So asante sana Bwana Felix, we appreciate that, and we hope that the message reaches home But more than that, we should also stick up our neck and be able to do what we can do to get ourselves from the mess that we are. We seem to be digging ourselves into. I don't get Dr. Ruto's policies clearly, and I don't think I'm that dumb, but for example, giving the police independent budget, how will that translate into fighting corruption and cattle rustling and insecurity? Is it we have now given you the money, we want to see their job, or what? Is somebody running away from responsibility so that he will not be blamed? Remember the famous statement Uhuru said, "Munataka nifanye nini?" I've given you the money, I've given you the officers, you say, I've given you the officers. What else do you want me to do? And I guess Dr. Ruto wants to tell us the same thing, okay? I gave you the police, I gave them the budget. I gave you the judiciary, I gave them the budget. So munataka nifanye nini? He's trying to push away the pressure from himself so that if things fall apart, he will have somebody to blame. It's a clever move, and right now it's looking revolutionary. But at the end of the day, itakuwa jinsi ya kukwepa majukumu. A great leader does not point people. He leads the way and people follow. Bwana Francis, unasemaje?
I was having on query on that of fertilizer. Now that there is that amount of fertilizer, 1.225 million bags of fertilizer that have been brought to the country, my question is very simple. Like, should maybe 100 people decide to buy all that fertilizer because their land are so big and they decide to buy it and maybe to hold it and maybe to use it? And then the small scale farmers, where will they get fertilizer? Because I know there are people capable of doing that. For example, if you look somebody like Buzeki is a good farmer from Wasingishu. That man, I think, can use even 500,000 bags of fertilizer in one season. So how will he do it? Will it be about rationing such that somebody will be put a maximum number of bags that someone can buy, or he will not let anybody to buy the amount that he is capable of? So that one is an issue also we need to address as much as we're considering things to do with fertilizer, because I know people that they have been doing that way. You bring fertilizer that is subsidized, you bring it to the market, somebody goes there, buys almost everything there, takes it to another agrovet, go and sell at the price that is now in the market, 6,000 or 7,000. You cannot report it to police case, because that is not a police case, it's a willing buyer, willing seller. So that one you have no any authority to report. Then the other issue I was asking about is the issue of subsidizing fertilizer. One thing that I was looking at it is this way: fertilizer is just a small component of production in farmers. Actually, the main issue that Kenya has been experiencing because of low production is not even more so about fertilizer. It's about the famine or what we call drought in the country. And you see the dams, pesa ya damu inaliwa tu kila siku, kama ni aroli imeenda imefanyika hivi, and that is the issue we need to address: water. Because with even that fertilizer and with the drought, what will you do about it? How do you address that? Because even if you have fertilizer and there's drought, there's no way you will grow any crop. So we need to address all the issue before we get even to that fertilizer, because we need the only region that can sustain agriculture without necessarily having a dam, I think, to some parts of Mount Kenya. But you go to other areas, it needs irrigation. Do we have that facility to do irrigation? How do we counter that drought so that we're able to produce? Then the other thing I was asking is this way: when you come to in terms of maize production, if you use small scale production, one, there is loss of land because of aging and fencing. A lot of land comes to wastage. Then the other thing is that you cannot control so large amount of people, maybe in terms of small scale. But my idea, if it could be implemented, maybe we could have identified one of the largest, the top producers of maize in Kenya. People like Buzeki, Uhuru Kenyatta, farms and everything else. We identify them, all of them, so that we know we are dealing with maybe 50,000 maybe 5,000 people who are large-scale producers. We subsidize them. We follow them so that we be sure that we can be able to feed the nation. Because I think also when you come in terms of maize, even if you subsidize the small-scale farmers, remember most of people, for example, in Trans Nzoia, in Western, they do maize farming because of more of business. Mtu anafanya biashara ya kulima mahindi ndio asomeshe mtoto. So even if that person, you subsidize that person, do you think that person can sell gunia at 2,000 anaenda alipie mtoto fish shilingi 10,000 kweli for real? Do you think it's viable somebody aenda uze gunia mahindi 2,000 juu anataka kuuza cheap, then hiyo 2,000 apeleke kwa school fees ambayo panahitajika 20,000 ama 30? I think we need to look at those issues, because at the end of the day we may subsidize, then because of these people taking maize production as agricultural activity, more of business, then they will be even have to hike the price so that they can also sustain other part of their livelihood. So those are issue. Maybe one can elaborate more.
Okay, thank you, Francis. I'm a believer in solutions, not fixes. What this subsidy is all about is fixing. If the Kenya Kwanza government is serious about food security, then they should not leave it to chance. They should own up the program. There is government land that is not in use. It can be put on irrigation as a government project so that they take care of the maize that is usually imported, because whatever the farmers have produced is not enough to feed the country. They are not talking anything in that direction. They want to bring fertilizer to go to the farm and then hope that the farm will produce enough maize. Then after the maize have failed, they'll come and say, although we brought the fertilizer, the maize is also not enough. So this is just an accident looking for a venue to happen. It has nothing to do with solving the really Kenyan problem. I thought Kenya Kwanza will come and say Marsabit is full of arable land. Turkana is arable land. The only missing thing is water. Can we pump water from Budalangi, okay, up Mount Elgon, let it roll down to Turkana? We take whatever 100 acres of land there, we put on maize production. Instead of the government silos buying maize from wakulima, ikuwe ina panda mahindi yao according to their standards, dry the maize, put in the silos. Then when it's time for it to be released, is released. History of leaving the future of the country on chance, we will be here forever. So mimi kile naona hapa ni excuses tu, tutoe pesa mfuko huu tukipeleka huku, kwa sababu tukifanya subsidize watu wengine ndio wanakula, lakini tukisubsidize producers, we are the producers, so we are subsidizing ourselves. I am a believer, but kuna mambo mengine inakaa tu obvious. Hii ni kutafuta mahali pa kiteka uchumi. It has nothing to do with helping the situation. This country needs drastic change in approach, and drastic change in approach is not leaving anything to chance. It's owning up the entirety of the program. Let's take care of food security, sort it out. Let's take care of the cattle rustling issue. Now you see, he has thrown it from the president's office. It has thrown it at the police. Okay, so if anything happens, ataulizanga police IG, nini kimefanyika? You get that? Mimi hapa naona ni game tu, lakini mtanisamee mapema nikisema zina imani. I have every reason why I should doubt that. Owning up the whole process is what makes the solution a lasting one. When we left the transport sector in Nairobi, or the transport sector, we removed Kenya Bus. We killed Kenya Bus, okay? And said, let's have free market. Let Matatu come in. So what happens? Everybody is charging whatever amount they feel like. It is now SACCOs deciding. We pay, it's 5 kilometers from my place to the city center, okay? And if I'm using matatu, I pay 50 shillings. And the people who also live like 20 kilometers away or 10, they pay the same amount or slightly higher. So I'm suffering for being closer to town. And the people who are further away, in fact, others are in the diaspora, wanatoka Kajiado, okay? County coming to Nairobi, they can pay 30 shillings coming to Nairobi off peak. Me, whether it's raining, whether it's not raining, it's at least 50 shillings to city center when it's just 5 kilometers. So kuna mambo ambayo yanafanyika that will eventually become a problem, and it's simply because kuna mtu ambaye anaingia kwa ofisi na hataki kufanya kazi, anataka kutafuta mtu wa kulaumu. That must not be appropriate. That must not be taken lightly. Wapi huyu? You've been my own sister. How are you? Are you here? Euphin seems not to be there. Yeah, yes, Odhiambo. What did I say?
Yes, bwana Bernard, unanisikia?
Yes, go ahead.
Mimi kitambo naweza sema kwa upande, yani changizo langu ni kwamba tumeangukia patupu shimoni, kwa sababu hatuwezi sema ya kwamba tunaweza kusema kwamba tunasatulia hiyo mbolea peke yake. Na tuseme mkulima Kenya, sisi okay, tunalima mahindi ijapokuwa itoshi, lakini tunajaribu kulima mahindi ya kutosha, especially tuseme kama mali kama Kitale wanalima mahindi ya kutosha kweli, lakini hii mahindi ikilimwa hawa watu kutoka walime mahindi mpaka watoe shambani waweke ama walete mpaka kwa market. There's a lot of process ambao hawa watu wanapitia sana ili waweze hii bidhaa iweze kufika kwa market. Sasa akisema kuhusu mbolea peke yake, bado wanaelima mahindi bado watakuwa wanaumia zaidi, na hiyo watajizidi kuweka ile mahindi vile walikuwa wanasema wacha nilime yangu kama ekari 100 na mahindi itakayopata niweke, bei ikipanda ndio ninatoa. And that is what wanafanya katika Kenya yetu. Hii ndio kitu inatuboa kabisa, kwa sababu serikali haijali. Hakuna mtu ambaye anajali kuhusu mambo ya nini. Wanasema tutafanya hivi, lakini hawafanyi. They will pump the money wale pale wanajua ya kwamba sisi tumepump hiyo pesa mali fulani. Na hiyo mali fulani ambayo pampia pesa, utapata huyo mtu ambaye pampiwa pesa ni mtu wa mtu mali fulani. Tunafanya naye biashara na mtu wa mtu kutoka kwa serikali. So haifikii yule ambaye anastahili kuwa aweze kutoa unga ili ile mahindi iweze kufika wapi? Kule ambapo inastahili. Hii ndio inaleta shida Kenya, ambao hata kama tunatoa chakula gani, lakini tunapata hatuna kitu ambao tuna produce ambao tunaona ni kile kitu ambao tunaweza kusema tu peke yake, kwa sababu inasimamiwa na hiyo serikali vizuri, ni chai. Ndio tunaona kidogo wameshikilia kidogo, Ministry of hiyo wameshikilia kidogo kwa sababu ya hiyo kwa sababu hao ndio wako na shares na everything inside there. But mahindi kutoka tangu enzi hizo tuna shida nayo. So hatuwezi kusema kwamba leo wataamka na waseme hii kitu itakuwa hivi basi iwe hivi, itakuwa ngumu. Hapo tusidanganyane. Itachukua muda ya miezi, hata kama ni mwaka mmoja, ndio ije ikae vile wao watu wanavyotaka. Kwa sababu okay, wacha walete mbolea. The other time Ruto was in agriculture. It was a Ministry of Agriculture. Akaleta mbolea ambayo inaleta hata wadudu wanakula kabisa nini. Mbona hapa ndio aseme hiyo mbolea yenyewe tuliweka kwa shamba kila kitu kuungua. Baada ya watu kuungua, hata kucompensate serikali iseme basi hiki kitu ilikuwa hivi tufanyeni hivi, hakuna. So what do you expect to do? Ya kwamba watatupa mbolea alafu tupande tutoe tena. Mimi nimepanda ekari tuseme 100, nitoe mahindi gunia hata kama ni 1500. Hii mahindi nitaangalia sasa hii inauzwa 1000 na 100 ngapi ama 3000, nitaiweka kwanza. Ninaenda niweka kwa store, ikipanda kidogo ndio ninaitoa ninaiuza. So bado itakuwa ni nini? Bado tutakuwa tuko na shida tu. Hata akafanya nini? So asituambie kwamba atafanya nini. Ile kitu iko ni kwamba aangalie, kwa sababu yeye ndiye anauza mahindi kutoka nje. Mahindi ya kutoka Mexico sio kutoka wapi kuingia Kenya, ni hao ndio wana regulate vile inaingia na vile wanaiuza. watuambie tutafanya nini ili tuweze kuwa na maisha bora katika Kenya. Wasitudanganye ya kwamba tutafanya hivi, tutafanya hivi, tutafanya hivi. Hii ni urongo. Vile ndugu yetu alisema kwamba tuwape time. Wacha tuwape time, lakini tutawaambia, kwa sababu hakuna kitu ambacho kinafichika sasa Kenya. Hata mtoto anayezaliwa sasa anaona kile kitu ambacho kinafanyika sasa Kenya. Kwa hivyo hawa ndio wanajua vitu wanafanya, kwa sababu mimi kampuni ile ni ya ndugu yangu ama ni rafiki yangu, najua nitakuwa na share pale, but pesa itapambiwa. Ikipambiwa vile wanasema ati italetewa mbolea, wengine hawataiona, wao wa chini au small scale farmers, they will not going to see this thing there. Hii ndio kitu ambacho tuko nayo. Haya, tukisema kuhusu mambo ya vile ambavyo walikuwa nasema hawezi kufanya kazi na upinzani. Sasa hivi sisi tumechagua hawa ministers waende pale kwa bunge. Hatukuchagua kwamba hawa ni upinzani wala nini. Hawa ni Wakenya ambao watataka kutumikia Wakenya, ndio maana tumewatuma pale. Ijapokuwa mimi natoka sehemu fulani, lakini nimetumwa pale na wananchi wa pale ili niweze kufanya nini? Kuwasimamia, niwe representative wao. Lakini sasa kama wewe utasema kwamba utaki kufanya kazi na mimi, wala nitawatoa kwa slot ya ile ambayo ni nini. Sasa mimi kule kwangu hata nikienda nitakuja ni bargain, kwa sababu mimi siko, lakini nataka kubargain katika ile nini, kwa sababu hata tukiangalia ile serikali iliyopita alipopewa kwamba chukua hii, mchukua nusu na nichukue nusu, angalia watu waliowaeka. So hii ndio kitu wanapanga saa hizi ambao wameenda kukaa huko kupanga ili waje kwa National Assembly na Senate waje wawe na maarufu. Baada ya kukaa na maarufu waweze kufanya nini? Waweze kujipanga. Jinsi wanavyotaka kupanga nini? Wataka kupanga serikali vile wanavyotaka. So sisi yetu ni kwamba hatuwalazimishi kufanya kazi na sisi, lakini ni lazima wafanye kazi na sisi, kwa sababu sisi pia naye tumetumwa pale na watu wa nini, watu wetu kutoka kule ambao tumetolewa. So lazima afanye kazi na upinzani, apende asipende, hiyo iko. Na kama hataki, tutamuonyesha njia tu. Njia iko na tushaambiwa njia ni moja, aende nyumbani na hao watu wake ambao nadhani, kwa sababu sasa itakuwa ni mwananchi amechoka. Punda akichoka ateremsha mzigo, hiyo ni tabaki sasa. Hatutacheza nao Mr. Tumechoka, watu wamechoka. Ndio unalipa tax, tunalipa kila kitu. Ukikosa tu kulipa tax kidogo, KRA ishakufungia sijui nimekupiga fine. Kila siku tunalipa fine. Every year tunalipa fine. Mara umepigwa fine ya 5,000, mara umepigwa fine ya 2,000. Hiyo ni maneno gani? Ukishalipa hivyo tunafanyia mchezo. Mimi kwetu hata bado tunatembea mahali ambapo ni matope. Imagine saa hii Kenya, karne hii Kenya ambapo tunaenda. Natembea kutoka kwetu mpaka barabarani ni matope, hata pikipiki yenyewe isipita. Na nachagua mtu kila siku. What is this? Tuna shida Bernard. We still have problem in Kenya. Tusidedeganganyane ni ya kwamba hadi sasa hii tuko.
Yeah, we are work in progress. We should appreciate that. We are a work in progress. But kile kitu ambacho kinaonekana wazi ni kwamba kuna watu ambao hata baada ya miaka 10 tukiwa chini ya katiba mpya hawajaachana na katiba ya kale. Kwao bado tuko katika ile katiba ya kitambo, wanapenda ile katiba ya kitambo na vile ilikuwa inafanya kazi, kwa sababu ilikuwa inaruhusu kunyanyaza sehemu fulani, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, siasa nzuri. Yes, that means you support government, get help. Resist government, be denied. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, siasa nzuri, maisha nzuri. Now, the 2010 Constitution, okay, addresses that matter, that it doesn't matter where you come from. Every Kenyan is entitled to development through their county government. And so, and the county government are not in terms of opposition county government and pro-government county government. They are all county governments of the Republic of Kenya. And so the people in those offices are not enemies of the government. They are not the competitors of the government. They are an extension of the government in autonomous capacity to function in those counties. So nobody should feel bad like what the current deputy president was saying. Ile pesa ilikuwa ikuje kwa chai Mount Kenya, ilipelekwa Lake Victoria kutengeneza samaki. Now, that kind of reasoning, okay, it's outdated to say the least. And simply because this person feels bad that something has gone to Kisumu, and he feels better if it has gone to the mountain. That's madness. So for us to move, we should accept the constitution to work. And for the constitution to work, let everybody take responsibility, including the central government. For example, Turkana County has the largest lying land, okay? And Turkana County still receives the majority of support in terms of relief. All right? They have been receiving county money plus they were equalization fund for 10 years. How much transformation has taken place? Now, can the central government lease part of that land, put it on irrigation, produce maize, then supply to region where there is no maize? Lakini ikiwa tu tumeleta fertilizer, to me that remains an excuse, and it will be an excuse. It will be confirmed not many days from now. Kuna Kibet Arap Ruto anasema no knowledge about the topic, kindly look for an expert in maize farming than discuss rumors. We have not even reached the place we are discussing maize farming. We are simply discussing the policy of trying to subsidize fertilizer other than the maize itself that goes directly to the mama mboga. The policy of Kenya Kwanza was bottom up, yani yule mtu wa chini, okay? So the first place to benefit from this, the policy of bottom up is ni yule mtu wa chini, yule mtu wa chini. Sasa mbona tena wamebadila, wameenda 180 degrees, wanashughulikia watu wa juu? Producer wa maize, huyo ni mtu wa juu, sio mtu wa bottom. That's what we need. They should now tell us how has now bottom up turned into top down again by denying the direct subsidy to the bottom person and now removing it and taking it to the big person who is supposed to farm thousands and thousands of acres of land. All the same, we will see how it plays, and as Kenyans, please, let's keep conversing. Kuna huyu Frederick Mugo anasema the group is hacked, ziko mbili, inform Bernard please. Kenya Kwanza mtanimaliza. I already said Mtembei TV runs live shows. We are able to split our shows into many at the same time. That means Wekesa can go live where he is, I can go live where I am, and another person can go live where they are. It doesn't matter where you are, okay? And if there's an issue like we want to interview Dr. Matanga or whoever, we don't even need to consult the head office, okay? You have somebody you need to has information you want to share with Kenyans, you have administrative capacity, you go on air. So unless whatever that's transpiring on the other side is problem, that's when you report to me. But if it's just another show, don't panic. After we don't compete, we just do what we are called upon to do to ensure that Kenyans get informed. And so multiple platforms, multiple streams is normal at Mtembei TV. Let not that cause you problem. Sitaki kwenda political. Yufi na habari leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard, habari ya kila mtu?
Tuko poa, karibu.
Asante sana. Mimi kitu ya kwanza nataka kuanza nayo itakuwa off topic kidogo. Niliona picha ya baba na Gachagua. So mimi kenye naweza sema ni hatutaki handshake. Let the government, hiyo government ifanye kazi yake. Juu wakati wa campaign baba alikuwa mtu wa kitendawili, alikuwa alikuwa kila sorts of names. So tunataka hao watu wafanye kazi yao. Hatutaki handshake, baba siingilia hapo, acha watu wafanye kazi. Sisi tunataka kuona wakifanya kazi. baba akae kando. Hatutaki punching bag, baba akuwe tena punching bag venye walikuwa wamemweka kama punching bag wa serikali ya Jubilee. Saa hii ni serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, awache wafanye kazi yao, wakifail wajibike. They should take responsibility. We don't want a punching bag this time. So if Baba is listening, we don't want a handshake, no handshake. Let the people of bottom up do their bottom up. We want to see them bottom up. And then in the issue of table etiquette, I don't know, but if someone didn't learn the etiquette, he has been a DO, he has been all that until now, he is up there, he hasn't learned. You can't teach an old dog how to bark. Let him be. That's who he is. Why didn't he look at those things before? Why is he looking at them now? Let him be. He chose it himself. Let us enjoy the drama. Hii serikali iko na drama sana, acha tuenjoy. Asitunyime raha, hiyo ndo raha yetu. Acha tuenjoy hiyo drama yao na DP wake. Issue ya mbolea. Everything has a time. There's a time and season for everything. Right now, I don't think people need mbolea, the fertilizer that much. What people need is unga or maize. People, right now it's harvesting time. People are consuming. I don't know which people are using fertilizer right now. People, we cannot eat fertilizer. Where will we? Can we eat fertilizer? He said very well that the unga will go back to maybe 100 or 70, I don't know. But why subsidize fertilizer while you increase the price of fuel? What does that mean? Everything will go up. What have you helped? You're up there. Whoever is at the bottom is at the bottom. That's the bottom up. You remain at the bottom. The people are there. The people up there, they remain up. I don't see how people at the bottom will go up, because when the price of fuel increase, it affects everything. The price of unga will increase. Right now, I saw people at Jacaranda saying some people can't even afford uji of 10 shillings. What does that mean? What's the price of unga at now? How have you helped the people at the bottom? You've not helped them. So that's what worries me. And the people who supported this regime, they are the ones we'll be crying together. We are in this together. They won't choose like which one is which, you Azimio or you are KK. But for them, I feel for them because they had so much hope for nothing. They were warned, they didn't listen. At least us, we've cried, we are used to the crying. Now we can start laughing at them because we are in this together. What's the difference? When you're told we should look ahead. We should look at, when you're told not to do something, can you just sit down and then reflect? What's the impact? Now they are feeling the impact. We are together. We are happy. Let's eat our humble pies very well. Baba, just let us eat it. You just tell us what to do. That a million much, but let us eat our humble pie. So good. We laid our bed. We knew we'll lie on it, so let's just lie on it. I think I'll stop there, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, asante Eugene, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Na Wakenya lazima tukubali kwamba hii nchini yetu na lazima tuwajibike na tusiwe nini. Kuna rais anasema hatafanya kazi na hatapeana kazi kwa mtu yeyote wa upinzani. Sasa mimi nauliza zile vyama za Azimio zilizokwenda kujiunga na Kenya Kwanza hazikuwa za upinzani? anamaanisha warudi. Okay, warudi because they are technically still in Azimio. That's why Azimio still has the majority in parliament. So zirudi kwa sababu atafanya kazi nao, ama anamaanisha nini? This country is very interesting. He's the master of doublespeak, Joss says so. It's funny that before the ruling of the Supreme Court, he was busy buying all the people from Azimio to make Azimio look like it's weak and it's that. And now that the people he bought are now demanding CS slots, he now says no, he's not going to give them the work. They must share the cake properly. And ukizaa kwetu wanasema ukizaa mapacha lazima uwe na maziwa ya kutosha kulisha wote wawili. Kwa hivyo ama wote wale umezaa. Kwa hivyo yeye alipoenda on the spree ya kununua kila mtu, akanunua ma-DVD, akanunua weta, akanunua nini, hao watu wote walikuja na mizigo, na hizo mizigo mpaka aibebe. Aache historia kutuambia atafanya kazi na nani. You can't be the president of Kenya when you can't accommodate every Kenyan. And people are not supposed to be appointed CS according to their political loyalty. They are supposed to be appointed CS according to their capacity to deliver. That's why we opted for professionals into those capacities. So the political consideration should be the last thing. What needs to be considered is their competence, the ability to deliver whatever docket that will be placed under their charge. So this to and from, no wonder I'm happy you've talked about the table etiquette. We did that in high school. So if you went to high school cleared, you went to university cleared, you didn't learn it. Is it in parliament now you'll be coached and you get it? Bebeni tu beseni na maji, mnawisha watu mikono wakule, mwache kusumbua watu washike fork and jembe. If they don't know, they don't know. Wanawekesa karibu, habari ya leo?
Mzuri Baba. Let me begin by responding to a few comments. You see, people were having a challenge watching two channels. Ni vile tu maybe one of us hatukujua imefunguliwa both sides, but when they notified us, we had to assemble all people together. We normally only have two links when we are running different programs, but for these current affairs, we normally prefer to watch it together. That's why I had to close it. So msikuwe na shaka, we are together. When Gina wamefikiria there was a split in Mtembei channel. It doesn't happen that way. In fact, Bernard was on leave for 2 days, so I thought today is still on leave, but when I realized he has come, I have to align because we work as one. Sisi sio kama IBC, the 3 versus 4. We don't have the Serena 4 here. Okay, let me weigh in, beginning from what Bernard was saying about opposition. For me, I took it in 2 perspectives. One, William Ruto was addressing people whom he had poached from Azimio in view that there will be a rerun. So he poached them and promised them positions. Now that there is no rerun, he doesn't need them. Givuda Kibwana will not be in cabinet. He needs to know that. Kreitu Murungi will not be in cabinet. He needs to know that. So technically he's telling them, your function imeisha ifo. Mulikucha, yes, but I just wanted to destabilize the opposition so that I can win the rerun in case there was a rerun. Now that we are going on in naming the government, I don't think I need the extra, because you did not play any role. You are campaigning for the other side, so mbaki huko. And for me, nasema asante, because these guys just ran without even thinking. And for the other team now, yeah, Baba has made it categorical, is not interested in being in a handshake. He's just fighting for the right thing. So we also welcome that, and we say, let William plan his team. And sometimes it's also good, unajua, hiyo baridi ya watu kusema at being in opposition, hatuokobi. Because at the end of the day, when you are in government, if the government works well, it works for all of us. If it fails, we will still blame them. Why did they promise us unga? And they are like right now, they have removed the subsidy. They have come up with now intelligent plans, which will never serviced in campaigns. During campaigns, there were no those intelligent plans of saving 7 billion. They were telling us, tunataka unga saizi. So they told us within 100 days, we will be buying unga at 70 shillings. And now they have become intelligent, and they are telling us that, you see, that those 7 billion cartels wali hata hawakufikisha hiyo unga ya 100 to the people. So my question then is, if you fear cartels wa millers ya kwamba hawezi fikisha unga ya 100 kwa watu, cartels wa fertilizer utawezana nao? Cartels are cartels, they only package themselves in different forms. So if you think you have to buy fertilizer, wamekungojea huko. They always look for tender where it is. Kama umekataa kwa millers, wanaenda kwa fertilizer. Farm inputs, hao ndio wataleta hizo tractor, umesema sijui zinatoka wapi. So the whole process has cartels. So you have to make up your mind and say, I am dealing with cartels. And if you are subsidized, and planting is not a substitute. Bernard, even the Bible says that God gives seed to the sower and food to the eater. We will not die hungry because we are going to plant. We will not die hungry because we are taking children to school. We have to budget. We have to budget for children to go to school to wake up in school fees. We have to budget that hii pesa ni ya fertilizer to wake up. Lakini pesa ya breakfast, lunch, and supper, we still need it. You cannot say that for the next 6 months, I'm not going to eat, I'm going to plant. Doesn't the stomach take you to the plantation? They return us back to the old debate of unakula ndio ishi ama unaishi ndio ukula. But it shows that those things happen concurrently. While you need to eat to live, you also live to, you actually live and eat. So they happen concurrently. We need to see how do we have a short-term intervention. And I had just given an example somewhere that when you meet someone who has got an accident, I know there is even the surgery process and whatever restoration program, but the first thing is stabilizing the patient. The first thing is first aid, and the subsidies come in as first aid. They come in to stabilize the situation before we move forward. Most of us, even when we have not eaten, we don't think straight, Bernard. We don't become intelligent. Our good mind, we lose our mind. So we need food. Na UDA walituambia watuletea unga ya 7 waache mchezo. So I don't want to go into so too much intellectual, what is subsidy, whatever. When we come in this program, we just go straight to the point. Let's intervene in the situation as we progress all of us, we want the country to progress. And finally, we want to have food security. But before we reach there, Bernard, we must ensure people are alive. We don't reach their death. We don't reach there as late, Bernard, past tense. We have to be alive to arrive there. Bernard, I have to also to mention one or two things that have happened today. There are people who are disappointed seeing pictures of Kashagwa and Raila Odinga. From the reliable sources I've received, it was stage managed by Kashagwa, I think. He had to arrive same time with Baba. How he wanted to steal the limelight from that, I don't know to what political advantage. But for me, I may say, if he had not informed his boss, no wonder he talked tough. No wonder he began teaching people etiquette, because I don't think it was part of his plan. It was a by the way discussion. But it was not even like they are serious about teaching people etiquette, but it was a statement being thrown to some quarters to hear it. And so it's okay to start feeling you are a big boy to play in the league of big boys, but there are always consequences in politics. And you see his boss deliberately. We see these small things, but inaanzanga hivyo Bernard. Hata wewe kwa nyumba mkianza na kukosana na bibi haikwangi vitu kubwa, vitu ndogo tu. Vitu ndogo tu mnaanza kukosana. And then with the time you realize you are apart. So we realized that there was much space for Salim Davati on the red carpet, and Keshako alikuwa anatembelea huko mwisho. People have dismissed it, but okay, that's me what I saw, and we will wait to see. In terms of a majority, there is what we call de facto and de jure. According to Azimio, is a de jure state where according to people who are elected, the leaders who are elected, they have the majority. But wengine washapata mpango wa kando, so de facto, the other side has the majority. But now when it comes to knowing who is the majority in the House, it's not a vote. This is not a vote. It's the interpretation of the law. So that's why I'm leaning on the de jure, on the side of the law. Bernard, you can still have a runaway wife, but still is your wife, because you have not divorced. So maybe hata mjaonana for 1 or 2 years, but anahesabiwa hata kikufa analetwa kwako asikwe huko. So these runaway guys, they are still in Azimio. One, we have not gone beyond 3 months since the election, so they are still in Azimio. So when that ruling comes, I hope the speaker will be wise enough to use the law. But I know we are already living in a season of impunity. Anything can happen. Let me stop there.
Okay, thank you, Bonakesa, for that. And probably before I drop that, the deciding factor of the majority in parliament is the register of political parties. And remember, Azimio is a party, a coalition of parties, fully recognized in law, unlike Kenya Kwanza.
Yes.
And so when it comes to allocation of party funding, UDA and team cannot claim majority. Because
it's only
we'll still get
it's
the
only talk about UDA and then Azimio.
So it is UDA, there is Azimio, then UDA, and then of course these other sister parties of Kenya Kwanza immaterial in terms of sharing that allocation. Now watakula huu na hasara juu yake eventually. Now it's a good message to the defectors who defected in the anticipation of the runoff. So now I'm beginning to understand where the president is lifting his his clothes too. And then the red carpet manenos, honeymoon bado iko kidogo, lakini sasa inaonekana hii fungata itakuwa short lived. Itakuwa short lived because from the look of things, and then now the personal attacks and the other indicators that huko mbele sioni mambo ikiendelea kama inavyotarajiwa. Bwana ni JB unasemaje? Just give me a moment, I play one video and then you come in.
So that he may formally open this retreat.
Thank you. Azimio. 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 Asante sana, you may be seated. I feel very delighted to talk to our newly elected members of parliament. And I'm equally very happy to see that you've responded to the invitation and to come here in very large numbers. What I've had to see is that cheering spirit of the winners. That is what I want to see your faces. Are you happy? Yes. Are you happy? Yes. Yeah. Then I'm happy when you guys are happy. This meeting was decided on by the leadership to bring our members together so that they can be able to bond and come out as one unit going into parliament to safeguard the interests of our movement. Last week at when we met outside there at Masai Lodge, it was fairly an impromptu meeting. And as a result of that, you were not able to really show your strength the following day. Our competitors were able to penetrate between your front and divide you. See? Divide and rule is a very old, tested tactic in the military. That you divide them so that they become weak and then you can be able to rule them. So if you do not bond and become united, you are going to be ruled throughout the life of this parliament. Yet you have got the numbers, the strength to be able to be the rulers in the house. So let me begin first by congratulating each one of you on your election to lead your people and to make a contribution to the destiny of our country. As I stated during our final rally on the 6th of August at Kasarani, and some of you will remember this, we went to the polls with our country at inflection point. I stated then that either something very good will happen or something terrible would happen. I said we had a choice of the promised land, but the land of bondage was also within sight, and the pharaohs were refusing to let our people go. As we gather here, that reality is with us. Since the return of multi-party politics in our country. At the presidential level, it is not possible to tell whether we had elections at all. But even at the lower levels of polls, I believe that a number of our people were rigged out to pave way for an UDA majority, and that during election petitions, this will be proved to have been the case. But I mention petitions with some trepidation. First, you have noticed the corruption, the dysfunction, the incompetence, and the capture of the IEBC, the body charged with carrying out elections in our country. Secondly, you have noticed the attitude, the thuggery, the corruption, and the cynicism of the Supreme Court judges. The words that the Chief Justice used against us have never been used in our courts, even in the dark days of single-party rule and state capture of the judiciary. Chief Justice Martha Koome described our case, presented by the country's finest legal minds, as no more than hot air, a wild goose chase, incredible and hearsay evidence, red herring. These were words of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. It is my experience that whenever judges resort to on litigants and advocates, it is the result of a disturbed conscience. You have been here before. You have come from a judiciary that invested in threats and humiliation of litigants and advocates so that the country would not question them. That is the Supreme Court we witnessed in the presidential election case. We also have come from a judiciary that invested in intimidation. Today, the Supreme Court is threatening those talking against the judgment in the presidential petition. Supposed to be discussed by anyone. The court registrar has already issued threats on those who have criticized the despicable judgment of the court. In fact, Justice Isaac Lenaola is publicly accused of threatening one of the petitioners, Senator Okia Omtata, with the ruination over his stand on the court judgment. And he told Omtata that he is not an Emormor, which is the king of the Teso. And the Chief Justice has gone out to a funeral in her village and defended the judgment even before she gives out the detailed ruling. Supreme Court is now in politics. And she said that the ruling was inspired by God. I believe it was inspired by the devil. From our history as a country, we know this is an indication of a very disturbed conscience. It is the evidence of a court that sold its soul. The actions of the Chief Justice are clearly sycophantic. She has demeaned the dignity of the office of Chief Justice. In less than a year, she has destroyed what her predecessors achieved in 10 years. As if this is not bad enough, there's clearly a push by the executive to own the judiciary through illegal actions that amount to bribery. That is the reason for the rush to appoint 6 judges and to allocate money to the judiciary. That is the reason for the rush by the executive to allocate specific amount of money to the judiciary. Financial allocation to institutions and state agencies is done by Parliament based on a scrutiny of budget proposals presented by the institutions. In this case, the executive has given itself that role. It is a plain attempt to capture the judiciary through bribery. How else do you say I'm going to give the judiciary every 3 years, I'm going to increase your budget by 3 billion shillings. How do you know how much judiciary requires this year, next year, 10 years from now? Not that we oppose the judiciary being given funds, but it should be done through legally channeled institutions and at the request of the judiciary. As I stated throughout the campaign, we believe in the rule of law and democracy. We believe in the autonomy and independence of the judiciary and separation of powers between the three arms of government, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. The presidential election petition should have been a victory for the rule of law and democracy in Kenya and across Africa. Our expectation has been that every Supreme Court petition and each Supreme Court decision strengthen the rule of law and deepens democracy in our country. Today, I have fears about where Commerce ruling leaves our election and democracy now and in the future. And I'm told they're saying that, 2017, we did give them a ruling in their favor by dismissing, by nullifying election of our sitting president, and then they refused to run election which had been ordered by the judiciary. We did not refuse. We demanded of the IBC to rectify those mistakes which had led to the nullification of the elections. And they refused to do so. So us participating in the subsequent election would have meant doing the same thing, the same way, expecting different results. That is the reason why we refused to participate. And it was after a lot of soul searching, and the country knows the details. But this is how it starts. We know how it will end and what the cost of it will be. In the 1960s and 70s, it started as a war against specific individuals and communities. By the time it was full bloom, no Kenyan was safe from the state terror. It has started again. You have three urgent tasks that we must not fail in, and on which we must embark on immediately. One, save the judiciary, which is offering itself for state capture. Two, transform and reform the IBC and make it capable of conducting credible elections. Three, to stop the legislature from offering itself for state capture and have it play its oversight role over the government. Parliament must say no to attempts by a rogue executive to intimidate and profile civil servants and security agencies. Parliament must stand up and preserve our multi-party politics, like statements by Deputy President that the DCI has no business going to offices, DCI should wait. The DCI is not going to offices. Agencies that go to offices is EACC, not the DCI. But DCI's role is to carry out investigations of crimes and then hand over this to prosecutorial agencies and then thereafter to the judiciary. That is how the criminal justice system works. I know it from experience. I'm not a lawyer. When the law does, thuggery does. In a government awash with thugs, you must not sit back and watch as political control is being extorted over the judiciary, the prosecution, the civil service, and the police and election management body. This is how dictatorship is born, and we have to respond to what is shaping up with a sense of urgency and alarm. So, ladies and gentlemen, what am I saying? I'm saying that we have a responsibility as Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition to take charge, because you're the majority party in parliament, and therefore you're not going there as minority, and make use of your majority in parliament to keep this government in that check. And if you do that, you actually are going to be playing the role which the people had elected you to do. What is happening is that you're not government, or you're not out of government, you're not in government. In our current constitutional dispensation, the government has got 3 arms. There's the executive, there's the judiciary, and there's legislature. So you're part of government. Each one of those 3 arms has got a role to play. Parliament, as an institution, meaning both majority and minority, have a role to oversight the executive. And you're not going to be disadvantaged any more than the others, those who are supposed to be in the ruling party, or in the party that controls the executive. You want the same salary, you're getting the same allowances. There's nothing more that the members of parliament from Kenya Kwisha are going to be getting away from what our MPs are going to get. So what do you want to prostitute yourself to go and say, I want to be in government? Which government? The legislature has got, it's part of a government. It's another arm of government. And therefore you have a role to play as a legislature. Therefore don't somebody come to tell you, come to government. Which government? Do you want to become a minister in government? Is it going to make you a cabinet minister? That's when you become part of the executive, not part of the government, because the government includes also the legislature. So our members should walk tall and proud that you're a member of parliament. And you have a role to play. Because our people otherwise are going to be fleeced. And the eating is going to start almost immediately. It's going to start almost immediately. So you've got a role to play. And if you play that role, our people are going to respect you people. This is what we want to say. So now when you're here, we want you to leave this place as a united force. We come in as a coalition of parties which are coming together, but we want you people to bond. Because in parliament, you are going to be members of Azimio One Kenya coalition. And then, don't be greedy over positions, because that's where it starts. People now begin to suspect each other. Oh, I wanted this and that. It can only go to one person at a time. If you don't have it today, you'll have it tomorrow. But be part of the team. I know that members want to be members of this committee, chairman of this committee, majority leader or minority leader, want to be a whip, and want to be this and that. If you don't get it, that is not the end of the world. And let us treat each other with a lot of respect. Don't begin, oh, we are the bigger member of this coalition and so on. Why? Being bigger member of a coalition means that you must make concessions to the others. They always say, if you go and ask the German members of parliament, that in a coalition there in Germany, the smaller parties get more than their fair share, so that the coalition can stick together. That is, it's all over the world. So don't abuse your majority and say we must get this because we are the majority party. Because if that happens, then you're not on your own. So let us agree that we want to bond together and become one in parliament. If you do that, then this coalition will survive, and it will be able to perform its role, and it will also be able to protect those who are not with you in parliament. You're not with you in parliament. So you are foot soldiers in parliament. You've given me weapons to go and fight on our behalf. If you begin fighting among yourselves, the enemy will overrun you. So you need to foster unity among yourselves and leave this place united as you go out there. If you don't get this, be happy that somebody else has gotten it. And if they don't do it properly, we'll come and again we'll change. We'll change again. This is what I want you people to agree to do. And if you do that, we will be proud of you people. So I therefore want to thank you for attending this meeting today and urge you once again to remain steadfast. Be frank and talk to each other freely as you bond and become one unit of Azimio la Umoja. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Azimio. 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 Asanteni sana.
JB, karibu.
Sana Bernard na wengine wote. Sasa hiyo ndio ile mentorship nilikuwa ninaongea nikisema ule mtu amesikiza hiyo mawaidha bila kuangalia upande mwingine ama nini, ataona hiyo mentorship ni kali sana, but at the same time imeniletea memory ingine mpaka mimi, yani inaleta emotion kwa sababu ninakumbuka venye ametupigania na ile kitu amefanyiwa na venye anaongea, ile courage amepata kutoka kwa public kuongea, akiongea hivyo hata ukiangalia ile kitu watu wamefanyia yeye, alafu vijana wanashinda wakitengeneza meme za kutusi yeye ndani ya mtandao. Iko siku, wacha niongee Biblia kidogo, ingawa sihubiri. Paulo alikuwa ameghadhabishwa sana na Alexander the coppersmith. Akasema, may the Lord God pay him according to his works. Alexander the coppersmith has done me a lot of harm. Sasa ile harm huyu jamaa amefanyiwa, mimi nitaongea tu, si yeye peke yake, kwa sababu wakati amefanyiwa hivyo hata sisi wafuasi wake kuna venye tunaghadhabika. Na sitaki kusema mambo mingi juu sitaki kuingia ndani ya siasa, but mimi nataka kusema tu Chebukati na Martha Koome, may the Lord pay them according to the work they have done. Kama wamefanya kitu mzuri, Mwenyezi ndiye amejua atawalipa hiyo haki, na kama walifanya haramu, hiyo tumewachia Mungu. Nimeona venye ameongea mpaka ile maneno mengine nilikuwa nataka kuongea imepotea, lakini ile kitu nataka kusema mambo ya, hata amesisitiza mambo ya kuungana na hiyo group ingine hakuna. Kwa venye tunakaaga, we have nothing to lose. We have been out of the government since the British went. Nothing has been done to us. Lakini mimi nasemaga tu iko siku tumefanyiwa injustice mingi sana. Kwa hivyo beda niruhusu tu niongee siasa kiasi tu. Nimekaa na watu wengi hapa Nairobi. Sasa siko Nairobi, niko mahali ingine, but nimekaa na watu wengi hata kwa kazi. We are the most hated people in Kenya, just for existing while we have done nothing wrong. I want to give one example to show you. Last time kama kuna vita ya 2017, tunaona mtoto mdogo mwenye ajui kitu ametandikwa kichwa na bakora akakufa, na hiyo imefanywa kwa sababu ya kabila yake. Huyo mtoto sasa alifanya nini? Alafu mwenye alifanya hiyo kitu saa zile anaangalia TV, kama anaona wazazi wake wanalia, ye pia anakula tu, anashiba, anaona nimefanya kitu. Umejua sasa vitu kama hizo inafanyaga mimi nasikia mbaya sana. Ndio sababu kuna mambo mengine sitaki kuongea, but iko wakati inafikaga maximum ile peak yenye ikifika sasa, but anyway, tuachie Mungu hayo. Ile kitu naomba tu tukue pamoja, hata wale wenye wanaongoza tuwaombee tu, kwa sababu kama Kenya imeenda mbaya itakuwa kwa sisi sote, but ile kitu walituahidi sisi tunataka, na hapo tutaweka pressure kwa njia zote, kwa sababu ninaona situation whereby next time upande ingine kupiga kura kwao itakuwa ngumu kama hatutaelekezwa tu vizuri. Somehow ni kama hakuna mtu atapiga, but anyway we have not given up. We are fighters, we were born fighters, na tumekuwa tukiitwa, hata viongozi wetu wameitwa lords of poverty. Imefika wakati hata mtu hajawahi pita past Nakuru amejua huko kuna poverty, na kila mwaka chakula cha msaada inazungushwa kwa nchi. Tangu nizaliwe sijaona ikipelekwa huko juu kuna maskini huko, na sijawahi enda kwa matanga ya mtu amekufa njaa huko. Tunaonaga tu picha kwa gazeti, mtu mguu na paja inatoshana juu ya poverty na njaa. But kila mtu Kenya, kwa sababu media iko very powerful, wamejua tu huko watu ni maskini, mtu hajapita Nakuru, lakini huko watu wanapiga kazi. Mimi nataka kuambia watu atafute ule mtu anafikiria ako neutral, mwenye ameendaga upande hiyo, si mtu mwenye ameenda kwa village moja, atawaambia ukweli. Ile kitu iko hapa Kenya mbaya sana ni corruption, ukabila na madharau na kutusi watu. Otherwise bana ataendelea na hii nini, unajua sasa tukiongea hapa kuna watu wanakuwa wajanja kidogo, but venye mzee ameongea, mimi nimeona amepeana mawaidha mzuri, but ilikuwa emotional kwangu mpaka sasa sitaki kuongea kitu ingine. But mimi ninapenda kabila yote ndani ya Kenya, hata wale wako popote mimi ninawapenda, na mimi iko hivyo tu. But ile injustice tumefanyiwa since independence, hiyo siwezi sahau hata kama ninawapenda, but hiyo ni kitu hata Mungu mwenyewe amejua, but tumemwachia at his right time. Mimi najua iko kesi yetu na watu wengine, ni Mungu ndiye ataamua. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, JB. Thank you. It's not hidden to every seeing eye or hearing ear, but like every other thing, we grow into and we grow out of. Jesus on the cross, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they were doing." Now that is not a statement to say when you're in the peak of your pain, but there are things that people do not because they want to, they do because they don't know what they are doing. Like what Baba is talking about right now, the compromise of IBC and the compromise of the Supreme Court. They do such things because they don't know what they are doing. They think they know, but they don't know what they are doing, because when now the executive become run away, and now the decisions of the court are determined at the phone calls, is when they will realize how irrelevant they have made themselves. You sell off your office by refusing to discharge your responsibility as required by the law, and you eventually become a puppet, a reflection of what you are against initially. So we really pray that this country will come around and we will embrace the rule of law. There is BKL on the comment section. You say Raila is greedy for power. That's how ODM has been losing since, because angewachia mtu mwingine pengine wangeweza, but now hope again for Azimio. Azimio will be like NASA and will separate by 2027. That is your opinion, but greed for power, you are wrong, because you don't understand what it means to be greedy for power. People who are greedy for power take power or get to power by any means. They don't want to use democratic means. they use anything available to get to power. I've not seen Baba doing that. He has let go even after winning many times because he doesn't want to preside over the affairs of Kenya by hook or crook. He wants to preside over the affairs of Kenya by being genuinely mandated by the Kenyan people to do that. But we have some few bad elements who cannot stand that. And probably they have gotten away with every time. But one of these fine days, their turn will come. Okay, unajua wakati unadhulumu mtu, unafikiria hiyo dhuluma itaishia kwa huyo mtu, lakini muhini na muhiniwa njia yao ni sawa. What you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. So don't buy into that philosophy of thinking the way you are thinking. Look at Kenya and at Raila as a Kenyan, not as somebody who is greedy for power, like you've been indoctrinated to believe. I've never seen somebody greedy for power letting go after winning elections 1, 2, 3. No. That your definition of greed needs a relook. Yes, Bwana Francis, unasemaje?
So actually, to me, I've heard my brother JB talking about it, and actually I got emotion because of the reflection that I've gotten out of my mind because of what he has been saying. If you can recall very well, there's this man called Crispin Odhiambo Mbai, somebody who lost his life in defense of devolution. We have also the late Robert Ouko, the foreign minister, who also lost his life as he was defending the land that he was actually assassinated because of that. We shall not also forget about the late Tom Mboya, who was killed. A very bright mind at the age of 23 was able to give a speech at United States of America. He also attended some function with Martin Luther King. That was a very bright mind, but he was assassinated, and all that reflects political. We shall not also forget about Oginga Odinga having refused to get power, only to allow Kenyatta because he was also the senior most politician at that time. So all those people that have been profiling that community from the Lake region, I think they are missing a lot of things. They have been fed with the conspiracies theory to so much to a point that they cannot even think outside what they have been fed with. Some people who have voted from a certain community. Because actually, there's one thing that we'll never rule out. If there are people who have contributed to the democracy and the growth of our country, are the people from the lakeside, we need to appreciate that. Actually, today, look at the people like Okuro Okot. They were there when they were drafting the new constitution. These people like Orengo and so forth, these are the people who are making legal minds. These are the people who are making our democracy to grow. When you are profiling them, does it mean that we're enjoying the democracy, but we don't want the people who brought it here? You know, some things I also get pain because for my case, I'm coming from Kitui, but doesn't mean that I have to hate somebody else from coming from a different region. I respect them. I know they have contributed so much. You cannot speak about Kenya and ignoring the people from the Lake region. These are the people who have endured bullets only to stand and defend other Kenyans. You can quote so many times that even during the era of Moi, these are the only people who are willing to give out their lives so that Kenya can be where it is today. So let's give them respect. We might not be loving them, but let's give them respect. When you come to somebody like Raila Odinga, is somebody who deserves much respect. And you know, some of people, what shocks me is the young generation. And it shocks me in this way. Now today, because you are celebrating impunity, because it's against Raila Odinga, what about that single day that impunity will be against you? What single day that the government will rise against you? Because I can quote and I can make you remember on 2nd of October, 2018, the journalist from Saudi Arabia, Jamal Khashoggi, was killed by the regime of Mohammed bin Salman, the regime that he used to support. It has no difference with Kenya. You can also quote very well those people who support impunity. are the same people who come to be punished with it more than any other body. So let's all embrace justice, respect, and everything else, so that whoever who is outside the government, whoever is inside the government, we have respect, we live peacefully as brothers and sisters. Because to me, I don't see any reason as to why you should abuse Raila. Yes, Raila might never become the president. We have no problem with that. But that one, does it make him to be a lesser human being? Absolutely no. We have people like Mother Teresa who can say it, talking about humanitarian things and forget to name Mother Teresa. Which candidate did Mother Teresa become president for? So we need to give people respect with what contributions they have made in the society. That is very important. And the other thing also I want to tell my Kenyans, this advice, sorry, you might want to hear or not, but I will advise you. Nobody has ever written a letter to choose where to be born. I was born in Kitui. I did not know if I was born in Kitui. Things happen by coincidence. We are all brothers and sisters. We all live in one country. And then the question is, why do you have to separate when it comes in politics and other things? But when it comes in problem to do with petrol, to do with anything else, high cost of living, we are all in the same mix. Don't we see that you are being used by some evil minds to gain? You know, if a politician does not have any ideology, what he does is sells fear, and he says something like to war, so that he can divide you further and favor the large group to favor him. So I think it's high time Kenyans, we need to sit down and look ourselves as one people of one nation. I also felt very bad, and actually I will also speak it here. I remember that time the United States issued a red alert against Kisumu. People were celebrating, actually from the UDA fraternity. Then my question was very clear, was very simple. Does it mean that Kisumu is not part of Kenya that you celebrate when your country is being sabotaged by an outside power? Why do you have celebrate when your country is being attacked? Only because people from the lakeside come from that area. This is our Kenya, this is our country. And then if you feel like this Kenya, that these people are lesser human beings, why can't you let them secede and maybe join South Sudan? Why can't you let them secede with their land and join Uganda, if that is what you feel like? But if they are part of Kenya, we need to respect them. We need to stand as brothers and sisters. And actually, I'm telling you here, we will come to remember me one day. This regime that today people are shouting up and down. You remember in 1985 what happened with the Moya about the Gala massacre? It killed everybody. Whoever supported it or whoever did not support it, it happened. And so many people lost life. That community has never recovered up to today. So we Kenyans, we need to start for justice. We need to respect people. So actually, to me, I will tell people is that there is no superior community, there is no inferior community. We can be led by any community, you can be led by anybody, as long as the respect remains where it is. Please, Kenyans, these are something that we need to get it very clear, that these people are dividing us to take advantage of us. But the reality is, when the hardship hits us hard, we will all be in that mix. Today, if I can recall, the current sitting president was told to return Muteshi land that he had grabbed 10 acres from Wasingishu. And my question is very simple. Why it that the court was not impartial? Do you think that the land could have been returned? Today, the court said BBI was against constitution or so and so forth. When you reach to a point that the judiciary will be working together with the executive, do you think that you, the citizen, you will be heard? Let us not have a scenario whereby we shall be celebrating when justice looks like it is serving you or it is undermining another one, and then you are feeling so happy because of a certain connection to a certain community or region. We are all Kenyans. Let's love each other. Let's live in peace. All of us, we are one brothers and sisters. And that's why sometimes I attend burials and I ask people, why is it that when you are calling people to come and contribute for medical bill, you did not indicate there are people from Central or Nyanza or anywhere? You said all Kenyans. Why did you not specify? Because we are all human beings. We serve we pass all that right of sickness, death, and everything else. But why is it that in politics, when it comes to politics, that's why you are a Gikuyu, you are a Kamba, you are Maasai, you are maybe this and this and this. Don't you see that you have a problem with Kenyans, or does it mean that at that point our IQ goes beyond zero, or what is the problem? We need to respect people and we need to respect everybody. Thank you.
So thank you, Bwana Francis, for that. And I want us to lay a grip on ourselves, lest we lose it. It is wrong to segregate against any group of people. I have the highest respect for everybody in this country, and all our leaders, especially those that have respect for the rule of law and justice systems. There are those who are hell-bent in dragging God into what God is not in. So I will try to address that. Caroline Nyambura, he says, that statement you said is, well, it happened to President Ruto, but God, the God we serve, fought for him after Thulma from deep state. That is in your imagination. If God is the one who does that, then that God must be very unfair, because Baba has suffered 9 years of Thuluma behind bars without trial. That God did not fight for him. After that, he was in and out of prison. He was under house arrest. The father, the same, and all that. It seems that God was quiet all along. He has run for elections 5 times. And every time he gets at the top, somebody else takes his victory, and it goes that way. That God still did not fight for him. So there is something wrong with that perspective of dragging God into matters that we do for ourselves and then pretend that it's God that did it. The God of the Bible, I'm a Bible believer, he's fair, he's just, and he respects the fair treatment of everybody, especially before the law. But when the law is used to discriminate others, that is called injustice, and it defies everything that God stands for. So if it was God fighting at Bomas, if it was God fighting at the Supreme Court, we will need to investigate that. There are many things we don't understand, but all of them cannot be God. So let's be careful on the same. BKL, you're fighting me so hard. I will need to get rid of you if you don't begin to reason like a Kenyan, okay? He said the problem with the people from the lake are not patient. That is why always Raila make handshake instead of waiting for the time to come. Like the last handshake that made Uhuru miss Raila badly. Do you live in Kenya or you are a visitor? Okay. I have the highest respect for one Raila Amolo Odinga and for his great mass contribution to the progress of this country. I've said here before, I'll say again, there is no politician, dead or alive, who has contributed to the immense development democratically and otherwise for this country that matches one Raila Amolo Odinga. So him becoming president or failing to become president changes nothing. What he has made as a contribution for this country surpasses all the presidents we have had, including the one sitting right now. And for that matter, it will be very myopic and narrow-minded to think that him not getting to State House is in fact, him getting to a State House is not an achievement. He's worthy more than that. He's bigger than that. He's greater than that. So it's just getting a place where he can function to continue with his legacy of helping Kenya. But becoming president has never been a do or die issue for him. That is why probably he has not made it, because he competes against the people who do or die for the presidency. I believe that as Kenyans, we need to appreciate our heroes and dance, celebrate them while they are still alive, and not write placards and celebrate them on their graves. It is important that we all understand our situation and begin to respond to it appropriately, other than being narrow-minded and following an interpretation that is not based on valid historical facts. Tujitahidi tafadhali. And remember, we are no longer competing between Azimio and UDA. We are here to hold Kenya Kwanza to account, to deliver for us pesa mfukoni, to deliver for us unga 70 bob, to deliver for us everything they said. Now they are running away. They are becoming intellectuals. They are beginning to set fund for police, fund for judiciary, fund. Tuanze na hapo chini ndio tupande hapa juu. Sio ndio ilikuwanga slogan? Sio tuanze hapo juu ndio turudi hapa chini. Tunaanza hapa chini kwa mtu wa mama mboga, kwa mtu wa mkokoteni, alafu ndio tupande hapo juu. So kwa polisi ni juu, kwa judiciary ni juu, kwa fertilizer production ni juu. Tunataka bottom up, not up bottom. Wasituchezee. Na inaonekana wametuma hapa wa bloggers wao to run a different narrative of trying to blame Raila for what they have done. You mess, then you turn up and come up with a narrative to twist it so that it looks like what you did is right. That is evil. That's wrong. And God is not in supporting that. God was not in Bomas fighting for anybody. The kind of illegalities and the mess that took place at Bomas and at the Supreme Court, God was not in it. And if God was in it, he must be unjust. And I don't think my God is unjust, not the God of the Bible. All right, let's move on. Can we now listen to Wanolara? Habari leo?
Asante sana, asante sana. Nizima hivi nilikuwa naangalia mazishi ya Queen for the past 2 weeks. Anyway, asante sana Bwana Bernard, lakini hii mtembei yako is really real deal. Alafu pole kwa sijui ulikuwa mgonjwa siku 3 siku 4. We had some rogue panelists here. They propel a lot of yellow stuff here. And hiyo ni kitu you can discuss as a board, lakini those guys did a very bad job on this channel. Now, because you are here, let me, and the bloggers are here, I want to understand that anyone you bring back here to talk about what you are doing should be the same. Nobody should run this channel contrary to what we are doing here. Nakama, you have associates, maybe you need to have your own Mutembei, your own Bernard Mutembei, the one we know, the one we have been supporting. This is a complaint I got from the 3 days of observing what was going on while you are away, while Bernard was away. We allowed a lot of stuff to go around. But anyway, that was not my contribution. That's just something for you to take on. I think you've seen the complaint on the comment center, how we are gagged, how we are not supposed to talk, how we used to talk. How we used to talk is, Bernard, last minute here, you took around 7 minutes to speak, to do a commentary. But that commentary is only meant to mean baptism of fire. Sasa, baptism of fire is what now Regavi and my good friend Ruto, our president, should go through. Baptism of fire means you say something, you mean something, it means something. Na sisi hapa hatuongei kwa sababu tunataka kuongea. I'm not bitter or Ruto is president because I personally was not against him, but I was personally for Kenyans. If Ruto is going to pass the baptism of fire, then that should be. We are not here to let him have a flory presidency. No. We demand. We have demands. He fought against our demands. So now, we hold him accountable for demands that we have, including the ones he promised us. Because he did not promise only yellow. No, if we divide this country yellow and blue, in fact, the blue are the majority. We have more governors, we have that. Sasa, hiyo sethouse yake ambayo ametani to a wheelbarrow situation with a policy, kwanza kuna the worst one, the second day, ameenda akaingilia a conflict which is almost 80 years old, hiyo sub-Sahara. Then he struck a pain, okay, I read a letter from a king. That king is right. I'm now the Kenya stance on that sub-Sahara republic is null and void. We didn't vote you to fight. No, this thing was a stance of you. Kenyatta at the past, Moi, even though Kenyatta the second, even Kibaki, nobody even struck that. Not because of your policy about fertilizer, because I think he was promised, okay, we'll subsidize your fertilizer for 6 months. How can you change the policy of a country? No, because Kenya and Kenyatta, in fact, their names are called in the same page of Kwame Nkrumah, nani na nani, huyu mwenzetu Mwalimu Nyerere. No, we are a country who led the liberation of Africa. Halafu sasa wewe and all those leaders had sub-Sahara as a country, but there's a country which occupies another country which used to be a country. You see that, lakini this how I'm just explaining that so that you understand the baptism of fire. Okay, coming to subsidies. Subsidies, I think doing away with subsidies is the right thing in the right direction because we don't know exactly how subsidies work. But according to the leaks, according to the what President Ruto knew, what I'm afraid of is not subsidies. I'm just afraid of changing the benefactors of the subsidies. You have to all understand that. Changing or exchanging the benefactors of the subsidies. Subsidies is good for the country. All countries in the world do subsidies. But this time around, they want to exchange the benefactors of the subsidies and then blame Uhuru for everything else. Now, what will happen is this. Eventually, subsidies will go to the new subsidizers, and then they will maintain the fuel price to that high level. How? How is this? A country which does not have a reserve. You know, every country has a maize reserve or have what do you call it? Grain reserve. In fact, if somebody attacks us, what can we do as a government? We go to a reserve, we use it to supplement our country, our people. But now this country, our reserve is subsidies. I don't understand that. Any import of oil here, and in fact, oil should be imported when the price is low. We just do a strategic study that we have to store a lot of oil. Now we store some in Mombasa, we store some in Kilifi, we store some within that vicinity, maybe some in Pale, maybe some in Kisumu, but we have to reserve crude oil which can sustain us for at least 1 year or 2 years. This is how government works. Saizi ikiwa kuna shida ya nini ya mafuta, we use a reserve to caution our people to maintain the economy to going up. What happens now is najua mmenichukia, lakini in the comments wamenichukia sana, lakini what happened is this: Kenya had never had a reserve, and SHR was empty when the president left. Na hiyo sio makosa ya Uhuru peke yake, ni makosa ya huyo president pia mwenyewe. He sabotaged that government to the extent that the government concentrated on him rather than the country. Na hiyo hii nchi yetu hiyo lazima tupiganie. Mtembei na Bernard, lazima watu waongee, na Kenya lazima isaidike. Na itasaidika vipi? Itasaidika tukisema ukweli. Ukweli ya kwamba nini? Una siasa utapeli. Watu haku, this time nobody vote tribally, but we are stolen. The vote was stolen to give somebody a presidency. And Mr. Uhuru, retire in peace, and that R can be also rest in peace. The way we let this country down is unimaginable, because if it's true that SHK is empty, this country, somebody fucked this country very long time. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante Bwana Olara, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na Wakenya wote tunawashukuru kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV na kushare yale unayofikiria na unayoona kwa yale yanayofanyika katika nchi yetu chini ya uongozi wa rais mpya Dr. William Ruto. Alisema anaanzia pale chini, lakini tunaona amebadili mwendo, sasa anaanzia pale juu. Sasa sijui vipi, na kama style ni hiyo, tutapona ama tutaendelea kwa mkondo huo. Naomba turudi kwa Benson, if you're still there, Benson.
Okay. Thanks, Bernard, once again. Let me make some few comments. One is, and I feel Francis and someone who was there before Francis in terms of alienating a community or a community or a tribe because of their political affiliation. So I don't subscribe to that. I still believe that we have a strong foundation as a country to move forward and to safeguard for future generation. And actually, any attempt to bring everyone on board is a welcome idea. Number two, I think listening the last 1 hour is also to reflect ourselves in terms of how do we want to move forward in terms of discussions here. And sometimes we go off the topics of the day, and we degenerate to tribal and shouting to each other. So I will also welcome Bernard and your team to strongly rule over us when we degenerate to other things. We need to we need to intellectualize our discussion. The campaign is over. You know, campaign is where we were allowed to deal with propaganda and and everything that you think about. But I think we are beyond campaign now. It's time to intellectualize our discussion. Number three is if you are to hold the government accountable, you must also allow a strong opposition within an opposition. So, Olaro, as you said, there were bad people 2 days ago. I think it's time we open up. The campaign is over. Open up for opposition here, and so that we have pro and cons. And I think that will enrich our discussions as we sit here, so that we have people who support the government, we have people who doesn't support government, so that the Mutembei that we know. Me, I have been Mutembei for like the last 1 year. I sit at the back. Just recently I started coming in. But I think it's a strong opportunity for us to have a discourse, an intellectual discourse, without necessarily getting into one-sided. And I think I will also please upon Bernard and the team who are moderating to become little moderators rather than just one-sided. So I think that would be a good moving forward. But going to what you have prayed, which I think was the agenda, the last clip that you prayed about, Baba. I keep on saying Baba is a statesman. If I was in his situation, I don't think I would leave my bed. I will always be in my bed, because how he gathers himself to come out and talk to people, and energize his teams and bring them together and to form a strong opposition is commendable. And actually, that is the Kenya we want. A strong opposition. We want to sit here and discuss around every issue that the Kenya Kwanza government is doing, and we discuss with information, and we intellectualize those things. So I say thank you to Baba. Having said that, I believe the two things that I don't agree with Baba. One is on majority. As it were, Kenya Kwanza is majority. When you look at the numbers, not even the defection, not even the pre-election, because the numbers, when you look at the numbers at Council of Governors, there are 22 UDAs, there are 23 Azimio. So, and there are two governors who are independent. So basically, the two independent governors have the call. Whichever side they go, that is the majority. When you go to Parliament, we have 159 under Kenya Kwanza and 162 under Azimio, a difference of 3 MPs. But there are 12 independents. When you look at the Constitution and even the Election Act, it says the independents can move wherever side. And once they move, that's when the majority and minority will be decided. Out of 12, 10 moved to Kenya Kwanza, 2 moved to Azimio. So that changes the numbers. Long before the movement across the counties. The same thing with Senate. I think Senate was 24-23. That was straightforward. So in terms of majority, I don't think they have the numbers in terms of majority. Without even dealing with those who are moved and they are still within the coalition. Number 2 is the issue of joining the government. And I like when he said that when you're already in parliament, you are not in opposition. You are already part of the government. You are one arm of the government, and you are doing your role. So basically, that was a very strong point. But the same Baba, 2018, 3 months down the line, in 2018, he joined the government.
So is that I would call double speak. People move to government because the resources are with the government. And when you join the government side, you definitely enjoy more resources for your people because it's about robbing, it is about strategic positioning for national cake. So I applaud Baba, having said those 2 points, but I applaud Baba for pulling the opposition together. We want a strong opposition. We want more strong Olalos. Tunataka kina Olalo tudiru na wao. Opposition mzuri, tukae pamoja, tuangaliane uso kwa uso, tujenge nchi yetu. And it can only be built through strong opposition and a strong government. Asante sana.
So, Bwana Benson, you spoke well, but you contradict yourself.
Where?
What constitutes the Kenya government? Is it not the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature? And so when you have gone to parliament, you have gone to government. So how do you now, when you are in that government, still want to get in government? So inside the legislature, there are several governments. Or what is this about joining government? Is it not a ploy just to give somebody some sense of importance where it doesn't exist, in my opinion? Every legislature should take responsibility, and their first responsibility is to check the excesses of the executive, not to pay homage to the executive and go to bed with the executive so that they can get favors. If that is what it's meant to be in government, then we should just legalize corruption, because now I have to go and pay homage to the executive so that the executive gives me favors, and then I use those favors to deceive or win over my support from wherever I come from. If we really want to function as a country, let's function according to the constitution. And if the constitution says being in parliament is being in government, okay, and the government is made of judiciary, is made of executive and legislature, then let it rest there so that we don't divide the legislature with this other so-called joining government. When there is no government to join, you're already in that government. And that's what Baba was talking about. Which other government? Second, the story, there are no more favors being dished around. Everything has been legislated over and put in the constitution, including the CDF and the other things. No more favors except doing business with government, getting contracts, and of course, the official stealing. If that is now what we are advocating for, then let it be. But kama ni story tu na kuwa kwa parliament, kwa government, being in parliament is being in government, because parliament is legislature and legislature is one arm of the government. And the other arm is executive. The other arm is judiciary. Let us not mix up people with this other Kanu arrangement of trying to make people feel bad because they don't have a president or they didn't make it to presidency.
Bernard, I also have a supplementary question before he answers.
Okay, carry on, Wekes.
Yeah, I think he has insinuated that Baba joined government after he has said that there are three arms of government. So, Baba one, where did he join? Because if you have to join government, most of the time you have to have either a merger or a coalition agreement. Handshake was neither of that. There was not even a written document. It was just a cooperation of two parties working together to achieve a particular end. But there was no, at one point, a legal agreement between Jubilee and NASA or ODM. So that one, you cannot say that ODM joined the government. It only facilitated the government to achieve its purpose. So you can also not accuse Baba of joining. You said he contradicted himself. Today he was talking about parliamentarians. For himself, he is nowhere. He's not in the executive. He is not in the judiciary. He is not in parliament. So he was just being offering some supportive advice, maybe to the president, whenever it is required. And two, there is something else you brought out on the issue of numbers, which I think is not true. On independent, I haven't seen Ruto sign any document agreement with the independents. Maybe if it's there, you can share with us. But how the registrar of the political parties will interpret is the numbers of UDA and the numbers of Azimio as a coalition party, who is the majority. These others cannot constitute the majority.
Okay. Let me start with the last one on the majority and minority. 10 independents signed with Kenya Kwanza. Shabil and the other one, I can't remember the other one, signed with Azimio, and that is already deposited in. And it's good to follow these things. They're already deposited with the speaker. In terms of deciding majority and minority in the parliament, you look at the pre-election agreement and post-election agreement. An independent candidate is not bound by any of the pre-election. So basically, you look at the numbers after post-election agreement. I can give you an example. In Senate, we have the guy from Busia, Okio Mtata, who never signed with any of these people. So basically, and he have said he's not going to sign. He didn't sign pre. He's not going to sign post. So that guy will remain there. So basically, when the speaker will be deciding who is majority, because it is next week, he will look at the agreement and by the electoral law which was passed, and that's how the numbers will be decided. That's how Azimio loses the majority in parliament because of the 10. Forget about the UDM and others; those ones are not important at this point. But the speakers will be deciding at that level, and that is law, that is constitution. The independent candidates are the one who are the deal breakers. In terms of 2018, the 12th Parliament, we saw Gladys Wanga being the chair of a parliamentary committee, which is a reserve of the majority. So I think we just need to remind ourselves the things that happened between 2018 and 2022. Beyond Baba as a person, look at the parliament when NASA signed the handshake. It was not signed, but when they joined, the parliament changed its composition to accommodate those people. And when you talk about leadership in parliament, you're talking about committees. You're talking about house leadership. We saw Kanu taking over Senate, majority in Senate. So basically, these are live things that happened in that time. The other thing, in the country where we live, only 15% of the monies are devolved. So it means the other amount, 85%, are decided by the executive. So friends of executive,
Friends of Executive. And the same handshake was also about Friends of Executive. Friends of Executive enjoys a better years of the sitting president. So basically, an MP from say Korea or from wherever joining the government is because they will have an ear and an eye of the sitting president. And it doesn't happen in Kenya, it happens across, including here in US, wherever. It happens like that. People joins a government so that their people can enjoy. Yeah. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Benson, for that. But I still take it debatable because the dynamics of the Jubilee government and the dynamics of the Kenya Kwanza government are very different. Secondly, the coalition parties of Azimio is different from Kenya Kwanza. The Azimio is taken as a single party, and every other party with their parliamentarians are taken as Azimio members of parliament under that particular umbrella. Different from Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is just an agreement of gentleman's agreement. It's not even wherever protected by law, unlike Kenya Kwanza. So the registrar of political parties will have to put that in consideration when it's determining the majority. And of course, the favors from the sitting government, because it presides over the functioning of or distribution of resources across the country. Those people want their side of bread to be buttered. They will, of course, gravitate towards that. But that doesn't necessarily make you a majority. It just make you majority on paper, make you majority in appearance. But now ikifika kwa ground, okay, who is the majority? I'm saying this because of long range, whereby we have the politics of buying leaders and failing to build a political base within the country that you have a huge following that is legit. So you keep buying support every time there is elections, and so that it hinders the development of our politics, because we don't have a persuaded people that follow you. You always buy them, and if you can't buy the people, you will buy the people they will bring to parliament. And so we are kind of destroying our democracy in the pretext that we want to be pro-government or against government. Where exactly is our democracy evolving and developing into by our personal investments in ensuring that I have a political base and this political base believes in me, not if I pay them, they will be with me. If I don't pay them, they will walk away. For how long are we going to buy and sell in determining our country's leadership? I don't think even the old politicians did that.
And Bernard, in addition to that, I think the president is doing selective implementation of what he believes in. He talks about he wants to make institutions independent. He has applauded himself for giving the police service direct route to get funds from the treasury through what he said. But on the other hand, he wants to keep the powers of the DCI and dictate to what he can do, at what extent he can go. He also interfering with political parties, because when you talk about institutions, it's not what you think are the institutions that needs to be independent. It's all the institutions. Raila Odinga even took time in that clip you shared, Bernard, to talk about when you say I have allocated 3 billion for every year, 3 billion to the judiciary. hiyo hesabu umetoa wapi? Because it's the judiciary to request, not you out of your own generosity and imagination think that I think this year judiciary need 3 billion so that they can do ABCD. So one, he wants to appear like he's allowing institution to be independent, but on the other hand, he's manipulating them. He wants the institution to sing his praise. They wants the institution to work under his own watch and jurisdiction, which is not the proper way of spelling independence. When we talk about independence, it has to be autonomous. When you are twisting parties to get majority in parliament, you have already infringed on the independence of the parliament. And so that's where we are seeing the mixed signals coming from this government. On one hand, they want to look like you guys will be free and you'll do whatever you want to do. If you listen to the speech of Kashakwa, he begins by talking about he wants governors to not to be interfered with, but he ends up by interfering with the work of DCI himself. So there are a lot of contradiction. I don't know how they need to sit down and assess which is the direction they want to take, whether they want to have hands off from the institutions or to manipulate all the institutions that are carrying out autonomous functions. Yeah.
Wekesa, Bernard, you allow me to just rejoin. Wekesa, and that's where I talk about getting it right in this discourse. The judiciary fund, it's not the recurrent for judiciary. We allocate 17 billion to the judiciary every year. Beyond the recurrent for judiciary, the Constitution talked about a judiciary fund, which is a fund, it is like an equalization fund. You know, Turkana gets its yearly allocation, but on top of that, they get their equalization fund. This is the same principle that was supposed to be used for judiciary fund. So when they say they are allocating 3 billion, it is not based on the recurrent.
So the question was, who determines that utilization fund? Is it the parliament or executive?
I don't have the figures, but the Constitution itself decides a certain percentage. The way the Constitution decides the equalization fund by percentage, it is the same thing that the Constitution talks about the judiciary fund. This is nothing new. What Ruto was saying is that we have not actualized the judiciary fund, which was allocated in the Constitution, and there is a percentage that have been put there. So there's nothing new. So let's go from a point of knowledge. Bernard, you talked about the majority and minority and how it is decided. Again, in terms of process, the majority and minority are determined by the speakers of the both houses. It have nothing to do with the political, with the secretary to political, whatever it's called, this office of the
registrar of political parties is involved.
Yes,
is the one to determine how the party whatever political party fund is distributed. It's not the speaker.
No, not political party fund.
The speaker must be guided by the registrar of political parties.
Bernard, I'm talking about the minority and majority, not about the fund. The majority and the minority are decided by the Speaker of the Parliament process. What the Speaker will do, he will get the agreements from the registrar of political parties, all the agreement, and decide from the agreement
which is a minority, which is a majority. And that decision will also be based on pre and post. That is a process.
Thank you. You've just said exactly what I was saying. The registrar of political parties must be involved. It's not the speakers. It's not an exclusive decision of the speakers. And if you signed differently at the registrar of political party, and then you are dancing a wrong, different music in the parliament, your dance in the parliament will not affect the numbers that are with the registrar of political parties. Aisha Juma served all her full term singing and dancing tanga tanga, but she remained at the registrar of political parties as an ODM member. She continued serving as an ODM member and got all the benefits as an ODM member.
The point here is those are pre-election. You sign, you go to election with a certain political arrangement. The people we are talking about here, who are the deal breakers? They are the independent candidates. Those are the deal breakers. As it were now in parliament, Azimio has 162. Kenya Kwanza have 159. Who is going to break the deal? It is the independent candidate. Who is going to get more independent candidates? So, and that's where I'm saying Azimio signed 2 independent candidates. Kenya Kwanza signed 10 independent candidates. That's how majority have been decided.
Okay. Thank you everyone. Wanasema we move to the next topic. Watu wanachoka na hii maneno. But all in all, asante wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika Mtumbei TV. Hii ni open forum. Tunawakaribisha wale ambao mngependa kuchangia masuala yanayoendelea. Kumbuka President William Ruto anasema anataka nidhamu ya mezani kwa wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza. Chakula Kenya Kwanza lazima ujue kunawa mikono, lazima ujue kushika fork na nini ingine, inaitwa kijiko, kisu, na usitoboe macho ya jirani. So haya maandalizi ya kula ni kukula tu ama ni kukula Kenya? Unajua wanaitwa Kenya kuisha na watu wa Azimio. So ni swala ambalo tungependa kuliangazia. Alafu masuala ya subsidy, anasema hata peana subsidy kwa vyakula ama vitu ambavyo vinatumika moja kwa moja. Anataka kupeana subsidy kwa vitu ambavyo vitatumika kutoa mazalisho. Okay. Sasa tunauliza, hiyo ndio bottom up? Kwa sababu bottom up ilikuwa kuanzia kwa mtu wa chini ndio apande juu. Sasa kipeana kwa wale wakubwa wanatoa fertilizer, hao ndio watu wa chini? Hilo ndio swala ambalo ningependa tuliangazie, ama ni kuhadaa wa Kenya. Mr. Kamau drives the bus. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm fine, Bana Bernard. I'm happy to be here again another day, and I'm happy that you are deliberating on the political parties bill. You know, the political parties bill was just invented in the last parliament, and that reason why Mr. Mbudia is not able to elaborate is because he doesn't understand what it entails. It entails that if you're in Azimio, you are in Azimio until there is an official divorce paper that is from the register and agreement that I don't need to be in Azimio, I need to be in Kenya Kwanza. Therefore, as things stand, Azimio has a majority, and they should produce the majority the majority party. Therefore, we expect that to happen. And if anybody goes against that agreement, then he needs to resign. He needs to resign so that at the end of the day, we have a new election in his constituency. But having said that, that is not so much important. The most important thing is this language, English. I think English is becoming difficult, Bernard. That somebody says subsidies for production, not for consumption. Then I'm asking, this production of fertilizer, do you get fertilizer and then everything is produced then? Do you need water in production? Do you need mbegu, seeds in production? Do you need a lorry to transport the seed and the fertilizer in production? You know, this is a disaster in the making. I've never seen, and I can't wait, because I really can't wait to see the fall of this government. Is a disaster in the making. I'm sorry to use that word, but it's a disaster in the making, where the president, instead of looking at the priority, is talking about etiquette. I mean, what happened to Kenya? Who bewitched us? Because it is interesting. It is very interesting. Somebody is talking about fuel as it is not. It's a consumption. Those PSVs that are taking people from one place to another to build the economy, build the farmers. Those the fuel that is being used by the tractors, and the people who are being used to make the roads. Is this production or is it consumption? I think there's a problem of an English word, and that is why the reason I'm saying I think this Kenya Kwanza is really Kenya Kwisha. It's about to destroy this country right, left, and center. It is important to note that their priority is wrong, because even as we speak, not every place, they are saying that they are giving fertilizer, not every place is raining, so fertilizer will not be really of help. And in any case, hiyo subsidy ambayo wanasema wamesave of 14 billion shillings, sijui 20 billion, where is it going to? Ama ni ukweli ndio inatengeneza office of a prime minister? Ama ndio ukweli ndio inapewa watu wanaitwa judges na polisi ndio waweze kufuata njia za kufuata nyayo? We are worried as Kenyans, because it seems we are not saving anything at all. Because even the judges, where are they getting the money to be bribed? I think it is the subsidy. This subsidy imeanza, unajua kwa wale walevi wa Kenya wengi wakifanya deal iingie vizuri, wanasema wacha nijishukuru na kakinywaji kidogo. Hii pesa ya subsidy, I'm sure Kenya Kwanza ni ya kujishukuru kwa sababu ya good campaign na uongo mingi. So therefore, where I sit, I think we are waiting for a disaster. This is a chaotic government. I don't think they have mastered anything. I don't think they are even aware they are in power, because some of them are still playing politics of campaign. They are still blaming Uhuru, handshake. They are blaming BBI. Others are still blaming Reggae, and they are in power. What we need to see, it is not excuses that we were here, the empty coffers, and we want to see lowering of the items that they promised. Because me, until I get unga of 70 bob, then I'll say these are liars, despite the fact they are spiritual. Despite the fact this government is God ordained, and therefore we are worried as a majority of Kenyans that we are not going on the right direction. That a whole meeting we can talk about etiquette, how to hold spoons, how to hold knives. I mean, what happened to Kenya? What happened to Kenya? That a whole president of a republic is talking about spoons, where people are suffering with food, where people are suffering. Even right now, the hunger situation in Mandera and Turkana is getting out of hand. But somebody is talking about spoons and forks and food. And therefore, it is a pity. It's a pity as a country. And that is why we are saying Baba should reorganize us as the Azimio people. We need to have what we call civil disobedience, ya kurusha mawe lakini, but we need to do some things that will make sure these people feel that we are there. Particularly, there are things we can do. For example, we can deregister ourselves from the IBC register. We can stop paying taxes until we are sure they are serving us better. We can do something to make sure that we send a message, because we are a majority. We are the majority. We know what happened in this election. It's only that the Kenya Kwanza group led by the president, they had planned even to the exit plan. They had an exit plan. They knew what they needed. They needed not the vote so much as to own the people who count the votes. We know that. We are not strangers in this country. And therefore, Bernard, it is a pity that we have reached where we are today. And I'll tell you, I'm not a prophet, but this country, I don't think this government will survive the next 2 years. It will have messed everything. Because I'm asking myself, you unahongana na pesa ambayo ni taxpayers pesa. Na ikiisha, because hata moja ilifika mahali ikakwisha, what happens? What happens? Kwa hawa machache Bernard, tunaomba Mungu, because this country is actually in the wrong hands. It's in wrong hands. It is in wrong hands. And I repeat that. It is in wrong hands. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Kamau, we appreciate that. Wekesa, I want to give you the steering. As you will bring in siendi sahi, but there is something I'm working on. So you can chair. Hata masaa yangu zimefika. It's almost 2 a.m. So Makiadi and Julia should be around. But you respond, take charge, bring captain.
Okay, let me nani MK, umejiuliza maswali mingi, but I wanted to say that the reason why we need a spoon, knife, fork induction, sababu ni wakati wetu wa kukula. And we have to know how to eat and eat properly. So you are being prepared. A knife is always being sharpened for its function. So if somebody tells you that if you go to a meeting and someone enters with a beshen ya kunawa mikono, just know chakula inakuja. So that is psychologically, he was preparing the new guys. Ni wakati wenu wa kukula mjipange. So know how to use a spoon because you will.
It is said in our village. Olinda mno chalida lisi. Wait for the word of mouth from the kitchen. Don't see smoke from the kitchen and begin to prepare to eat.
So this was a word of mouth, which is very right. Not just gestures. You don't see a spoon somewhere and you think food is coming. You wait for the person who is preparing. It says that mwanze kunawa sasa. Sasa amewaambia, I expect everybody to have their appetites high. Na wakianza kutumia hiyo visu na fork, asianze kucomplain ati mnakula sana. You have been inducted. Kashako also said he's going to go to gym because he has to create space. Okay, Captain, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you guys?
You are celebrating from which part of the world? I am seeing your background is not in Africa.
No, I'm just going home. I'm from work. I'm going home.
Okay.
I didn't take the car for the job because I was late somewhere. Okay. I heard Mr. K. I think even the last person who was speaking before you, and Bernard, talking about the political parties bill that you can serve in the same party as long as you have crossed to the other side until you finish your term. That is, he gave an example, or Bernard gave an example of Aisha Jumwa. So this political parties bill came just like a few months ago. So my question is this: if now maybe I'm from Asimio and I'll be supporting the other side, KK, will I be forced by my party Asimio to resign and go for an election? Will my people go for an election because I've crossed to Kenya Kwanza? That is my question. Is the person around? Or Bernard, I think you can handle that.
Just take it again, sorry.
That is my question. Is this maybe for me now? I'm from Azimio, and I have decided to cross over to Kenya Kwanza, and you are talking of maybe writing to the political register of parties, that now I'm crossing to Kenya Kwanza. Will I be forced to go for electorates again to seek for votes in the said party that I've moved on?
Yes and no. Okay.
Again.
Yes, in the Ngoja. Yes, in the sense that if you move right now, according to the political party bill, you are in Azimio. You cannot leave Azimio 6 months to election, and you cannot leave until after 3 months after election. So if you shift, you remain bound until after 3 months. But after 3 months, you can make an application to the registrar of political parties, and then you will begin the process of you now changing your affiliation from Azimio to Kenya Kwanza. But legally, according to the Azimio calendar and what was deposited at the registrar of political party and is binding by law, 6 months to election, no moving. 3 months after election, no moving. After that, the window for moving is opened. So if you live now and you want to be associated and identified by Kenya Kwanza in your capacity as a Kenya Kwanza member of parliament, then you need to go for a re-election.
Okay, then what what is the definition of independent members of parliament when it comes to minority and majority decision by the speaker? What does it say?
Because I think you can take that. That was also a confusion being created by Mbudia.
Because for me, there is something I didn't understand there. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, Mbudia has created a perception for us to believe that the independents are roped into coalitions and have signed agreements, which I'm not privy to. But for the purpose of the Constitution, I think independent when the members of parliament remain independent, they can decide. It's only on matters of parliament they can decide to side with whichever side they feel it is right. But you don't drop them into a coalition and make them permanently. They lose independence. You don't drop them into a coalition and make them permanently in Kenya Kwanza or permanently in Azimio. That in itself makes them not independent. So my understanding is that they can choose to side with whichever, whether they want to be to vote with the government side or vote with the opposition on matters arising in parliament. That is what it should be. So unless there is a confusion in the bill that was signed at the last minute, most of us have not interrogated it and known where does it exactly place such a nini. But for me, I thought Mbudia was taking us to a wrong side. He was just confusing us, and I want to take the alleged definition of an independent MP, who he is, and their role in parliament.
I think the majority and the minority is not decided at the speaker or at parliament. It's decided at the ballot. These other political maneuvers of trying to buy people post-election, wherever, I don't think will affect who is the majority and who is the minority. As at now, based on especially on the migration of the Azimio people, they are still with Azimio until after 3 months. This independent, they are independent, and their independence is not. It is only wherever, through whipping or whatever, lobbying. Okay, you lobby them when you have a bill and you need their support. You lobby them, they will support you. Then the other time they can oppose you. They are free, they are independent, they are hanging like a molecule within the parliament. So their political affiliation, in fact, you're supposed to resign from the political party to run as an independent. You cannot run as an independent, get in parliament as an independent, and then now go to join a coalition and then be deemed to be part of that coalition of political party. I don't think it meets the threshold of the law, unless say I'm lost.
In fact, I remember one of the lawyers, I have to remember his name. In the run-ups up to the August election, they were actually caucusing the independent candidates to go to court to seek interpretation of the law, whether they can have also a coalition as independent candidates, so that they have a say, because they were being monopolized by parties when it comes to resources and even marshalling campaigns. So that in itself, you see, they were already disadvantaged for being independent. So they cannot pull through that struggle, then they come here and then you muzzle them and you say you must be in my party or coalition. Because they were not even allowed to campaign with any of the posters or campaign materials of those parties. So they remain independent, and they have to be independent in parliament as far as bills and matters of parliament are concerned.
Okay, and then I see for my side, for according to me, the way I understand this thing, there is what we call a wrapping of the constitution. Because when it was rectified the other day, the way Bernard has explained, 3 months, 2 and 6 or 3 months after, then it was supposed to have affected independent candidates, that they should remain independent until 5 years finish in parliament. Because this person is not affiliated to any party. He should not even affect any decision in parliament. He should stay independent until the 5-year term finish, if I'm not wrong. That is what is supposed to be. Because now, the other time, President himself is claiming to give Azimio their work of being oversight to his government. Then, is there any reason for people like Kamket, the other guy from Nyanza, joining Kenya Kwanza? Me, I don't see any reason why. It is denying us our rights. We need Kenya Kwanza to be accounted, to be held accountable on everything. And we don't want this thing of people coming, they promise us goodies and they run away for 5 years. We should even have a constitution whereby anyone can go to court before these people they finish their 5 years term. Like anyone can go to court in the middle of the 5-year term, that maybe 2.5 years, I will deliver anything they promise Kenyans. Because it's not that because I'm supporting UDA or Kenya Kwanza, don't think that things are good or things that we are happy. No. There are some things that we are happy of, there are some things that we are not happy of. So sometimes I can see our constitution and maybe the political parties' acts and whatever, they are not doing the correct things to the people of Kenya. And you know, for us Kenyans, we are very good in forgetting things. That is why these people, they can do anything they want at any one time they like. You see? So if now, Bernard, I tell my kid in the house that you should learn table manners, we are hitting, then I can see that there is something wrong. For me, I'm seeing there's something wrong because it's like somebody has said, it's like I'm telling my baby it's our time to hit. So telling my baby ujifunze kushika kijiko na huma na ile kisi ya kukata labda nyama na nini, it tells a lot. It can speak a lot. Maybe the president was meaning something else, but according to some of us, we know the president what he was meaning. Yeah. I think if it is hitting, it's our time to hit, but don't tell anyone we are hitting. But the language itself can speak that you are hitting.
Yeah, I saw your brother Sudi in Air Force One. Huh?
You see, yeah. Sudi was
kumbe walimu walitudanganya wanatuambia that education is key to life. Kumbe you have to come with your own padlock like Sudi.
There is nothing even like education is key, because somebody like Sudi has had a name to be an engineer. Sudi is an engineer from nowhere. And some of us engineers now, we are denying that. We don't know Sudi as an engineer. Because even in our caucus as engineers, we have never seen him in our caucus. So anyway, guys, I just came in. Sioni hatuna maneno mingi sana. Tumulike serikali sisi wote. Na hata kama niko ndani yake, lazima imulikwe. Si ati ni it's just a normal business wakiwa pale, no. There are things need to be rectified, and it has to be looked after. That is it, Bernard. Sina neno. In case of anything, I might be cut.
Thank you, but mumetucheza mambo ya subsidy. Mumekataa kutupatia mahindi ya unga ya 70 pop sawa tu.
Bado, you know, just 5 days is not that tumekata. We still have a long way to go. We still have another 4 years and maybe 9 months or 10 months, if I'm not wrong. Itapatikana. To see other Rome haikujengwa na siku moja.
Captain, wewe wacha kutuchezea. Captain, wacha kutuchezea.
But anyway, Bernard, what I'm saying is,
unaniambia moja bana Captain. Mimi nimekupatia nyama unipelekee mke wangu. Okay? Mke wangu anakaa California. Sawa. Na wewe umeshika njia unaenda Rongai. Na unaniambia utafikisha tu nyama nisijali. Na unapasua ukienda na Mombasa Road. Hiyo nyama itafika kweli? So you may change direction, may change dimension. You are now talking fertilizer. Fertilizer itafika kwa meza saa ngapi? After 4 years.
You know, we are not even in planting season, by the way. Because during planting season, we have to complain on that. Right now, we are trying to fix 2-3 things. Bernard, mtoto hawezi zaliwa na akatembea kwa siku 4. Lazima atambaye hapa, ajaribu hapa, aanguke, afanye nini. Naona? But in reality, after some months, atakuwa anasimama na anatembea. Let's give them time. We see. It's not that Aita deliver. Maybe yeah, it will deliver. It will deliver some things. It will not deliver some others. I know that in any government. You see, but some people like engineer and some of us and others should stay away from president. Wanafuata president ya kazi gani? Waende constituency huko, wafanye kazi huko. Anyway, today ilikuwa meeting yao huko Naivasha. We don't have a blame on that.
But let me tell you, kuna kitu alitumia na hakusahau kusema. When you are in parliament, you have been given premium time. But kuna watu wamekuja parliament and hawataiongea. But kitu si kufurahia, alisema wanakaa kama watu wa kuuza potatoes. Ameanza kutusi mama potatoes na mama mboga. Wakati alikuwa anasema Raila anawadharau, sasa ni nani anawadharau?
Nakwambia.
Mnakaa kama watu wa kuuza potatoes hapa. Kwani
you know, Bernard, sometimes there is something.
No wonder you never nominated Skia. No wonder you never nominated any person, Mutu Anduthi, Mama Mboka. You only went for dynasties and people who have the money. Nyinyi ni wakora. Hakuna kitu mlikuwa mnaongea parali mmeimplement.
Hapo kwa nomination ni kubaya. hiyo sasa I can come in for you. Hata
Umeona
people
huyo
with
demu
disabilities,
umeona huyo demu wa
people with
Kericho?
disabilities
Umeona
hata
demu
Singishu sasa ndio nakwambia, people with disabilities wameappoint girlfriends, wamescrub off ule jamaa ana macho. Kuna mwingine jamaa hapo kuna crutches, ametolewa jina yake. So we don't know what's happening. It's so painful anyway. It's so painful. That is what I can say. It's my party, is my leader.
On that note, allow me to play this video before we proceed. Okay, we start with this one.
Mimi nalia, nasema mimi nalia kwa sababu mimi nalia kwa sababu sisi kama walemavu kama wakienda huko ndani hakuna, wakienda kwa assembly huko hakuna mtetezi wa walemavu, na walemavu ni wengi sana kwa Kenya wenye wanahangaika. Walemavu ni wengi sana wenye hata watembei, hawaamuki, hawafanyi chochote. Mimi naomba wa Excellency President Mr. Samoei, Our Excellency Mr. William Samoei Ruto. Jana tulikuwa na furaha sana, tulikuwa nafikiria tutasherehekea hata siku ya leo. Sasa imekuwa uchungu sana, tumekuja hapa kulilia haki yetu. Sasa mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Jevukati, hata venye mko hawa watu wa Baringo hawakufanya haki kweli. Tulikuwa na walemavu wenye walikuwa wameapply kila kitu, na kwa hiyo karatasi waliapply, hata karatasi ilikuwa imeandika mtu mlemavu na ilikuwa, lakini sasa hii wametunyanyasa. Naomba Mheshimiwa Rais, maliza hao kateli zenye ulikuwa umesema, kwa sababu kateli wanatumia pesa kutunyanyasa, na mnajua mtu mlemavu ana namna yeyote ya kwenda kotini. Kotini ni kutumia pesa mingi, na sisi walemavu hatuna pesa. Hata sasa hii uchumi uko juu, tunahangaika sana. Naomba mtusaidie kabisa, kwa sababu hatuna namna yeyote. Naomba kabisa sisi kama walemavu tusaidiwe, kwa sababu tuko na shida mingi sana kwa Kenya.
So sisi tumesikitika kwa sababu 2017 sisi hatukupewa nafasi tukiwa walemavu. They applied the same rule ile wametumia sasa hii. Watu waliingia kwa chama wakapewa opportunity, lakini dakika ya mwisho wametolewa na hawakuweza kupewa haki yao. Hii Baringo imekuwa shida kwa sababu every time wanafanya wanafanya recycling. Kuna watu wamenominatiwa mara 2 mara 3 na wanarudia. Sisi walemavu tunafungiwa nje. Sisi tunashindwa. Hii sheria ambayo iliwekwa ilikuwa si sheria ya kuchunga watu wote, ama kuna wengine ambaye wako very important compared to others. So tunataka president wetu William Ruto ambaye tunajua yeye ni mtu mwenye anasikia malilio ya watu wa chini. Sisi ni walemavu na tumenyanyaswa kwa muda mrefu. Tungeomba yeye aweze kuintervene ili waweze kusaidia BWDs wapate haki yao.
Ninaomba haki itendeke ili kwamba kila mtu aweze kufurahia matunda ya nchi yake. Because hatutafurahia Kenya kama sisi hatuko. Hata kwa hii party, hata kwa hii sasa tulikuwa tunatoka kwa abisha rais. Wakati walikuwa na abisha rais tulikuwa tuna celebrate tukipiga makofi. Lakini hatutafurahia kama tutapata unyanyasaji kama hii. Tutauliza ni nani basi atatusaidia? So ombi langu nikimalizia ni hii. If yes they love BWDs, watu wache tukue na member moja mwenye atatusaidia kwa hapa county assembly.
I wanted for all of us to know that there is something we can learn from the younger ones. But there is something also we can learn from the seniors. I want to ask the seniors who are here, let us take time and mentor the newcomers. Let us make it our responsibility. Don't monolize anybody. Don't harass the younger ones. And please be useful You know, show them how CDF works, show them how committees work. Don't assume, don't take it for granted that people know how to do stuff. Tomorrow we are also going to have a session to show you a bit of etiquette. We want to show you how to hold, you know, what to do, you know, because sometimes we get embarrassed when senior people don't even know how to hold a spoon or how to hold a fork. So tomorrow we'll take time because we want to mentor everybody. And you know, some people take things for granted. Mnanielewa? So tutapangana namna hivyo.
You know what, Bernard and Wekesa and maybe the other panelists too are here. There is a perception that you have been made to believe it is like that, when we know in reality it's not like that. There is a better language someone can use to say you can raise your debate in parliament in such and such a way. You can raise, yani unaweza toa hoja yako kwa bunge kwa njia hii ama kwa njia ile, sio kwa kutumia vijiko, kwa mfano ya vijiko ama yani kukueleza ya kwamba kuna ile njia inafaa kuonyeshwa vile unapeana hoja bungeni. Those are two different things. Even some of us are made. Listen. Some of us, they want to be made to understand that William Ruto was believing that huyo mtu alikuwa anaambiwa vile utaongea bungeni ni hivi. Sio, hakuwa anamaanisha kukula. No, tell us something else. What do you want to say, Wekesa, okay?
I wanted to say the first induction watu wanatakana kufanyiwa is how to handle public resources. They have come to public sector. And the greatest mess inakuanga when watu wakutana na hii pesa mingi, they start misappropriating. So angesema, yes, unaona, he has mentioned it in passing at hii mambo ya CDF nini. Now that should have been the greatest induction. How do they handle CDF so that it ends up being productive in their constituents? But that one is mentioned in passing and delegated to MPs to help their colleagues. But when it comes to eating, atawapatia public forum wafunzwe jinsi ya kushika spoon. Honestly, what is more important?
He's going to hire Kenya Utalii College to come and give special tuition on how to hold spoon, fork, and knife, and divide the cake.
We've been in Kenya before, Wekesa, and we've been in so many elections. Even let me say that William Ruto, or my president, let me say so. My president was the deputy president in Jubilee government. Me, I didn't see guys going for an induction for vijikos and the company. In fact, even there was no any induction for the newcomers. This time round, I see it is coming up. So anyway, let's have a better way of dealing with issues. The way we are now holding these people accountable here, I like this thing. And I will be happy if we have maybe one responsible person, immediate boss, who can take our grievances to the president when we are here. You see? I don't know if Francis Mwangi ako karibu na yuko UDA, labda apeane malilio yetu. Sijasikia akiongea. I've been here before, I've never seen him talking. We want the Kenya Kwanza government to be held accountable for everything that we're supposed to be doing. Tulipromisiwa vitu mingi, which I have been saying here before, I cannot repeat. They have phased out now the subsidy. We are giving them one like next week. We see what next, because kuna mahali tumeambiwa next week kila kitu itakuwa sawa. So we are waiting for next week. We see which Jesus will come down to bring us those good things next week. We are waiting for that. Kesa and Bernard, is there a way that we need these people like media people like Hussein Muhammad? They are supposed to be here sometime to be answering some of our things, because sisi sasa tulipiga kura kama UDA, sasa hata tukijaribu kufika pale hakuna, tunafukuzwa mbio sana. We want you people to bring them here to listen on what we are saying. This is a media platform. It's not someone's house that somebody can refuse. No?
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Now, kama ni Captain na ufikii spokesman, sasa mama mboga naye atafanywaje? Lakini tusubiri tu, umetuambia tusubiri. Mtoto ako 5 days old, hatuwezi mtegemea. Atatutegemea mpaka siku ile atakuwa mtu mzima. Tumekubali huo mzigo, lakini mlituhadaa, mlituhadaa kwamba mtatubeba. Saa hii sasa mmesema tuwabebe. Hata ile mizigo tulikuwa tumeanza kuvumilia, sasa tumekubali. We will need to carry it as it is. But I think we as the people of Kenya, we have a right to interrogate the kind of leadership that we are being offered. The issue of subsidy, in my opinion, it is buying time. But in the course of buying time, we're going to reach a point of no return. Because I promise you that in the next 2-3 weeks, the cost of unga is going to skyrocket. It will reach 500 and it will be impossible to bring it back. The reason why it was managed there so that the cartels will not take over and make it go higher. Just like you saw how the milk sprint came up. The packet of milk was 25 shillings, then it went to 35, and somebody wanted it to get to 50. Okay? Created an artificial scarcity. It reached 50, and then it has never gone back. So I smell some kind of organized system where they want this hunger to reach 300 and never be able to drop from there. And all this story of fertilizer, you have said very well, when mkulima, mimi natoka sehemu ya wakulima, saa hii ni msimu wa kuvuna mahindi, okay? Sio msimu wa kupanda. So the people who need subsidy right now are the millers. Wala wanasiaga hayo mahindi na kupackage na kuuza, ili bei ya unga ibaki chini. Subsidy ya fertilizer itahitajika when? January, February, March, planting season, ili zile mahindi zimepandwa na bei ya chini, kwa kununua mbegu ya bei ya chini, kununua mbolea ya bei ya chini, itakuwa inatoka September. All right? Then it will now affect the price. But fertilizer right now cannot affect the price of unga on the shelf. Any common sense will tell you that, because hiyo mahindi ishakula fertilizer imemaliza, ishakula weeding fee imemaliza, bei ya tractor imeuko huko ndani, bei ya maji imeuko huko ndani. There is no way the subsidy of fertilizer now will affect the price. So Dr. William Ruto is playing with our minds. He's looking for an excuse not to be asked wapi unga. And this is going to create a riot against him before he's ready to sit down. So kama akona masikio ya kusikia, asikie vizuri. Story ya unga, ODM was very strong in 2007, but unga ileta kizaza. Unakumbuka baba alienda Kamkunji Kibra, asema ODM, watu wakasema unga. ODM, unga, ndio katoka ile unga ya second class na first class. Unga is not something you play around with. Let not Dr. William Ruto play hero with this one. This one will sink him if he doesn't take his time. Let his kitchen cabinet advise him. Unga is not something to play politics with. Ajaribu hiyo mambo ingine ya chai, ya miwa, huko ata succeed. Lakini kwa unga, mimi sio nabii na sio mtoto wa nabii, lakini naonanga saa ingine. Bwana Wekesa, you can carry on. Ama Francis, una la kuongezea?
Kuna mtu alikuwa ameitisha kashoti kilipo hapa, alafu Francis yaongee.
Sawa sawa.
Alikuwa ameitisha hii ya kasha yako na chakula.
A session to show you a bit of etiquette. We want to show you how to hold, what to do, because sometimes we get embarrassed when senior people don't even know how to hold a spoon or how to hold a fork. So tomorrow we'll take time because we want to mentor everybody. And some people take things for granted. Mnanielewa?
Now, William haongeangi tu, akikwambia mnanielewa, he was targeting someone.
So kuna mtu aliharibu sherehe State House, eh?
Yes.
Mbele ya wazungu. Sasa mnaona. Kumbe hii lesson ya home science imeletwa by force.
Imeletwa na iko in the context now. You have now seen it in the context. Okay, now Francis, you can go.
So now,
hello.
Oh, maybe I was trying to in a different way.
Anyway, so yani induction inaanzia huko juu, ikienda chini, sio kwa MP, inaanzia huko juu. There's someone embarrassing the president. Kutaka kumwambia straight, akaenda kuambia MPs. So sawa, aya, Francis come in.
So one of the things,
the president, hold on Francis, one moment, sorry. The president is misbehaving, okay? Gachagua is his bosom friend. Eh? He would have, after noticing that, he would have called him aside and assigned a State House staff, okay, to work in the deputy president's home and say, your responsibility is to prepare my right-hand man on how to take care of diplomats, okay, to tie the napkin, then the left, the right, and then the slow motion to eat according to the pace of the other people. It's not something you take to political party. Just settle it at home.
Bernard, I want you to see it from these two videos and photos, and you'll understand what is going on. This is our Gachagua. Hata sio mnusu mkeka ameko mwisho. This is our Mudavadi enjoying the whole carpet. Now, this another one. The Tangatanga have been sharing this photo akisema, thank you God. But now, when you look at the situation, there's nothing to thank God because this time Uhuru had sidelined Ruto and brought Matiang'i closer. Now, if you look here, the photo they shared, Ruto is smiling with the Kinadwale and the Gachagua is standing. The same deputy problem is there. The deputy problem is still there. So, how watu wajui kuna analyze vitu. Na they were busy sharing. So, wakati tunaanza kuanalyze whatever they are sharing, wanaanza kukasirika. Okay. Now, niachie Francis sasa.
So you see, one of the dangers of a nation is not even dictators, but one of the dangers of a nation is about disinformation. Disinformation, that means giving people not the right information or feeding them with rumors or conspiracies. That is one of the dangers of a nation. And I will just go back sometime when the deputy president said he will not cooperate with opposition. He wants a strong opposition so that he will be held accountable. That is a political tickering. if people will not be careful, they will form a strong opposition the way he wants it. Then in 2027, he will accuse the same opposition of not performing. He will accuse it of not performing. So you should be very careful with that man. He just laying a ground for to blame somebody of not performing. So when he's saying he wants a strong opposition, he wants somebody to blame for the way he has been doing it. You remember even in 2013, he used to call Raila the Lord of Poverty, meaning that Raila opposes everything. So it clearly shows you that man who he is. Then on the other issue of subsidy, actually that's something subsidy on production has a lot of challenges more than benefit. One of the challenges that I find it very obvious is that there's power of willing seller, willing buyer. For example, if you supply those bags to Agrovet, somebody may even decide to buy all of them for one farm or buy an extra and keep them so that to make sure to create a shortage. So what will happen to that case? Where will people get access to? It means that therefore that some people will miss out. Not that the fertilizer is not there, but a rich man who bought all of it, then went and held it in his house. The other thing also you look at it in this scenario is, at the end of the day, fertilizer is just one of the few components in production of maize. So the question is very simple, is this way. If you cannot address the other issues such as drought, seedling, cannot address the issue to do with pest. You remember some time back we had something to do with locusts. If you cannot address all that issue, this fertilizer is just something to trick people to believe that this man is doing something, but whereas in reality, there's nothing being taken there. So actually what I'm seeing with William Ruto is trying as much as possible to portray to the people that he's working, but in reality, there's nothing he's doing. You know, the moment you tell the village people you have brought fertilizer, they think fertilizer is everything. So they'll go on clapping and thinking that you have been a lot of work. So people should be very careful. And that's why I told individuals at the start of this debate for a few days ago, you should be very careful with what William Ruto says. Because that man can speak A, deliver D, and the outcome will become C. Very different things from what he says, from what he does, and from what he delivers. So that on issue of subsidy, to me, I don't think it will be able to work out, because if I can recall a case study of Zimbabwe, that was 2008, before it was placed on trade embargoes by United States of America. There were those who were called settlers in Zimbabwe who owned very large lands. So these people are cultivating and feeding the Zimbabweans or the Rhodesians. So the settlers were cultivating the land. Mugabe came up with a populist kind of statement that we want the African land back. So he went ahead, repossessed it, and thrown them away. So what happened is, the small scale people who allocated that land, they could not be able to produce the output that the settlers were producing. So what led to it is that there were not enough food in the country to be consumed. So that one led to shortage of food. The other thing, there was trade embargo. That means you could have little access maybe to dollar, little access to some inputs that were maybe, and also some individual who could not transact for government in participation for such kind of operation. For this case, for our government, what it's trying to do is adapting the same thing, but now it's not chasing anybody. What it's doing is they are trying to cut off those people who they think that they are benefited to go to the small scale farmers, who majority of them, they use very local tools. Mtu anatumia kajembe, mwingine maybe hata anaotesha eka mbili, eka moja, eka tatu, hata alimi akiotesha inakauka, ama sengine hata nyasi inachukua. So production will be very low. The other thing also, you also look at it in this manner, it is even with that subsidy, after production, there are a lot of activity that takes in between there. There's transportation, there's storage, there is also what you call, time utility. Some people store it until the time that they feel that now they can fetch the highest price in the market. So those all are all factors. Then we look at how will government be able to manage maybe the 5 million small-scale farmers in this country. How will they be able to reach to every one of that? I think that one is a miscalculation on based on maybe something to do with bottom up, because he wants to appear that he's taking care of the poor, of the people at the down there, but in reality, I don't see any way it's gonna work. It will just flop up. It's just a matter of time before we reach at the tipping point. Once you reach at the tipping point, you shall not be having any comeback. So the other thing also, I noted with very concern, it may not be the part of this debate, but I also noted with very great concern, is the relaxation of withdrawal of more than 1 million. That one, I saw it and I just cried because I felt it is not the right thing. When you allow 1 million to be withdrawn, that is like more like facilitating crime. The DCI has been arresting people for trying to withdraw a large amount of money. Then ultimately you come to realize that the money was the proceeds of crime. Look, even something that we call the velocity of money, the way money exchange hands. Assuming that you allow 1 million, we allow 5,000 people to withdraw 1 million. That is 5 billion. Do you think that Kenyan economy can hold 5 billion in one day? Could this drive to what we call the demand push inflation because of so much currency in circulation? So those are things that this man needs to be advised by people who are well sorted with the economy, because I'm seeing at a situation that if this country is not controlled, we may get at a point that inflation will never come back. The other thing also I saw in the comment section, the people are talking about the majority member of parliament, the minority. The majority member of parliament is Azimio. Azimio is a political party. That's why in the ballot paper it was Azimio and not ODM. It has 167. The other one is UDA, which has 80 members. It is not even 100, it's 80 members. So for majority, if the law is followed, then it will be Azimio. Then the other issue you need to know about independent is most of majority of independents, they are not affiliated to any political party. For example, in United States of America, we have one from Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who is not affiliated to any political party. That one will take on debates or issues that are affecting the parliament, but does not decide on any side to do with either speaker, minority, or chief whip. Just to close to, in summary, what I was looking and I was thinking in detail, if it's possible, let's give William Ruto space. Let's give him time. And the other thing we should also be careful is, let us not give him any foundation to blame us for his failure. Let's allow that man to work freely, because he's ultimately going not only to fail, but terribly. So let's ensure that we don't give him any ground to blame anybody. Because right now, the way he's in opposition, he will come back and say, I never worked because these people are criticizing me. Let's give him time, let's give him everything, so that when he fails, you'll have nobody to attack or to blame for his messes that will be created on his or her own. So actually, the opposition, people who should play opposition are Kenyans, not those leaders who are likely to stand for 2027. They are we Kenyans, because I am not looking for any political seats. So the moment I become a critic of government, there's nobody who will lead a disinformation against me. But the moment that the person who is likely to stand 2027 leads that opposition, he may be blackmailed and being called that this person is maybe Lord of Poverty, anti-development, a lot of things. So let Kalonzo and the rest of them stay out of the way, and let we Kenyans, civil society, even the church that has been intoxicated with the UDA thing, nowadays church is like an extension of UDA. It is not the church that I remember of the Kibudha Kibwana, LCCK, that could lead multipartyism campaign. It is not the church of this priest called Muge. Church has lost its ways totally. Actually, now it looks like State House is a small Vatican. It's a small Vatican. I don't know even where Muslim will go.
But Francis, you're opening too many things. Let's go slow. Let's go slow. I interrupted you to bring in this. Dr. William Ruto doesn't need to be given somebody to blame. If that person is not availed, he will create one. So avoiding to be the reason why he will blame, his style of politics is that he must always have somebody to blame or something to blame. He has blamed the handshake all through. He has blamed the Jubilee government. When he's part of it, he was in the Jubilee government until the last minute, the last vote, the last stroke that finished Jubilee. Yet he was blaming the same. So a person who is given to blaming, even if you take him to heaven, he will blame heaven for being too clean and angels wearing white and singing throughout. They go for a break. He will always find somebody to blame. So let's not give him, allow him to play us into where he wants us to be. We should be free and do our part in ensuring that what is right is done. Our leaders need to lead from the front, not from the back. The moment they take the back seat, they'll be forgotten. Why? The politics of one Dr. William Ruto is replace you. There is something we do in theological schools called replacement theology, okay? Where they say that where there is Israel, you remove and put church. Now, that's a bad way of analyzing scripture. Don't try it. So the moment Kalonzo takes the back seat, he will be replaced by Mutua Pap and he will be forgotten. So in politics, you have to keep yourself alive. And if they want to bury you, you kick the barrier, the basket, you say, I'm still alive, in order to continue going. So our leaders should not take the back seat. They should lead by the front. Let there be reason for him to be kept on toes. He is a fighter, yes. We must keep him fighting, and including fighting his own shadows. Let him get scared that somebody planning to overthrow his government, or the parliament is becoming too strong, the judiciary is becoming too decisive. When he gets many issues on his table, it's when he will begin to think straight and he will ask for help. But if you let him do whatever he wants, anytime he wants, atawaweka wote mfukoni. Come 2027, there will be nobody to stand his way.
But also, I think also they say that hardship can teach Kenyans to think upright, so that they will not be misled in the next 5 years.
The hardship of Kenyans is inevitable right now. No subsidy on petrol. Everything that is made by petrol, transported by petrol, is going to hike, whether you pray against it or pray for it. The hardship of Kenya has already started. It's no longer coming. And it's going to increase continuously. Because until subsidy is put on the fertilizer, then the subsidy is put on the seed, then the seed is put in the ground, then water is poured on it, then it germinates, then it grows, then it flowers, then it produces the maize. By that time, Kenyans will be on their knees. So the hardship of Kenyans has already been packaged, released, and the HDL has delivered it. So it's nothing to discuss anymore. If that is the direction is taking, hey, kubali tu, hii mambo imeisha. Alex, you had your hand up, and I was responding to Francis ili mimi ningatuke. Niache nyinyi kuendelea vile mmekuja.
I want to respond to Francis quickly. Francis,
go ahead.
You know, Francis, you have said something that has really shocked me. That the one independent senator from Vermont is not affiliated to any party. Yet he ran for presidency on a Democratic Party. Why do you lie us? Why do you lie to us? He ran on presidential candidate on Democratic Party. He sits in many committees in the Senate. So the issue of independence, because we are still a young democracy, that's why it's a little bit tricky for us. But if we have a hybrid constitution that we borrowed from the US, an independent can associate himself with the party he wants after consultation with his constituents. If I have an independent member of parliament, he can come to us, consult, Then he says he's going to affiliate himself with a certain party in parliament, and if that party agrees, he will sign a memorandum that when they are voting issues of parties, then they will count him as one of them. Like Sani Bandas, he always votes on all issues with the Democrats. He has never voted with Republicans. If that's the kind of constitution we have, but we still have a very young democracy that we don't know how to deal, because we've never had so many independents the way we have. So the issue of you saying that Sani Bandas does not associate himself with anybody, and yet he ran on presidency using Democratic Party, that was wrong. Thank you.
Francis, right of reply.
So, you know, one of the things is that I remember very well when they were together with Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, and so many of them that they were running on Democrat Party. But that man is just affiliated to it, because I remember, if you can recall very well, during when he was the first person, actually he's the person who is only supporting Biden cancellation of student loan. Actually, the person who came with that idea to cancel the college student loan. But some of Democrats and all Republicans are against it. So it doesn't mean that that man has to move with whatever the Democrat says or whatever the Republican says, but he moves to what he stands for it. And that should it be there that is aligned with the Democrat Party, then that is why you see him being aligned more to that side, because he believes more on liberal than on conservatism. So if you believe more in liberal, you are likely to associate yourself with Democrats. If you believe in conservatism, therefore you are likely to associate yourself with Republican. So that one is about more of ideology. That's why you find him being more associated with Democrats.
Okay, so thank you, Francis. Thank you, Alex, and we appreciate all that you are bringing into our discussion. But we trust that our parliamentarians will go to parliament and do what they are required to do. Our parliamentarians going to parliament and become guns for hire is something that we have to fight tooth and nail for it to stop. Any person claiming majority because he's able to buy, that needs to be condemned. That needs to be condemned in the highest order possible. You cannot be in charge of a democracy and you are depriving the same democracy because you have purchasing power. No. If you didn't get it at the ballot, stay without it. Fight within that space. And that's why I appreciate the former governor of, is it like Kipio Nyandarua? He won the previous election as an independent, and he was able to navigate full term, having not one MCA, not having is able to negotiate and lobby with Jubilee and worked full term, and he performed better than most governors. So we shouldn't look at somebody belonging to a different political party as an enemy. It is his political right. It is constitutionally covered for. You have no business trying to buy somebody from a political party to make your political party fat. Go to the people, sell your political party, build your political muscle by getting more people to believe in your ideology, not to use purchase power to destroy our democracy. I believe that serves the point. Now, I want to nitimia nani? Nitimia Duke kwanza, alafu Eli, alafu Nyumba. Alex, unajua nilikuwa natafuta chairman, lakini sasa chairman ameruka 47. Acha nitafute walimu wenu wa usiku, wakifika nitangatuka, lakini in the meantime tutaendelea. Let's hear from Duke and then Eli. Duke, take it.
Good evening, good morning. I want to
Good
start
morning.
on I want to start on subsidies and then I will tackle other issues. First of all, subsidies are good, but when they are directed to the right sectors. For instance, sectors where we attract investors. That's, we can talk about consumption, production subsidies. For instance, we can encourage companies to set up manufacturing industries, which creates employment opportunities. So in areas where wealth is created, employment is created, and there is an increase in GDP. So that way is how our country can move forward. But trying to give a subsidy so that you are trying to assist citizens to just buy a small product of carbohydrates. That's not right. Remember, we don't depend on unga alone. Cooking entails cooking oil, gas, and we have a lot of products, fruits, proteins. Unga is just carbohydrates. So trying to focus on unga, that's like having priorities, upside down priorities. Also, subsidies.
But Duke, before you drop that, from your geography, what is the main meal for Kenyans, majority of Kenyans?
It is true, it's starch, but from scientific and context.
No, just answer the straightforward question. If we have 50 million Kenyans and the majority of them are consuming unga, okay, and there is no subsidy on unga, who is going to suffer most very fast? Is it the investor who is about to come, or the person who is consuming unga even after this show?
But the question is, do individuals just consume unga as food? Is food unga? Does it entail a balanced diet?
The same government.
Kusimamia serikali inamaanisha kusimamia majukumu yanayogusia maisha ya kila Mkenya. That means
that's okay.
You can be thinking you, okay, and the person you live with in that house. You are allowed to do that because your economy is limited to that space. But right now, Dr. William Samoei Ruto cannot be allowed to think about him and Rachel and the few children they have. He has to think for the entirety of the country, 50 million mouths, okay? Okay. All of them will be going to supermarket. When they get to the supermarket, kila mmoja hata kichukua kilo moja ya unga, it will be 1 kg times what? 50 million. So we are talking about 50 million kgs of unga. Is it available? All the same.
Okay, let me proceed. Actually, it is true that people don't consume just unga. Also, if you consider individuals who were given subsidies, it's actually what you talk about, packaged unga. But if you go to rural areas, like in my area, people buy gorogoro, so they are not beneficiaries at all. So people at urban areas who their economy is well off are the one who benefited in some way. Also, only like 7 millers were given that subsidies. So there was an individual who was having a small farm, a small production company of unga in Kakamega, and that person was not recognized. So what does that mean? It means that this subsidy was trying to close some small businesses and actually to benefit the big corporations like those Soko, Pembe, and all those 7 millers were at State House with the president. So you can imagine how many companies, small companies which are producing unga, which cannot even come to Nairobi. You see now, that's what we're talking about. So you find, and as per the reports, only 30% of the subsidies was paid to mirrors. Like 70% was pocketed by individuals. So it was a scheme to root the government, to take the government money. It's like a corruption scandal from my perspective. But it's not good to give consumer subsidies in a country where we are struggling with unemployment, we are struggling with basic items like infrastructure, like healthcare, good education. So even if maybe you reduce the price of unga and the price of cooking gas is 10 times. So you see, so reducing, assisting Kenyans to just one product, that is actually like trying to narrow the perspective of running a nation. So I think subsidies also, the subsidies on unga were trying to hide the economic situation we have in Kenya. Remember, they were just given like just 1 month of the outgoing government. So Uhuru Kenyatta cannot try to pretend that the economy is good for 5 years. So first of all, we have to unveil the reality of the economy. Then from that, we can start sorting the economy. Then I want to talk about the two coalitions are trying to claim that they are the majority in the National Assembly, so that they are the one who are entitled to the majority leader. And I want to address that using the Constitution and the standing orders of the National Assembly. Actually, Article 108 of the Constitution is the one which says that there shall be a minority leader and a majority leader in Parliament. And the majority leader who is the person who will represent a party or a coalition which has the majority in Parliament, in the National Assembly. And when you come to the standing orders, the National Assembly standing order, that's order 2P, it states that the clerk shall obtain from the registrar of political parties a certified copy of the latest coalition agreements for the purposes of identifying who is the majority or who is the minority leader. So the key word is a copy of the latest coalition agreements. And for that issue, I feel that the UDM members have signed an agreement to with Kenya Kwanza. So if you are, they will take the latest. But I'm aware that there would be contestation in the National Assembly, and the next standing order states that is standing order number 1. If you download the standing orders of the National Assembly, it states that where the procedures are not accurately expressed, then the speaker shall give the direction. And in this case, because there will be a contestation, the only direction which the speaker can give is to subject individuals to vote, or to decide or to declare which coalition they belong to. So if that is implemented, then it means Kenya Kwanza will have that. But being the majority leader does not have an impact, because the only advantage is that that individual is given some allowances and you are given more time to speak. But when it comes to passing of bills and all that, it depends on the number of individuals or the representative in that assembly or senate who will vote. So I think those are my brief remarks today, unless now I can invite questions. Anybody who has a question for me before we go to next? Yes, Captain. Nyumba, then Captain. Nyumba ni mute.
Thank you. You okay? Thank you. For once, I'm differing with you on all the issues you have raised. I'm not in agreement. Number one, when you talk of the latest coalition agreement that is valid, that can be used now, is not yet time. 3 months have to elapse before another new coalition or the old ones die, okay? So they're invalid, whatever you're getting into right now. Need minimum 3 months. On subsidy, let's give an example. Bwana Bernard asked you a question. Actually, a staple food, even yesterday evening, I ate ugali. Ugali is the staple food for everybody. Doesn't matter if you are Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Luya, Luo, that's the staple food for Kenyans. It spreads all through. So when you remove that subsidy, you're affecting the highest percentage of Kenyans, okay? So it should be a priority in terms of, in relation to any other item of the budget, subsidy, food of all things. In our language, you say richness is what is left after you are fed properly, okay? Hiyo ndio utajiri. Kama hujashiba, hiyo ingine ni upuzi mtupu. And you can see subsidy maybe like on fuel. When it's removed, it affects everything else. Is it that unga? Is it the transport? Or is it fare? Is it all of them are going to have some effect? And I think this was the wrong start with the new government. People are going to be disheartened. Not only Azimio, the whole population of Kenyans, inclusive of the Kenya Kwanza diehards. Actually, they are going to be very disappointed with the new government. Number three, you say the leader of government business in either house is just, he gets only allowances. That's the only thing. No, this is the person who shows the direction to be taken in parliament or in the National Assembly or in the Senate, okay? He sets the pace of what is to be discussed. So I'm not in agreement. All those 3 points, whatever you raised today. Thank you. Bernard, I came in when you're out slightly.
Asante sana mdu wa nyumba. We appreciate that. We thank you for giving us that direction. And I believe we need that. We need that. Because we kind of get carried away with the oratory narratives until we forget that we're on the ground and we have really issues that really people are facing. Duke talked about the 7 companies or 7 wherever people are given subsidies. It appears to me that it is Kenya Kwanza policy to find specific companies and deprive them of business or something like that, which handing companies. Is it the same thing that the deputy president was saying? Pesa hii inapeana Safaricom itolewe ipeane kwa wananchi wa kawaida. I think there is some misconception, because if University of Nairobi has let's say 30,000 students, okay, and Duke University, okay, has 500 students. Between these 2 universities, which one need help from government? Is it the one that has 500 students or the one that has 30,000 students?
It should have effort students.
It should what?
For instance, when you are give the higher education loan spot, it's every student. The free education package.
I'm not talking about loan. I'm talking about sustainability. For example, if the government is providing security, okay, in the University of Nairobi that has 30,000 students, and your university has 500 students, are you going to demand the same number of police or the same number of security people in University of Nairobi in your Duke University simply because you are also a university?
We can talk about the number, that's right. But you can't say that a university with a small number of people should not be given any security. You can maybe talk about the number of security members. So we are talking about a situation where all people in rural areas never benefited for. So in rural areas, those people
Duke,
no.
You know, Duke, wewe ni mtu umesoma, mbona unajichanganya namna hii? When the price of unga in the shop drops, bei ya korogoro ya mahindi ina drop. Kwa nini?
No. That's not
I
true.
was not born yesterday.
Not
I was not born yesterday, Bwana Duke. If the unga ya jogoo ya duka is selling cheaply, okay, kuliko korogoro ya mahindi na kusiaga na bei ya kusiaga, kila mtu atatumia ya jogoo, ataachana na kununua mahindi na kwenda kusiaga. So don't reason as if wale watu wanakula unga ya jogoo ile packaged, they live in one section of the world and this other one live in one. Mimi kwangu nakula ya kusiaga. I'm in the heart of the city of Nairobi. Okay, it's my preference, but the price is always affected. If the price on the shelf drops, ya gorogoro in a drop. If the price on the shelf rises, the gorogoro rises simultaneously.
That's not true. It's not true at all. You are not trying to give the truth.
Omariba, today you are wrong.
All the same, let's now give Nanita. Eli had made submission. Let Eli make submission, please.
I was given time to ask question, Bernard.
No, you know, Yumba has asked me some 2 questions, and the captain was asking another question, so I respond before we go to Eli.
Okay, Eli, just mute. Captain, what is it?
Okay, Duke, I think some of my questions have been touched by Numba, but I can tell you the leader of majority in the parliament affects the deliverance of the president when some things want to be passed in parliament. Don't talk of PESA or what. No, of course there are some of those benefits, but the performance of the president is determined by the leader of majority in the parliament. Let me come to unga. Do you know there is a point whereby mtu anaingia kwa hoteli na anaitisha kwanza ana loud speaker pale kwa mlango pale kwa mwenye ana waiter, kwanza kitu ya kwanza iko sosa, wacha ugali yenyewe, anaitisha kwanza kama iko ugali sosa, then sasa wamletee ugali na mboga, sosa ikifuata. Na wale ni wale watu wa chini, Mimi nimeona wewe Duke ni kama wewe ni mtu, wewe ni kama dynasty, kwa sababu uelewi ya kwamba bei ya jogoo pale kwa supermarket ikidrop, gorogoro pale kwa kisiagi inashuka chini. I don't know where you have. Mimi nimekaa Kawangware bwana, mimi naelewa sana, hata iko gorogoro ya chuma na iko gorogoro ya nini, iko gorogoro ya plastic, na yote mbili iko na mpaka na bei yake ya kusiaga. So wewe unaamua usichezee ugali nani, hao wananchi watakuja kwa barabara, whether you are in Azimio, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza, hao wananchi watakuja mpaka kwako ndani na watavunja store na watachukua.
Yeah. Duke, you can respond quickly, please.
Yes. I want to say this. If, for instance, we have around 2,000 mirrors in Kenya, all individuals with businesses and handling or packaging unga, and then only 7 mirrors, the largest of are given, and those others are not given any subsidies, and these are the companies which are making the most of profits in Kenya. So it means that's very unfair to those small companies. And I'm telling you for the fact, in rural areas, the price of unga was never affected in any way. If you go to my rural areas, if you, for instance, in some shops, they don't even have that packaged unga because people don't buy. Watu wananunua ile ya gorogoro. So there is a disconnect of the two, more especially in rural areas. So those individuals who are not addressed or they do not benefit at all. Talking about the minimum of 3 months, that provision is illegal because and when some members defected from Azimio, actually that's an illegal provision of Azimio coalition. And the reason why individuals are defecting from Azimio without punishment or enforcement of that act is because it's illegal, and they know it's illegal. They cannot go to the court of law. If, for instance, I read you from the Constitution, you go to Article 36 of the Constitution, which says freedom of association. There are 3 subsections, but one says every person or a group of persons has a right to freedom of association, which entail freedom to form, participate, or dissociate with any association, be it political or a religion, at any time. So if I decide to be a Muslim today, you can't say that I will wait for 3 months. So if I'm a member of a political party today and I want to move out, you can't tell me I have to wait for 3 months. It's illegal. If you come to the second section, it says a person cannot be compelled to associate with any kind of association, be it political or religion. That's the Constitution. If even 2 hours, if you decide, that freedom is protected by the Constitution, and they actually under Chapter 4, which is the Bill of Rights, which cannot be changed. So that's the article which can actually make even all the parties of Azimio to move out without any punishment. So that's actually what I can respond to that.
Well, Bwana Duke, have you ever worked on a contract?
Yes, I do contracts, a lot of contracts.
And you breach the contract anytime you feel like. You sign, you're going to work from Tembei TV for 5 years, okay? Then after 2 minutes, you say, I've changed my mind, I'm going. And
no, first of all, you have to differentiate between a valid contract and an invalid contract. We can't, exactly. For instance, can I enter a contract with you to kill a person?
Roger, the Azimio political parties did not see people passing with blue and followed them. They signed a document that is legally binding. And even when they wanted to walk out before the election, they went for deliberation on the same. And it was ruled, according to this assignment, you are in Azimio, you cannot leave 6 months to elections, and you cannot leave until 3 months after election. So they can flutter around and walk around whoever they want to walk around, but legally they are bound with Azimio until after 3 months after election. They are not being beaten, they are not forced, but legally. The same thing that happened to Tanga Tanga. When Tanga Tanga walked out of Jubilee and began to dance Tanga Tanga, Tanga Tanga, Tanga Tanga, and there was the Kiamba election, and they wanted to be clerks and not clerks, what are they called? Agents of UDA in Kiamba. They were told, go and resign from Jubilee and officially join UDA, then you can be an agent for UDA. They knew if they resign, there will be a by-election everywhere. They will lose their benefits and all that. They kept away from that. So let's not talk as if we want to interpret the law based on what we prefer. Duke, you are vast in your understanding, but you limit yourself in the sense that you want the law to do for you what you like. The law does not do for you what you like. It states facts the way they are. A contract, a signed agreement is different from what you are reading. So Azimio parties can go and sleep with UDA as many times as they want. But when they wake up, they know they are Mrs. Azimio. It doesn't matter until after 3 months. And so the registrar of political parties is going to give wherever information to the Speaker of Parliament and Senate. This is the majority based on this. This is the minority based on this. And that's where mbivu na mbichi itakwenda kujulikana. Eli, go ahead. Eli, go ahead. We have kept you too long.
Yeah. Thank you, Bernard. Hi, everybody. Bernard, I just want to tell you that we made it clear today that we do not want any Azimio MPs to come to our side. We are not going to give you any political seat, any CS, anything. We have made that clear, very clear. We do not. We want like a very strong opposition.
That was not begging from Azimio. It was begging from the people who left Azimio going to UDA, hoping that there will be a runoff, and now the runoff did not take place, and so they are jobless. They don't know whether they should go back or stay, and there is no job. Kina Kiraitu and the team, Kivuda, Kipana, and all that. So mumewatupa chini ya basi. Nyi watu wa UDA, Mungu anaona.
Kapisa, that's why in the 2013 there was the likes of Ngaiseri. Ngaiseri came, we appointed the Minister of CS of Security. He was there. He was from Azimio, but we have made it clear that there is no any CS that's going to come from opposition. I just want to answer somebody when I Sema that UDA.
Eli, I won't let that go. I won't let that go. Ngaiseri did not go to Jubilee for the sake of going. He was officially requested from ODM because the security situation was too much. Olelengu was not performing. He was seeing mattresses catching fire. Terrorism was everywhere. So, and Ngaiseri was donated by ODM officially, and it was because he was needed, because of his experience and capacity to deliver. And that's why he came in and stabilized the security manenos. Let's not mix this usual cheap politics of Kiraitu and Nini moving to Ngaiseri. Ngaiseri was officially handed over and on request. Alipigiwa simu na rais, akamuomba, akapigia simu party leader akasema kama ni kusaidia inji, enda usaidie inji. Hatuwezi kuzuia ODM izuie inji kushikiliwa pamoja. So hiyo usichanganya tafadhali. Asante.
So out of 50 million Kenyans, we only saw Ngaiseri.
Out of how many people here? We have 350 people watching, and others those ones are watching this show. You are the only one talking.
So Ngaiseri.
Ngaiseri, I told you he was picked because of his experience, his military background, and all that. He was needed. Not that, before government makes a decision, they weigh a lot of things. Everything is put in consideration. And that is why we are even suspecting this withdrawal of subsidies. Because after they're withdrawn, for them to be brought back, there is a lot that needs to be taken in consideration. Don't move anything as a government officer until you are sure where you're going to place it. Because the moment you move it, to move it back is not that easy. And so what Dr. William Ruto is doing right now, he doesn't know the kind of crisis he's creating for himself. When he will want to bring back the thing, he will say, go to parliament, ask for permission. Then when he goes to parliament, they say, go to the interpretation at the judiciary. He will move around.
Bernard,
Hold on, one moment. Yes, Mndua Nyumba.
I'm saying Eli is getting it all wrong. When he asks, why on Ngaiseri? Can I ask you, Eli, why is it that it's only Dr. Ruto is the president of Kenya? Why? You go that way, that argument is not correct. Yeah, it's not correct at all. Out of 50 million, it's only Dr. Ruto who is the president of Kenya. If you go by your argument, why are you asking why Ngaiseri? I'm through in my statement.
You
can respond as you continue with your.
Yeah, Bernard, I appreciate that you make your comments. I wait until I respond. I don't appreciate that the fact that you make your comments and then somebody interrupts. It's not. I don't think this is what channel stands for. We've been here. We keep
order Bwana Eli. If the information you're giving is erroneous, we have right to accept. But if the information you're giving is credible, nobody will interrupt you because we will be taking notes. So don't, God, you are not listening. That's why you're not getting what I'm saying. We have right to intercept if what the information we are giving is misleading. All right, it's our duty to see to it that the people who come for resource to get information from this platform gets credible information. And so if you give information that is not credible, we'll intercept. But if what you're giving is valid, necessary, constitutional, nobody will interrupt you. Na vile tumesema campaign zimeisha. Saa hii ni kuambia Wakenya ukweli. Okay? So your story could to pull in your own corner.
So what I'm asking is, do you think all the information you give is credible? Because there's one guy here that just said that the most UDA has 88 MPs. You do not intercept that because UDA has the most MPs out of all the MPs. You do not intercept. So you're very bad because you don't have your information right. And you know we don't have to be in this.
You're going to push me to the edge. Tell us, how many MPs does UDA have?
138.
UDA.
Yes. Look at it. Where do you live, bro?
Is it UDA or Kenya Kwanza?
No, UDA. Just UDA.
Okay, and Kenya Kwanza has how many? I mean,
Kenya Kwanza has 153. So because I'm here and everybody's against me, you can't tell me like you can't.
Nobody's against you, please. Nobody's against you. You give your facts, you give point of reference, we check. If the information, you know, I find it very difficult to handle some people because we are not competing. We are just discussing. There's no winner and loser here. So I don't know why
political parties join and the manner in which it's supposed to exist. So the political party should actually, and that is one of the areas we check. Among the Schedule 3 issues that we check is whether the party has provided the manner in which a coalition member can be added, or the way one of the coalition partners can exit. So to us, what is important is that once you address yourself to either joining or leaving, then you must address the argument, the issues, the way it is captured in the argument, the manner in which then you say to, this is the manner in which you shall exit from the coalition. Yeah.
When they come to you, how does the law allow you to move forward with severing those ties, allowing them to each go their own way?
The first thing is to address the coalition itself. That the coalition, the party that may want to exit from a coalition, then should first of all address itself to the coalition. So us is to just guide the process through which they committed that this is the process that we shall use to exit from the coalition. We just remind them this is what you provided in manner of joining and in manner of living. So the coalition is the one that has the mandate to make resolution around how the party should then exit from the agreement.
Yes, Duke.
I have a question. You said you cannot move out of Asmio 3 months before. Members of parliament from the Alfred Mutua's party and Amason King, because they moved out within the 6 months, were they officially affiliated with Kenya Kwanza?
They are not officially, their party are still members of Azimio until after 3 months. So Pa and Chap Chap and all that are still Azimio officially. Until after 3 months is when there is the leeway for them to leave either as a party.
So the Speaker of the Senate belongs to Azimio.
by default. Thank you.
until documentation is done on the other side. But there is physical movement, but no documentation.
So you are celebrating somebody's child to be your son, and you want to make him king, and you say ni wetu, kumbe ni wa mwenyewe. Sawa, but let's move on. Thank you. Mundu wa Nyumba, you can now make your submission.
Thank you, Bernard. I greet you, greet Omariba, Captain, and the rest who are behind the scenes. Let me congratulate you, Bernard. Being a moderator is not an easy job, and you have patience. You know, some of us, we observe we observe situations, and then you wonder if you are in that position, you take action very fast. Because like now, we are not thinking similarly, or we are not arguing similarly with Duke of Mariba, but we don't take these things personally. There's nothing personal here, unless I really use very bad language. I was even getting a bit impatient, Bernard, the language that was being used against you, but it's okay. You're gifted with that patience. Yeah, so there's not much for me to say, but I'm still on one or two issues raised by Omariba. Let me correct you, Bana Omariba. You may agree or may not. Don't say that subsidies don't reach the man in the rural areas. It does. Bana tried to explain that. Maybe it didn't click very well. When subsidy for unga, the packed unga is given, it means even the maize, the selling of maize elsewhere, you know, it has to align itself with that cost, okay? Even the rural areas, packaged maize is there. If a kilo of packaged maize flour is 100 shillings, and when ukienda kwa Kisagi inakukost 150, utaenda kwa Kisagi utanunua, and it's available, you'll get in the dukas somehow. So it has effect not only at urban centers, it has effect all over the country, even the rural areas. Similar, let me give some even a different example. Subsidy ya mafuta ikiongezeka, nauri ya matatu haikui ni town peke yake. Even the rural areas, they're using the same fuel. If the price has gone up, the matatu guys, even the rural areas, they're going to increase the fare. Yeah, it would. So it's all over. Once it affects everybody, not only the urban dwellers. I can say Captain is not there. I witnessed mtu akiitisha sosa leo jana lunchtime huko showground. Ni mtu mnene, ile ugali ameletewa in advance, aliitisha sosa in my presence na akapewa. In fact, mwananamaji hapa alimuitishia aletewe sosa haraka. So those things, the captain mentioned that, and I noted something I noticed yesterday at showground. Kuna mikahawa iko hapa Nakuru showground inaendelea. So I noted that. Now, sasa maybe we are not agreeing, Bwana Mariba. The constitution is there. Of course, nothing overrides the constitution. But also agreements, there are either even verbal agreements, they are recognized by law, as long as the witnesses. Written agreements are there. Because let me put it this way. Even if it was against the constitution, and Nyumba and Omariba have sat down and agreed and signed, there's a willing agreement between me and you. We are not even going back to the, wait, you keep on laughing. It's me and you. We have sat down and agreed. Listen, I'm selling you a goat, the goats I keep, at 15,000 shillings. And we have written an agreement of selling that. Then you find that there is a goat for 10,000 elsewhere. No, you can't just cancel the agreement that we have signed. It is valid. Some things you don't have to go to the constitution. The constitution is general. It covers. It's wide. It's a big policy statement. The small issues between me and you, or between parties moving from here and there, or the period, those agreements are there and they sat down and agreed. So everything, you don't have to rush to the constitution unless there are major issues, but constitutional issues that are there. And that's why I see that even what you call a constitutional court, you don't take irrelevant small things to the constitutional court. They'll tell you, you go and sort out the things at home, okay? Yeah, so wacha nimalize. Leo sina mambo mengi, nilikuja kumsalimia na tuko pamoja. Naona Mariba bado anataka tuongee kidogo. Hii ingine ya nini, hii ya subsidy, it is going to have I don't know how they are going to tackle it, the new government. It's going to have a very bad effect. The Kenyan population is already actually, tuko chini sana, mafikira na njaa na economy, kila kitu. So this is a big blow, and actually it has never been this bad. Jana nasema niwekeo gari petrol ya 500. It's as good as not putting anything. Hakuna effect, tuweka 500 na hiyo elfu pengine sina. There has never been such an increase. So, okay, it is international. We can't blame our government. But I said earlier, maybe the subsidy should have stayed at the expense of something else, the economies of Kenya. There must be some money, for even if it's for a project, freeze that project for now, for some time. You're not going to die because a road is not being constructed. No. But you can die because of lack of food. So which of the two priorities? Freeze the road, people are still either walk or use the road in whatever condition it is, but let them feed. So I'm saying they should have balanced a bit. Okay, with the time, then you go slowly, not abruptly. This has a devastating effect on Kenyans, the removal of the subsidy on fuel. And it's going to have some serious effects on the current government. The population, they are thinking against the government. Thank you, Bernard and Omariba. I can see, why is it only 3 of us on the screen?
It's okay. Others are coming. There is some Frederick, his configuration is not agreeing. Wengine bado wanakuja. Kuna brother Benson, he's trying to come. I will give Duke to respond. Go ahead.
Nyumba, I agree with you when it comes to the subsidies of fuel, because fuel affects everything in the economy. And it's easier to effect a oil subsidy, and it benefits all Kenyans, because maybe you can subsidize at the point of entry when it's important into the country, because we get all of fuel out of the country. But when it comes to subsidies for unga, that was fair and unfair. For instance, me personally, I'm a farmer. I've incurred an extra cost to buy inputs and what, so the process of farming was very expensive, and I've harvested. Then I maybe have some grains stored somewhere. Now, because some big companies have been given subsidies, I also reduced the price of this grain of mine, despite the fact the inputs were very expensive. So you want some people to incur a loss without being compensated. And that's what made the shortage of unga, because there was no sort. Actually, when KTN highlighted that there was one company, a small processing company in Kakamega, and that the mill is registered, paying tax, and processing packaged unga. But that person was not recognized. So what did the person did? He stopped for some time. You see? So the unga subsidy was not fair at all. That's what I can say. Also regarding the contracts, first of all, a contract must be varied. For instance, we can't enter a contract with you. You tell me, we have agreed, go and kill somebody. Because we agreed with you, I have to, you see, when there is an irregularity behind a contract, it becomes invalid automatically, even if you go to a court of law. So agreement must be as per the constitution and as per the provisions of the which are governing our Kenya. So if it's against the basic principles, for instance, basic human rights, then that becomes illegal. And actually, that's the reason why Azimio will never go to court to try to enforce that act. It will never go because they know it's illegal. Let them go to court to stop UDM.
Duke, it is not illegal. Don't call it illegal. They don't need to go and challenge it in court. They already have those people for the next 3 months. So as the majority and minority is being discussed, okay, as at now, it is indisputable. Unless either the only time the official disengagement from Azimio starts is 3 months after election. It's a binding legal document. Get it?
I'm telling you, for what if
they went to court with that argument and they were sent away.
But Bernard, let's move. We can't be on this point for too long. The same point. The only thing I want to add to Omariba, listen. Do you know what is called friendly fire? And some casualties are there even more. Now, you are crying for the few who are not going to benefit. They are going to lose because of the subsidy. Think of the bigger picture of Kenyans who are going to gain against those few you are crying for. I'm crying for the bigger number of Kenyans who are going hungry because of hunger. That entrepreneur, you as a farmer, maybe a few of you who may lose, and that's life. It goes on like that. Let us look at the bigger good, not the smaller good. Yeah, we are in agreement actually as we are talking, but we differ on that. You want the smaller group to benefit at the expense of the bigger population of Kenyans. I request we move from these 2 points. I can never finish about them anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mundua Nyumba. We appreciate that. Na unajua, I love UDA and their style of trying to protect the small man. But the actions are speaking the other way around. That's where I find it very difficult. Because, for example, let's say we have the 5 major millers. Major millers means their level of distribution is the highest in the country. For example, let's say Pembe, okay? Pembe is everywhere in the country. Soko is everywhere in the country, all right? Then we have that small upcoming miller who is only supplying in a sub-county in Kakamega County, okay? So when we are calling millers to appear before the president in the State House, will he be considered to appear?
They should. Actually,
no.
In an economy, there is what we call infant industries. They have to be protected for the country to move forward. So if you are trying to say that you have to ignore infant industries and you just try to add money to companies which are already making billions of money, then it means you cannot create employment opportunity in Kenya at all. And remember what
are not Kenyans.
I'm saying the subsidies should be distributed in a way so that it's like it is useful and it's benefiting every person in a way. Remember what happened with that subsidy? There was a time you cannot even find that unga. The unga was appearing in the supermarkets like for 1 hour. So I remember some people took like 4 or 5 days without taking ugari because the subsidy was given to a few, and all those other millers who cannot, for instance, if maybe you are using, the subsidy was almost half of the price. So even if you are small miller, you have maybe in card like 150 per 2 kg, and you are forced to sell at 100. You see now it does not make sense. You have to stop that all. I think it has to be fair in a way.
I think you have made your point, and I will only say that you also need to appreciate that Kenya has what is called free market. Free market means the government cannot dictate the price of commodity. It can influence, but do not dictate. If if the government begin to regulate the prices of commodities, now it will no longer be free market. And so nobody will force you to sell your maize that you ground at 200, sell it at 100. You will just need to get a market for the same. Only that now the competition will be unfair, in the sense that these other people have been given, they are getting the same amount, but the government is paying percentage of the 100. It's not that wananchi wanalipa 100, it is still the 250, but the government is paying 150, you pay 100. The same. So maybe the problem with the subsidy that was introduced by President Uhuru Kenyatta was hurried up, and it was within the campaign period, and so there was no far-reaching consideration, and also even the production was less. That's why the unga was running out, and probably it was meant to fail so that your new government, when it comes in, can chart their way forward. But what I'm thinking is we need far-reaching measures, because withdrawing subsidy from petrol and from fuel and then from maize, it is hitting Kenyans where it hurts most, and that is not going to be sustainable. I don't care how good elaborate plan you have with you're calling it agriculture or with wherever. Those are just good theoretical statements, but from where we are, we must embrace the fact that urgent measures should be done. I'm sure tumefikia hiyo mahali, those of who are here in the 80s, mahali Moi alienda katuletea ile mahindi ya yellow. We will soon get there. So that yellow maize should be your maize ya Mexico, unless you go in the high CC coming. But if it's not, hapa kutawaka moto. Na hawa wanafunzi wa usiku na inaonekana wakuji, si tufunge station.
Haiwezekani, tuendelee kuongea basi. Tuendelee tu tusikiza Mariba.
Inawezekana.
Watachunga. Sisi hatuna usingizi.
So, in fact, Bwana Duke, you have powers to bind and lose this station. See, your back office, you have access to the back office. That means I can leave you moderating for the rest of the show until Julia and Makiadi arrive. They should be around the corner. But no problem, we can still converse, because it's only that I'm multitasking right now. There are some things I must respond to before the sun rises. So, Duke, ulikuwa unasemaje?
I also wanted to add about the sustainability of the subsidies. Remember, we know that we don't have money. The treasury coffers are empty, and we cannot continue to sustain. Remember, the reason why the outgoing government invested heavily in the subsidy, it was trying to hide the economy, the reality of the economy. It was trying to pretend that we don't have an economic crisis and everything is good, maybe because they were having a political point to put across. Therefore, it's not possible for William Ruto to pretend throughout the entire, within almost all 5 years, try to say that the economy is good by having subsidies and we don't have money to sustain it. Actually, as per now, I'm told that the government is even going to struggle for the coming 3 months to pay to make up to fund the recurrent expenditure. That's the amount which is paid to all workers and those fixed expenditures. So having that in mind, it will be very difficult for those subsidies to be sustained. I think that's the point I wanted to make across.
Thank you. Thank you. In fact, Mariba, it's only a few areas that we differ, but most of the time we are factual. But when you try to force things because of the Kenya Kwanza protection, and that's we differ. For example, any one of you can assist me on this. President William Ruto calls for table ethic on Kenya Kwanza table. Please, it's not that we follow everything else. I'm lost on that one, because I didn't follow the Naivasha issues. Maybe Bernard or Mariba, educate me on that. Me, I like being educated of things I don't know. The topic is there.
Okay.
I know there's a meeting in Naivasha. Yeah.
I think this will do for you.
I wanted for all of us to know that there is something we can learn from the younger ones. But there is something also we can learn from the seniors. I want to ask the seniors who are here, let us take time and mentor the newcomers. Let us make it our responsibility. Don't monolize anybody. Don't harass the younger ones. And please be useful. You know, show them how CDF works. Show them how committees work. Don't assume. Don't take it for granted that people know how to do stuff. Tomorrow we are also going to have a session to show you a bit of etiquette. We want to show you how to hold, what to do, because sometimes we get embarrassed when senior people don't even know how to hold a spoon or how to hold a fork. So tomorrow we'll take time because we want to mentor everybody. And some people take things for granted. Mnanielewa? So tutapangana namna hivyo.
Mnanielewa?
Ni hivyo nakuelewa.
But
yes, Duke, what is it?
You see, actually he was very right, because new members, especially the young elected members, are behaving in a weird way. For instance, there was that new member from, is it Mumias West or Wipuyo West? Somebody like that person has become a comedian trout. At one point he was being interviewed and then he runs away from the interview, you see? So I think even the ASMIO sides need to mentor and guide younger members of parliament in a way. So that was a good point, and it should actually be applicable across the divide.
Hello, thank you, Bernard, for playing that. I had not followed those proceedings in Naivasha. But if we go, I know there's a deeper meaning into it when it comes out of our president, Dr. William Ruto. But then I was thinking, our deputy president had promised huko Mount Kenya tuende tukule mchele na nyama na tuteremushe. Sijui kama ni hiyo inarelate pia, tuende tutatumia vijiko, kono, nini, sijui. I don't know, and he has not talked about it. There was a promise huko tutakula mchele na mama wakunywe uji. Do you have any information, Bwana Mariba, on that?
I remember that, but remember that was a figurative language. Remember, there was a time where maybe Uhuru Kenyatta was not being accessed, maybe to discuss development to different areas, especially Mount Kenya. So he was coming to, I think, Sagana, and then he like crosses members of that area, maybe because they are not aligned to him politically or in that way. So it was like, maybe when you come, you have to come to our areas, and then we have issues, you listen to us, and you address those issues. That was the meaning of that statement, but not the way you are going to take it directly like that.
Okay.
Sawa.
Interesting time. We spend time on this particular platform telling and urging Kenyans to vote in credible people who are able to deliver, people that are well groomed and able to handle legislative and otherwise responsibilities. So now, after you voted in everything, now you are now going to incur another expense to teach them etiquette. After that, you will teach them which other dressing code, addressing code. Hey, nyinyi mnafanya Kenya inasumbuka sana. Mundu you can say something before
Bernard, why
Lamu.
don't you allow 005 Lamu? Pia naona amekuja hapo.
Yes, I wanted you to respond on that before we bring in 00 Lamu. I've seen him.
Now, we get the leaders as a reflection of us. So, as we are saying, then we start lamenting. Tunajua huyu leader ako namna gani, mambo yake iko namna gani, kifamilia, corruption, society behavior and all that. And we tuna elect. 2 days later, we start complaining. So it actually is something. Bernard, I think sijui kama nitapata hiyo nguvu. I may wish to do doctorate behavior as Kenyans, because some things are not even understandable. Euphoria. But I think what happens is that exposure, you see, like now we said this earlier on, or some people are saying history is irrelevant. When we talk that Honorable Raila has been fighting for this country for so long, he has been jailed for 9 years, some people are saying nonsense. We don't want to hear history. And there's no way you can develop without history. You begin the history, and then you learn from the history, and then you can move forward. So I don't want to blame the young people, but I think majority of us, we are aged, elderly people. There's some things we know or we have seen, and we are trying to advise the youth. Most of them didn't listen. And let me give an example myself. I don't mind. Me, I'm an elder now. There's not so much I care about. It's just my simple life. And look after my grandchildren, my goats, my chicken. But for the youth who actually excited and they voted, you say they voted not through the head, through the heart or something like that, emotions, okay? Or they are carried away by oratory goodness. And some people can talk. They are gifted. We can't run away from them. Like our president is very gifted. Dr. Ruto is very gifted, He can talk and guide people. And even if he was taking them on a lost ground, they still go. He's gifted. We can't run away from that. So what I'm saying is that your comment, Bernard, is that hii ni matunda yetu wenyewe, lakini sisi wote at least unaona it was 50-50. The difference between the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, I think it was only 200,000 votes out of all the million. These are negligible percentage difference. But you see now, knowledge of people, I'm not belittling the youth, but you cannot compare the elderly with the youth. The elderly have seen more. Experience, actually, you learn a lot. Let me give an example. Even when you get a degree, Bwana Mariba, you are told this. You get out, naonda ufanye ile mambo pertains to that degree. But the most difficult degree is degree of life, because every experience you are learning something new. Unless you block your mind every other morning, in the evening, just analyze, what have I learned today? The social interactions you have, there's a lot of learning to do. So I'm saying you cannot compare the elderly, and I'm not belittling the youth, but the elderly cannot compare the youth. The elderly are more exposed, they're more advanced, and they see far. In Kikuyu, we say, an elder sitting on a three-legged stool sees further than a young person on a eucalyptus trees, up there. The old man will see far. It's figurative, Omariba, like you said, that language. It's knowledge, the exposure that the elderly have had is an experience. Even when you're applying for work, that's why they ask you the experience you have, okay? And if you have experience, you have advantage with greenhorn, Greenhorn coming to learn there will not be as productive as somebody who has the experience. So, Bernard, I think the result of our election was that some of the youth who said they don't need history, and actually they don't need it. I've said it here. When I tell my last born, of course, he's a big man now, he's 23, that I used to walk 11 kilometers one way, barefooted, tatters, shorts, and all that. And him has been taken outside the gate by a school bus every morning. He eats bread in the morning. We used to eat together if there is. To him, actually, you can see it doesn't affect him at all. He doesn't see what I'm saying, the suffering I went through. It is relevant to him. And that's why mostly I think I'm not blaming the youth, but this was a result of the people who said they don't need the history. Wacha niwachie hapo for now. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mundua Nyumba, for that. We appreciate it. Decisions that are made without serious thinking will always result into a crisis eventually. Borrowing from your proverb, it agrees with the, I think, Ecclesiastes in the Bible. They say the eyes of the wise man are in his head. They are not on his head. They are in his head. So he sees from inside. He does not see from outside. When he's seated down there, his head is able to see further than the eyes that are on the wherever, on the face. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumlete 005. Habari ya leo?
Niko salama kabisa. Habari zenyu? Nyumba.
Tuko salama. Siku nyingi.
Mambo vipi? Yeah. Duke. Long time. Me wanga niko very behind the scene, but I never miss anything from here. Hata kama sija watch, nitakuwa ninaenda tu na take time na skiza, because personally I'm that person who value the contribution of everyone, like whichever side you are, whatever you speak, maybe I might not have that knowledge what you are saying, and I will know. So I really respect that. So nimeona mambo the straight to the point about the etiquette and all this. I think most of, to be a member of parliament, you have lazima umepitia mambo mingi, especially debating. Na obvious, lazima most of them, you should be someone who is constructive, like you can do something, you can talk to people and convince them about something. And mi nafikiria yani it's on a very high level for people to be taken for that thing. I think all over their life they've been in school, universities, whatever institution they've undergone, and I don't think it's, maybe there's something Mr. President have seen around the table or anywhere. So I would say that, but it's good also for those people who have not been in maybe 5-star or itawasaidia. It's a knowledge for 1 minute, 2 minutes, or within 5 minutes, how to hold a fork, how to kunini maji kwa glass na nini, itawasaidia anyway. And hiyo like such like dressing code, I think we've been dressing all over, tumekuwa tukivaa nguo umevaa uniform miaka hiyo yote, unajua kufunga tai, unajua yali. So taking people back to that thing again, it's something me imenishangaza. I didn't expect him saying that, but it's good if you have observed something like that. It's good, and I think it's personally it's not something like to address in the podium. I think you can pull someone then niaje itai inafaa kubalance hivi ama shati collar suti lazima ikae hivi na hivi. Yeah. Na kuhusu mambo ya subsidies unga hii, mimi nikiwa mdogo I used to remember that kulikuwa na wakati kulikuwa na njaa na watu walikuwa wanaandikishwa majina kwa chief, and we used to get mahindi. We used to get mahindi like a 50 kg bag and inakuja nyumbani, so and that's for free. I think Bernard, I don't know if you've experienced that, but we used to get mpaka ule common mwananchi ule uko chini kabisa anapata, because we didn't have any link with anybody. We just inakuwa tu announce, kuna mtu anakuja au wazee wanapitia nyumbani wanasema kuna mahindi inaletwa, so we just need your name or family name, someone who will go to collect, and we go on one day, tunaenda kwa chief tunachukua mahindi na tunaleta nyumbani. So with this business minded thing now imekuja imeleta mambo mengi, imecomplicate mambo mengi sana. So let's see how it goes. Me I actually I'm just I'm anxious to see what's going to happen, because I don't see a good ending. Personally, I don't see a good ending, because if you say like on the issue of fertilizer, tukisema tutaletewa fertilizer, sijui tutakula fertilizer, because to be honest, mimi sahi tunaanika mahindi, tumeshatoa mahindi kwa shamba. So if you prioritize fertilizer at the moment, I think kuna watu pia wataumia, sababu kuna watu utawapatia gunia fertilizer na hawatalima kabisa, sababu hakuna mvua na kuna places kama Turkana and everywhere. If you say like everybody should get this product for watu wengine, hata watanunua ikae ime expire, sababu they'll be expecting for rain. As personally tumelima mara tatu.
Bwana Lamu, watapanda fertilizer peke yake wapande.
Wacha nikwambie, to be honest, tumepoteza mara tatu sahi, kilimo mara tatu. Tumelima, tumepanda, mahindi imekuja imekauka, tumelima tena, tumepanda, mahindi imekuja imekauka. This is the third time at least tumepata kitu. Tunashukuru, sasa ndio tumepata kitu. And then you are focusing on something like 6 months to come, which the rains, just if you look at the record, the rains itself few months behind. Kumekuwa hakuna mvua. So I think let's see where we are heading. It's a struggle. That's my personal view, and because we cannot predict anything due to global warming right now, things are changing very bad. Sahi kuna watu pengine hata hawajaona mvua completely, na tunaona Pakistan watu wanabebwa na maji. So mvua iko Pakistan na pali inafaa kunyesha, watu wanataka mvua, hawapati mvua. So I think kitu yani Mr. President ange prioritize akaona ni what people really need at the moment, and they will see the impact of his presidency. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much from my side, unless kuna question Duke.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Lamu, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Vile nimesema, kulingana na one body language ya president na change of tone, I don't trust he's running away from responsibility. He wants to get something, an excuse for not doing what he promised to do in 100 days. And that's why the first thing he did was the judges. And now he's talking of fund for police, then fund for judiciary, but no fund for unga, no fund for petrol. So hii agenda ya mtu wa kawaida ilikuwaje? Mbona sasa mtu wa kawaida kumbe alikuwa Supreme Court, mtu wa kawaida alikuwa polisi, mtu wa kawaida alikuwa nani mwingine? Wabunge kujifunzisha jinsi ya kushika fork na sahani. Hao ndio watu wa chini. And then he's disturbing too many things at the same time. If this continues, there are so many. There is a caution that is given to the children of Israel when they got into the promised land. See, they don't kill all the people you find at the same time. All the communities you find in the land. He said, if you do, he said, lest the beast of the wherever the field will multiply and consume you out of the land. So he said, you will conquer that land, but do it bit by bit. The way he's going very fast, I see him reaching a place when he will not be able to be in control, especially with the cartels. Remember what Sonko did in Nairobi? He came in and overturned everything and told he's going to finish cartels in a city hall, and everything is going to be Sonko. What happened? The cartels finished him before he started to catch any one of them. So it's prudent that he takes matters judiciously and systematically. At least address one area. And the worst area is increase the hunger of Kenyans. No, that's a no-go zone. And that was a priority for Moi. Moi would do anything to make sure that Kenyans are feeding. Before aingie kwa siasa yake ya KANU na hiyo masuala mengine, the feeding of Kenyans was priority. Second, education of Kenyans was priority. Those are areas that you can't play around with when it comes to politics. Chezea hii mambo ingine yote, lakini chakula cha Wakenya, masomo ya Wakenya na matibabu ya Wakenya should not be played with. These are too basic and are too necessary for you to play games with it. And then with the kind of disgruntled Kenyans that we have right now, many Kenyans are not in the mood to go back into the productivity system. So the country will pick up very slowly. Now, when the country is picking up very slowly, you are removing the sustainability that there is. People will kick into full-fledged productivity maybe after 6 months or something like that. So you cannot be anticipating a slow, wherever demotivated workers, including civil servants and otherwise. And then at the same time, you are disturbing the fuel and disturbing the unga. Me, I don't see that as a wise decision. It is a bad timing to wrong people and angry people, make them hungry. You are in for disaster. You're in for disaster. So Bwana Duke and team advise that your president very well. He may be causing problem without knowing.
Bernard, please. What you are saying is very right. He has engaged overspeed gear. Sometimes you have to move moderately. He'll be exhausted and also, of course, make mistakes. And not only him, the deputy president is also making a lot of errors when go warning people and other. They are human beings, and they also have their ground to protect. Both, I request that, and I'm confirming what you have said, Their speed is overdrive. Let them slow down a bit. They do things in a moderate manner, not reasonable. The judges, the swearing in, the addition of funds, it is too fast. And one can be exhausted and fall down very easily. Thank you, Bernard. Those are words of wisdom. Thank you.
Asante. Lam, coming?
But the thing which I'm really happy about it is like we are all in the same problem. Like hakuna hii unga hata ikipanda ikishuka, we will all be swing, like sisi ndo tuta celebrate na sisi bado ndo tuta. Hakuna mahali utaenda uambiwe uulizwe wewe ni wa wapi, wewe ni wa UDA or what, or wewe ni nani. Ukienda kwa duka kununua, it will be the same price. Sasa saa hii watoto ndio hao sasa wanafunga shule, washafunga shule tayari leo. So and then with education, I don't know how he will do it, because amesema ameweka kwa public ndo ata decide. So I don't know exactly what will happen, but to be honest, with education, so many parents have suffered, especially after COVID. People have been paying for 4 terms in a year instead of 3 terms normally. So na akiscrap hii itakuwaje? People, I don't know what people will go back to do so many things, vitabu nini na nini tena, vitu zita change mingi. So I don't know. I'm just waiting to see how it's gonna happen. Also, there are so many things which akitouch ita shake vitu mingi sana. Yeah. Aya, ukichange this system pengine you'll need more teachers, maybe you'll have to hire again. Yani ita take time for him. Those 100 days are not enough. He needs to come to Kenyans and tell them, please give me more 300 days or 1 year. That's what he wants to do, because the expectation is too high. And this is the only time he can tell Kenya, listen, to be honest, I told you 100 days. However, this 100 days, with all this situation I'm trying to do, I cannot. People will hold him accountable, because right now, the way it is, people wa Kenya wamejanjaruka. Kenyans in 10 years ago, they're not the same Kenyans which are there right now. So people are counting. Even I have my friend is counting. He wrote 100 days and then he's just day 5, day 6, like this. He's so concerned. Look at the media also. They are counting. Everybody is counting. After all this 100 days are not that, it's just a matter of 3 months plus. So ikiisha tu hivi, people will start, I think atakuwa kwa public itakuwa ni shida. Juu the things which will be undergoing, and you know social media nowadays how they do things. Umeona tu hii tu ya Rigathi ya chakula na nini, hii video umeplay, just suddenly like this imekuwa mixed tayari. Now people now whoever doesn't know what's happening, they know already. So it's a tough job for him. Mimi mwenyewe namuonea huruma, naona after this 5 years atakuwa, the look will look different. If you take it serious, atazeeka. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Mimi niko hapa nyuma kidogo nawasikiza.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Lam. That is a good one. And probably you said that this will affect everybody. It's true, it will affect everybody. And the reason we are even discussing it is because when Kenya sinks, everybody sinks with it. And the way the economy is in a precarious state, and then it's handed over to somebody who seems not to be responsible enough to hold it together until it's able to get to safety, then it worries more. It worries more because you will not be disturbing what you have found until you know where you're taking us. Okay? You found the millers are being subsidized so that they provide, and the fuel is being subsidized so that Kenyans can afford and move around. They are still in that transitional period. You did not even give them 1 week to organize themselves. Then you begin to take them, but where you are taking them, you are telling them that we will subsidize fertilizer, okay, which will be able to have the ripple effect after 8 months. What will happen in the 8 months while your fertilizer is coming to meet the seed and the farm and the farmer, and probably the weather will refuse to work like yours? So another 3 years. Kuna ngoma hapa. Yes, Bwana Duke.
I think when we are scrutinizing the issue of subsidies, we should focus also on the availability of resources, which is very critical. You know, subsidies is about money which is used. If you find that in the treasury that money is not available, and that is the reason why Kenya made application to be assisted by International Monetary Funds. That's like almost 6 months ago, and it was given some conditions to fulfill. So you have to consider the source of that subsidy. That's number one. Before you spend money, the source and availability is critical. Also, Kenya, we are wasting a lot of resources. So we have a problem of wastage. For instance, if we are, 20 million households, and as per data, you find like only 5 million are extremely struggling. So when you find the government gives a subsidy, and all people benefits, even billionaires, you see that's the wastage of resources. If we were to have something like in the US, where we find, for instance, we have accurate data of the income of households, of the financial capability of individuals. So, for instance, we know individuals or family households which are who are extremely suffering. So we can then give them a package direct to their bank accounts, like it's happening in the USA. Those people are earning below a given. So then we can have like a fair and balanced economy where the government is trying to assist those at the bottom. But remember, subsidy we give to every person, even Chris Kirubi will go to the market, will actually benefit. That's very unfair. So we need to understand. Regarding the education system, I'm proposing us to go the Chinese way. For instance, in China right now, if you are talking about primary school of education, every classroom across the Republic of China has standards. The classroom is constructed in a given way. The ratio of teachers to students is fixed. So the education in China, across the Republic of China, is extremely uniform. But here in Kenya, you find schools with a lot of teachers, a lot of resources, and somewhere in Samburu or in other areas, students are under 3. They have 1 teacher. There is a school which has like 3 teachers. That's a primary school having 3 teachers. We can imagine that. So I think the current infrastructure and the setup we have in Kenya, it has to be uprooted and reorganized in a way. And I disagree with the CPC. The CPC is trying to enrich the basic education. And in Kenya, we are not having an issue with the basic education. The issue we have is that of tertiary education, where we find we are producing a lot of graduates who are not creative enough to come up with their business, to start up companies. So they come out and they become a burden for the government, waiting for the government to give them employment opportunities. So we were to transform the tertiary education so that there is a lot of practicals. Currently, there is more theoretical based. For instance, in Kenya, you study engineering for almost 6 years or 5. But in China, they do it in 2 years and they are the best in the world because it's practical oriented. So we were to transform tertiary institutions. Primary, secondary, basic education was perfect so that we can be having graduates who are very creative, who come out and create companies and start their own investments so that we create employment opportunities because the great economies in the world, they bank on the private sectors, the private companies, and the individuals. Those are the ones who sustain the economy. There is no country which is successful where that is the government which embrace all people. In other countries like in the US, the private sector is like 80% of the the employees. So I think that's the way we go. Also regarding about the youth, Nyumba was trying to say that the members of parliament we have is a reflection of the society. That's not true. We can say it's a consequence of democracy. You know, the assumption of democracy is that we are all equal, which is extremely false and biased. We are not equal in terms of critical thinking, in terms of seeing what's right and what's wrong, in terms of selecting who are the right individuals to lead us. So you find that the professor and somebody who dropped out of standard, they are the same. They can have just one fault. So that's a consequence. But it's a consequence which you should embrace and try to improve on that. And I'm a kind of person who believes that what will hold African countries behind is because they are trying to use the Western system, the Western democracy system, which is working because all people are informed and all people are trying to do the right thing. But here, because not all people are civilized and educated, you will find readers trying to hide behind the system, and we cannot move forward. The reason why China is moving very quickly is it is using its own system, which works as per. And in 20 years or two, actually, China will be the superpower of the world because it's trying to implement programs as per the circumstances on the ground. As in Africa, we are trying to copy the American system, the Western system, but the circumstances on the ground are very different. If, for instance, you take the case example of DRC. DRC is the richest country in the world in terms of the resources it has, but they are very poor. Western countries are exploiting them. So if we can change the tactic, for instance, if, for instance, China can come to Congo in 10 years to try to develop that country and orient it, it will move forward. But people would say that's interfering with the democracy. That's trying to undermine us. But without without ignoring some provisions of the Western country, these African countries cannot move forward. That's my submission.
Hey, Brother Duke, thank you for that. You seem to be going around the whole country, I mean the whole world, to justify the scrapping of CBC and the rest. I don't think we are justified to experiment with the lives of our children. Let us take our madness to our own parliament and practice it there. When it comes to the lives of our children, they could only be subjected to something that has been proven over and over and it's been found working. The business of children doing CBC for 3 years and then you want to shift them to another thing, you are spoiling their future, you are confusing them, and no responsible government should be doing that. So whatever imagination or dream they have against the current education system, they need to take time with it, allow CBC to do what it's required to do, let it be given, let the 10 years as these ones come up with whatever system they would want to bring up. But if this is about proving the point that we can scrap off everything Uhuru started so that we start on a fresh slide, I'm saying the opening of too many loopholes is going to cause problem for the governance of this particular administration. You don't disturb everywhere when you're newly in the house. You don't know all the bedrooms. Then you want to disturb everybody. You may get lost. You don't know the exit. And the fire has started. What happens? You will be the first one to burn in that particular place. Stay Kwanza, study the place, understand the entry, exit, reason why this is this, how long it's been on, why it has been that long. But when you become an expert of an area you don't know much about, you will become the victim of the very things that you begin to bring into play. Glad to see Mama Selina has come. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Hey, Bernard, Niko kazini. I've been following you, nasikia mpaka nikaona at least niingie mahali kidogo tu. You know, this show ni mzuri sana. Tuko na serikali mpya. My worry, Penat, is kila kitu Penat, kwanza kabla hujafanya chochote, is the goodwill, and trust. Kenyans sahi hawana trust na hawana hiyo goodwill. Nimesikia mkiongea mambo ya mbolea, nimefuata vitu mingi mumesema, naona manduku zetu ya UDA, they are still like they are campaigning. It is the time, hata ukiwa mwanachama ya UDA ama Kenya Kwanza, you assist the government by saying the truth. You assist the government kwa kusema mahali wangefanya kuwasaidia. Kwa sababu wale wako, the best thing is we don't have a position in parliament, but outside wananchi Penat, people are really waiting. And of course, truly, kuna wale wanataka kuona fallout. Kuna wale wanataka success. And I like the way you say, Kenya sahi ikianguka, inaanguka na sisi wote. Inapata waliyekuwemo na wasiyekuwemo. Our country is very important, but the problem is the leaders. And it is not even the leaders. Baba ya nyumba, akiwa na wanawake 5, ama hata 2 Penat. Ukikemea kwa nyumba ya mama mdogo, watoto ya mama mkubwa wanakanga. Ukielekea kwa mama ingine, watoto. So, I think the President of Republic of Kenya, hakuna kitu uwezi, bahati mbaya, amekuja. The only president amepaki ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru was lucky, he could ask advice from Kibaki, he could run to Moi, and he can get advice. Now, Ruto, yeye amekuwa kwa serikali for 10 years. It's not a newcomer. Ameplay your good games, ama 30 games inside their government. Now, nasikia watu wanasema treasury hakuna pesa. Bernard, kama nikiwa na gari yangu, BMW, I need to have a good driver ya kuendesha gari yangu isipate accident. So, tu wanaongea kuhusu pesa. Let me advise you guys. Sisi wenye tulianza na serikali ya Moi, Kenyans, na hii story mulikuja kukawanya wananchi, the poor plus the rich. Ukienda manyumba ya watu Penat sahi, unless moto, Mungu tu asaidie manyumba isichomeke, pesa sote siko kwa mamatres, siko kwa mashamba, simechimbiwa. Unajua wache nikwambie Penat, mimi wakati nilikuwa na Moi 92, I want to say from there, kuna wakati serikali ya Moi ilikuwa ngumu. 1, IMF today, they cannot trust you guys. World Bank cannot trust you guys. Because ile China, unajua sisi wenyewe ile majina, nikisema leo Penat ni pasta, lakini nianze kupaka Penat chafu. Pasta hata ukisimama kanisa kuhubiri, kuna wale wanataka kujua vile umefaa, kuna wale wanajua huyu pasta ati jana hakulala nyumbani, kuna wale wanasema ati pasta huyu hata kama anatuhubiria ako na concubine. So Kenya, where the country today, we need to heal the country before hii mambo yote mnarukaruka na kusema ni ngumu sana. Bahati mbaya 21st century with the learned young people, they don't want history, hawataki kukombea, italete shida sana Penat. Shida. Today hata hatujamaliza 1 week. Tuesday ndio itakuwa serikali ya Kenya imemaliza wiki moja. Can you imagine 1 week na hii mambo imepatikana sahi? For 5 years, where will Kenya be? I would advise one thing. Kama mimi ni rais, and I wish angesikia, atafute goodwill. Amesema, and I like that, ataki opposition, he want a strong opposition. Ana flame na fire. Opposition yenye batu Raila anaongoza, Penat, ilimushinda Moi. Ikashinda, kwanza ilishinda baba yake Jeramogi. Ikakuja kwa Moi, ikakuja kwa Kibaki. Imekuja serikali ya Uhuru. Are you really Raila? Mimi, kama mimi ni Ruto, alifanyia campaign Raila. Wacha leo nikue mkale. I want to be a Kalenjin today. Alifanyia campaign Raila, akakuwa prime minister. If I was Ruto, Raila ni kama grandfather yake. Arsenal ameingiza mpira na mkono na rivaria kuona. I would like to have goodwill ya Wakenya na aongee na huyo msee amwambie, tafadhali, mimi ni wako, ukitaka kuniua uniue, ukitaka kuniponya uniponye, sitaki unisaidie ukuje serikali. Advice is very important, Penat. Moi, wakati mambo ilikuwa ngumu kwa Raila, alituma the late Ruben Chesire, akaenda kwa Raila. Nimeona Raila amekaa chini na kashakwa Mombasa after 2 days. The first day, nasikia munatoa Equity, munatoa Family Bank, munaenda National Bank na KCP. Wacha nikwambie leo, serikali ya Ruto, wenye walimpigia kura, unajua siasa, unajua kuna watu interest, kama sahi naona Central vile kuna Kashakwa na kuna kina Ndindi Nyoro na kuna kina Alice Waume. As the vice president or the deputy president, angetaka kukuwa na powers. But unajua huyo jamaa Penat, hana goodwill, kwanza hana goodwill ya Central. And he is the vice president. I think Kenya, sisi wengine bado tunataka kusaidia nchi yetu because nchi ikianguka imeanguka na sisi. But ningeomba Tuke na wale watu yote, kama mwingine sijui alikuwa nasikia nini, ati hata hatutaki watu, ati hata sijui. I want niombe, kama nyinyi mnapenda serikali ya Ruto, please mujaribu kuleta Wakenya pamoja. Charibuni, hapana kuja na kifua. Sahi crisis. Na mnajua, wakati unakuja kusema nani atatoa pesa yake apati, mama mboga na baba mboga na mtu ya pikipiki Penat, most they can get is $50. Nilisikia jana kijana ya bodaboda anasema hata hatutaoa kwa sababu crisis imeingia mafuta nini. Now, kama unapika Citizen, unapika sijui nani wanafanya nini, wacha niwaambie Penat, afadhali ukue maskini lakini usikue maadui. Ukue na maadui. Wanasema maadui wakiwa inchi, maadui wakiwa wengi nje, itakuwa ngumu sana uendelee. Wenye wanakupiga, unajua wanasanyana, wako na evidence, ni watu wanajua vitu wanafanya. So I would like to tell these guys, si kukuja kwa sababu mnajua kuongea. Charibuni kuweka Wakenya pamoja na jaribu kusaidia hiyo serikali, because today Duke umesimama tukianza. I believe, I like that umesimama na hiyo serikali. Kama ingeanguka ulisimama mpaka the last minute. Vile imefaulu but umesimama. But I want you to do one thing. Jaribu kusaidia and try to make more friends. Kuna watu wakiongea, hata kama ni wa Azimio ama ni wa chama gani, kuna watu wanaweza sikiza. I want you guys kujaribu, msipike kifua. End of the day, mambo imeanza. Kachakwa kwenda kusalamia Raila, pila head of state kutangulia kusalamia Raila. Why? Raila ameingia jana. Deputy President ako upale. Mambo ya members of parliament. Me, Bernard, I'm feeling something is not right somewhere. But I would like mtu kama Duke, mimi kama leo, Bernard, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto. Mama kama Mama Selina, nimekaa chini na Ruto. Nimekaa chini na Uhuru kwa sababu sisi ni watu ya KANU. Tulifanya kazi pamoja. Nikipanda ndege leo kukuja, hata kama niko opposition, na nikuje nitake kumuona, sitakuwa na hii watu wanapiga mdomo hapa na I want you to assist the government. Hapana kuja kutu lecture. Karibu mambo hii yote anafanya in 3 days. Supreme Court itasarambatika, watu watasema what really happened. Already wameongea. Chebukati the hero ndio hiyo anataka kufukuza commissioners. You are sending police officers. You are doing the same mistake Moi alifanya. And then end of the day, Bernard, nataka serikali Kenya after 5 years we elect the right person or the right people, or we elect the wrong people. You could Russia sahi Putin anaenda kuangusha na watu yake kwa sababu amelete vita, amefanya vituko mpaka sahi unaona Putin for the first time anaweza kuwa impeach kwa sababu amepigana mpaka Russia imekuwa maskini. Amerika na nchi hizo ingine imesaidia Ukraine ikapatia silaha. Sasa sahi ukiangalia Russia, watu wanataka peace. Watu wameteseka. Kenya mchunge sana. I would be happy tukue na serikali wapigane. Ruto amechukua miaka ingine 5 aingie ama mwingine aingie, kuliko tuanze kuchezea nchi. Watu wako na njaa, ndio mumeweka chini fertilizer, lakini hiyo fertilizer Bernard ni ya 2024 2023 yes, kwa sababu saa hii mahindi siko kwa mashamba na mwezi wa 3 huko mwezi wa 4 ndio tunapanda, ndio tuweze kuona hiyo mbolea ya 350 haifanyi 3500 haifanyi kazi saa hii, itakuwa next year. Pia kuna Mungu umesema tunaweza kuwa na mvua ama tukose kuwa na mvua. So ukiweka chini mbolea na si wakati ya kupanda, we are still not assisting these people. Umeweka petrol juu. nilikuwa juzi nikisikia kuna jamaa alikuja hapa Mtembei akasema mtu yote mwenye ako na gari ni tajiri, na nikasikia watu wakilia wakisema nimechukua loan ndio niweze kununua gari. Huyu mtu aliongea hivyo kuharibu China ya UDA. Akasema hata ni mchinga, nitamuita hivyo. Alisema petrol peke yake imeongezwa, lakini diesel na kerosene iko cheap. Baadaye pena nikasikia diesel iliongezwa, kerosene imeongezwa. Sasa mtu mwenye anapanda matatu penalty atalipa. So matatu kama ulikuwa unalipa 50 itakuwa 100. Mtu mwenye labda hatakuwa kwa hii mambo ni mtu ya baskeli, kwa sababu hata pikipiki inatumia mafuta. What are you trying to tell Kenyans? Na hiyo alikuwa Mkale anakuja kusema ati sisi tunalipisha matajiri, alafu sasa sisi wakulima tunakatiwa diesel, alafu sasa sisi petrol. Hiyo ni kuincite wananchi. Hata mwenye alikupigia kura nilisikia watu wakisema kwa nini hamkutuambia kabla hatujafika kura ya kwamba mnakuja kutuongezea because mnataka taxes. Anything we spoke penalty tukiwa watu wadogo ni sumu. Tuke, mkiona watu yenyu wamekuja kuongea mbaya, jaribuni kusimamisha. Otherwise the country itaenda vibaya. We are happy, you guys are happy. Kuna wenye wanalia. Nusu ya wale walifurahia kuchakua UDA wakirudi kura sahi. Kama walikuwa 100, I'm telling you, it can be 50. Na ni 4 days. Si 3 months, si 1 year. Tukienda kura sahi, pati mbaya turudie kura. Watu ya Naivasha, munaambiwa munarudisha poti na ruti Mombasa. Watu wenye walikuwa wamefurahi na wamefurahi Naivasha. Do you think watasimama na UDA wakati kama mambo inaharibika? So I would like Kenyans, kwa sababu serikali imekuja, mtoto amesaliwa, hatuwezi uwa mtoto akiwa kwa mkono. But mwenye kulea mtoto kama ni mlevi ama aoni, Bernard anaweza angusha mtoto na akufe. So I want Kenyans, hii mtoto tumesaa hivi juzi, regardless. Unajua tunasema mama akiwa raped na apate mimba, anatakanga sana kutoa hiyo mimba, lakini anaweza aongeleshwe mpaka aseme nitasaa hiyo mtoto na sitataka kuona. Unajua vile watu wanamwambianga, usae unipatie ama utupe hospitali. Unajua watu wanajua nini penalty? Ukiona hiyo mtoto tu amekuja amelia, inakuwa attached na mwili yako, hautatupa. Lakini utakuwa unamwangalia akilia kidogo, unasema na hii mtoto kama si kurepiwa singemlea, singekuwa na hii mtoto. So I want Kenyans ya kwamba the baby we have now, tujaribu kusaidiana sisi yote kulea. Na hiyo watu ya UDA wanakuja hapa kujifanya na kuongea mbaya. Kama watu 10 walikuwa nataka kurudi kwa UDA, wanatoroka. Asante Penat, mimi nitasikiza, niko job. Ningetakanga kuingia sana, lakini tulikuwa nje siku mingi Penat, mpaka unajua mimi nilikuwa nimekata tikiti. Unajua hata sasa najaribu kuuza tikiti yangu kwa sababu I cannot make it. Lazima ni resist. Ndiye sababu tunafanya karibu ninafanya kazi 24 hours Penat. Unafanya 9 hours, unarudi ingine, unaenda ingine, kwa sababu we need to recover. So as I'm here always, nikipata nafasi nitaingia, lakini inaniuma sana saa ile nasikia vile watu wanaongea, nataka kutoka, lakini roho yangu pia bado nataka kusikiza. Lakini naomba tafadhali, siasa iliisha. Watu ya Yuda, tafadhali ninawaomba, msikue jeuri, saidieni nchi. And thank you Bernard for your stand. Hakuna mtu anakulipa, but umejitolea kwa sababu unapenda nchi yako. Unakuwa na kazi ngumu sana. Saa hii ungekuwa unapembeleza opposition, but shida yako ni wenye wanajiita serikali, wanakuja na jeuri na maneno mingi. I don't know, wanafikiria wakiongea ndio watasikika ama wanasaidia serikali yao. I wish hiyo mtoto wanapepa hata kitofu ichakauka. Wajue vile wanapembeleza, wanaweka maji badala ya kitofu kukauka, inaendelea yani I don't know, I don't know Kenyans. I really pity hii watu ya UDA. For real. Saa hii Azimio ndio wangekuwa arrogant, wangekuwa opposition, lakini Azimio ndio wanataka kujaribu kusaidia serikali. Lakini unaona hii watu wanakuja wanaongea mpaka unasikia really? So sitaki kuwachokesha. But Pena, thank you so much. May the Lord bless you. Kasi unafanya ni kanisa, ni vile unahubiri kanisa, unapata watu wengi wameokoka na wanaenda pinguni. Endelea kusaidia these Kenyans. Lakini ukiona hiyo watu wanataka kuharibu hiyo serikali ya UDA, toa, hata usiwapatie, kwa sababu hakuna kitu wanasema. Kuendelea kuharibu serikali yao. If they come with the nonsense, take them away. Inafanya mpaka mimi saa hii nasikia kuingia na singetaka. I enjoy listening, but kama watakuja na hiyo upusi, tafadhali Pena tusiwapatie, let them stay. Thank you so much. Naona naona watu wameingia, lakini
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako na maoni yako. Tutaendelea mbele. Lazima tufanye majukumu tunayoweza kufanya ili tusaidie nchi. Wakati uko na dereva na dereva ajui njia, hawezi kulala wakati gari inaenda. Lazima umuelekeze pia, hapana, kona ninapigianga hapa, tunaenda hivi. So although he's driving, he must be guided by somebody who knows the way. And the good news is that the president has enough resource people around that he can make use of if he wants to. So if the Kenya Kwanza administration will fail, it's not that there is no resource people around, it's not that there's no enough information around. It will be by choice. And that's why they should not be forgiven. If they fail, it will be by choice. It's not by default. It's not by accident. It's not by something that they did not anticipate. It's clear. They have everybody that has run government around. They can call them and find out. Franklin Bate is around. Sally Kosgei is around. Nani mwingine, Mudhaura is still around. Wale watu wote wameongoza nchi wakashikilia pamoja in a very precarious state are still around. So Dr. William Ruto has no reason to fail in his administration, even if he may not be, considering those kind of people. They are important.
Bernard,
they know what to do. He should make use of them.
Bernard, on Tuesday, watu wangapi walishika ile sword? Ni Ruto. Ye is the president of Republic of Kenya as we are talking. Mambo ikienda mbaya, mambo ya kubeba Yuda, mambo ya kubeba Kenya Kwanza awache mbali. Amechaguliwa rais ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Anaweza shika simu, hakuna mtu atakataa kusikiza ama kuchukua simu kama president ya nchi ameita. Nataka Ruto asimame ajue yeye peke yake ndiye alichaguliwa rais ya Kenya. Mambo ya supporters, mambo ya unajua Penat akikuwa captured. Sahi hakuna kitu watu watamfanya. Election siasa imeisha, akuwe rais, aite watu wa Kenya. Si ati unaunda serikali na supporters yale mulikuwa munaruka barabarani. Wale watu walianguka, patia peleka mahali ingine. Otherwise atengeneze serikali na Wakenya. Kuna Wakenya wasomi, kuna Wakenya wana idea. Hiyo tu ningesema Penat. Story ya kusema nilikuwa UDA, sijui serikali na yetu, hata ingine anakuja hapa. Vile Ruto ameongea yeye anakuja hapa kama yeye ndiye Ruto. Hiyo vitu imeisha. Alishika hiyo kitu, hiyo sword peke yake akasema mimi na hapa ya kwamba achue Kenya ikiingia. Si leo ameona Gachagua amesalamiana na Raila. Si Gachagua alikuwa nasema Ruto na Gachagua ni pete na chanda. Chanda pete ilifanya nini mpaka alafu wengine anasema ati Ruto alimtuma. Ruto asimame achunge serikali. Serikali ni yake. The President of the Republic of Kenya. Atafute mawaita kutoka wase vijana ya maana. Thank you so much, Penat.
Okay, asante Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa hayo yote. Naamini kwamba ujumbe unamfikia kwa sababu kila mtu anatazama Mtembei TV. Nashukuru wote ambao umejiunga na Mtembei TV usiku wa leo na kuendelea kuchangia katika masuala yanayohusu siasa zetu na vile tunasonga mbele. Tuna serikali mpya na serikali mpya imekuja na mahanja mengi sana. Mojawapo ni kwamba watu wa Kenya Kwanza meza iko tayari, lakini lazima warudi kujifunza jinsi ya kushika kijiko, kisu na ili sahani isiumie. So tunauliza, hii ni chakula ya kawaida ama ni ile ingine tunajua? Kwa hivyo tunaangalia kwa hiyo kwa kina. Alafu wamesema tena hawapunguzii tena, wametoa subsidy yote ya unga na subsidy ya petrol. Wanataka kutuletea mbolea. Alafu pia wanasema petrol hiyo subsidy ilikuwa inapeana kwa watu wachache, wanataka kupeana kwa watu wengi. Sasa hatujui vile itakuwa, lakini tunaomba tu ili kila Mkenya awe na la kusema kwa haya na atarajie matokeo yake. Ningependa kuwashukuru wote ambao wamejiunga nasi sasa hivi. Muda wangu wa kung'atuka ulikuwa ushafika kitambo, ni vile walimu wa usiku walichelewa kufika na Wekesa ilikuwa ang'atuke kwa sababu ako na kazi mapema asubuhi. So ningependa kushukuru Makia is here, Julia is here, Duke is here. Thank you so much. Brother Benson, long time no seen. Welcome back. Karibu sana. And Penny Nyagaka. Wewe ulikuwa baba yangu. Kuliendaje tena? Uliniacha?
Yangu sita kuacha, hata nitakutumia kitu lakini uchukue kwa kanisa waniombee. Sio ya hiyo project nyingine, ni ya kanisa. Nitakutumia kitu uchukue kanisa. I hope you understand kabisa. Sasa wacha nizungumze tu kitu moja kabla Mama Selina ataenda. Nilikuwa nataka nimwambia kwamba sisi tunapenda historia sana, kwa sababu this time hatukuwa na General Tonche. Mama Selina ndiye atawaambia huyu General Tonche ni nani. Ndio alisaidia Kenya 2002 na tukaendelea mpaka sasa. Sasa tuna huyu nani Ogola ambao anataka kupendua serikali. Mama Selina, wacha nikuambia kwamba bottom up economics hiyo ndio tutafanyia kazi between now and 2027. Na tukifanya mbaya, you are more than welcome utuchukue out. Na lazima muone yale ambao mtaambia wa Kenya alafu wawapigie kura. But as of right now, UDA imechukua serikali, wameleta watu kutoka Somaliland, watu kutoka Kisii. Sasa waja tengeneza hata cabinet. Sasa hiyo ndio tutaangalia, tutawasupport na tutaendelea na hiyo hiyo tu. Na Kenya ni nchi yetu, tunaipenda, everybody likes it, except most of you guys in this show were of a different opinion. Lakini opinion yetu ikienda mbele, you are free to criticize that, because that's what the democracy is all about. Now, let me finish by saying this. Bernard, unasemanga all the time that Kenya does not have an official opposition party. That is very true. And it's intentional. We don't want it. We don't want an official opposition party. Because if we had an official opposition party, then even Obama could have never made a president of the United States. Right now, as we speak, the Republicans don't have anybody that will run the election of 2024. Guess what? They will get one by the year 2024 comes in. The official opposition, I guess whoever wrote the Constitution was intentional. Now, I mean, the opposition has even, committees in the parliament that they have to occupy. Even if Auda has whatever they can manipulate, these committees have to be occupied by the opposition. And the Constitution was well written. Let us follow it. Let us do whatever we can to support it. But like I said, let me repeat, if we fail, you are free to win. Elections are not about enmity. Bernard, wewe ni mtu ya kanisa na tunakuheshimu namna hiyo. Lakini wale ambao wanachukia wengine kwa sababu hawako Azimio ni mbaya sana. It's a waste of your energy. Siwezi kama huyu baba Azimio, that's my cousin. Lakini tunazungumza normal. Hakuna kitu ya kuchukia. Thank you very much, Bernard, for giving me the opportunity. Na vile nimesema nitakutumia kitu kidogo uchukue kanisa waniombe. Kanisa, that's how I was raised. I was raised in church. My uncle was a preacher, and that's a different story. Thank you very much, Bernard.
But you have to withdraw one thing. Wanajeshi yetu ya Kenya si kabila. You don't come here utuambie Okola. Kutuambia Okola ni kumaanisha nini? You know, wewe ni msee na unasema tonchi. Yes. But wewe nyinyi ndio mnastahili kujua vile mnaongea. Wewe unafikiri ukisema Okola ni kutuambia Wajaluo, unafikiri hawana watu? No, you don't have to say that. No. Unaharibia Ruto. Hiyo ni kuharibu hiyo serikali. Chua mimi ni mkale as I'm talking today. Hiyo serikali ikianguka, haianguki na Kisii ama na kabila ingine. Hey, please. Kuweni pole. Pana kuja tacha wanajeshi hapa. Huyo mmoja unatacha kwa nini? Amefanya nini? Si wewe ndio ulimpromote? Withdraw those things. Mambo ya serikali wachana naye.
Wacha nirudishe hiyo 1 minute. Wacha nirudishe.
Wacha ya serikali, mambo ya jeshi ya nchi wachia serikali. Tupigane wanasiasa. Say anything kuhusu mwanasiasa. Lakini watu ya serikali, please, especially wanajeshi, wachaneni naye. Msiweke hiyo siasa, hiyo ni kuharibu.
You're repeating yourself. Una repeat. Mimi nimekusikia. You're repeating yourself. Nilisema ya kwanza General Tonche ambaye alikuwa mkale. Moi na Bigwatu walikuwa wanataka kumtumia waendelee na kuwa kwa serikali in 2002. Na General Tonche told him no. But what we see now from General Ogola ni kwenda kwa 3 o'clock in the morning. Hiyo itakuja kutoka sio wakalejini wajaluo. No. General Tonche told the Moi to stop this.
Stop it. Hata hiyo serikali itafika 4 days na bado unaongea nyamasa. Stop it.
Okay, order both of you. Thank you so much. Let's do this. Let's not drive the conversation into that direction. Mzee Penny, wewe ni mzee wetu na lazima mambo unayosema uyapime vizuri kwa sababu yana madhara yake. Ndio Mama Selina nakwambia masuala ya ami usiingize siasa ndani, na hayo unayosema ni maoni yako, lakini hayafai kusemwa hivyo. And the best eldership is to be also accept to be corrected. All the same, thank you. Now, it is the turn for Benson to make his submission, but as he will be making his submission, I'll be jacking out of here, yep, like bullet, because it is 4:35 a.m. Nairobi, Kenya. Bwana Makiadi.
Yes, Bernard.
Usingizi wangu nitalipisha I think $5 per hour. I'll have fresh meat. Na sasa vile mimi tayari najua kushika spoon.
Iko matajiri hapa. Unanisikia Bernard?
Yes.
Iko matajiri hapa lazima watalipa hiyo. Wakina Bro Benson walienda wakapotea baada ya kupata information ya kwamba Supreme Court imekataa kutupatia kitu yetu. So sasa hivi wamerudi wakiwa sawa, wamerecover. So watakuangalilia hiyo maneno. Lakini before you leave, I think hiyo kitu nani ameongea Penyagaka is a very reckless statement. Hata kama Mama Selina amemwambia wacha hata mimi nirudie. For somebody like Ogolla to work through kufika mahali amefika kuwa Lieutenant General, it's not a walk in the park. It's not a walk in the park. With all the politics that zinakonga kwa military na succession, I think hii ni mtu tu anataka kumharibia jina. Because vile military inafanyanga kazi, Lieutenant General Ogolla is supposed to be now the next Chief of Defense. And ukiona wakina Penny wanakuja hapa kupiga reckless statement kama hiyo, how do you come here utuambie ati anataka kupindua serikali? Honestly, I think Penny ukiendelea kuongea vitu kama hizo, we will even advise akina Bernard wasikuadmit kwa show, because unaharibia mtu career yake. This is a person ambaye amespend over 30 years kwa military, over 30. For you to rise from a second lieutenant, uende juu namna hiyo, upite lieutenant kanali, upite major, upite lieutenant kanali, upite brigadier, uende ukue major general, upite major general, ufike kwa lieutenant general. You work so hard. You sacrifice a lot, utasoma sana. Politics huwa zinatoa watu kando. People go for retirement, people fall on the side. So this guy is targeted to be the next CDF. Now, if I may go tribal kidogo, that position has never been held outside certain communities. For the history, ukienda uangalia historia ya Kenya. And for this guy kukuja kuharibiwa jina, people are targeting him, wanasema sijui ati because he's from this community. That guy has worked as a professional soldier, as a professional military officer. And so we will not allow people like Penny Nyagaka hapa kuja throw some funny statements ati anataka kupindua serikali. Wewe ulikuwa na yeye wakati alikuwa anaenda huko Bomas of Kenya. Unafuata ile propaganda yenye Itumbi anapiga huko kwa media, unakuja kutuwekea hapa. I think that is very unfortunate, but it is okay. Kama politics inakuwa ni kuruin careers za watu wengine because you want to make a political statement, then ole wako, your day will also come. Pengine kesho kuto itakuwa mtoto wako ambaye atakuwa naenda namna hiyo na apigiwe siasa za upuzi kama hizo. So Bernard, hiyo Penny Nyagaka ameongea, mimi sikufurahishwa nayo. Wacha waachane na Ogolla afanye kazi yake, and he is working. I mean, umemwona juzi kwa function ya swearing in. He is working. He's a professional. He's not swayed by politics ya pesa nane, because he knows his work. He knows how hard he has worked to reach there. So wacha niachie hiyo hapo. Bernard, I think unaweza kuwa na closing remarks before tukuachilie.
Sawa, thank you very much Richie, we appreciate that. Na kila mtu akue makini tafadhali. Bado blogging, I mean we can blog, we can ban you from the studio, we have all that capacity. And I look for wisdom from the elderly. Tafadhali ukija hapa na nitakuheshimu, nitakupatia muda wa kuongea, lakini katika kuchangia kwako, saidia inji, saidia vijana, saidia watu wakae kwa safu zao in their space rightly. Push the young people in their space, push the elderly people in their space, and let your wisdom be that of building the nation, not scattering the nation. This platform is useful and is reaching a lot of people. Let's not abuse it by misguiding and projecting unfounded propagandas. Time ya propaganda imeisha. Sasa tuseme ukweli. Ndio tunaangazia masuala ambayo yamezungumzwa na Rais Dr. William Ruto, na hiyo inatuhusu kwa sababu it's affecting each and every life of every Kenyan, the high and the mighty equally. And so let's be part of the solution, not part of the problem. The insecurity with the Kenya Kwanza administration, I think theirs is self-created. I don't think there is anybody who is looking on how to to overturn any government. In fact, the cabinet is yet to be named. People are yet to get into their spaces. So which government is there to be overthrown? Let's take it easy. Tuache hizi mambio mbio ambazo hazifai. Nashukuru kila mmoja, asante wote ambao mmejumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Naomba mimi ning'atuke, lakini mtaendelea mpaka wakati mtachoka, mfunge stesheni. Tuonane yale masaa mengine. God bless you.
Aya, thank you so much, Bernard. Good to see you. It's been a while.
So it's Benson.
Okay. Aya, Benson karibu. Ngoja Benson, dakika moja. Thomas Babu, uko na swali, naona umeinua mkono, labda niko Bernard.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Richi kunipatia nafasi. Nimeumwa sana na nimeguswa sana na huyo mzee wa kwangu huko nyumbani, anaitwa Beni Nyagaka. Huwa anapenda kukua on the background, lakini yenye ameongea hapo, ile ni ile kukua na ile asira ile ya kwetu, ile ya kukua na asira ile ya wasee wa zamani, ndio ameleta mpaka hapa Marekani. Wewe umekuwa Marekani na unakuja kusema unaongelea mambo ya huyo Ogor brigadier. Ulimuona wakati gani alimuona akienda huko? Yeye tu ako hapa Marekani, tuko na yeye hapa, lakini yeye anaongelea eti alikuwa huko Bomas of Kenya. Yeye alimuona akienda huko. Unakuja kuingiza mambo ya wanajeshi huko, ile ndio mkatie hiyo mkato, sababu amefikia ile kukua CDF Arabu azimu apigwe nje vile alifanywa Mr. Opande. Sijui kama mnakumbuka Opande mwenye alipelekanga huko Liberia wakati wa civil war ya Liberia. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anatakana kuchukua hiyo hiyo cheo ya CDF, lakini akapelekwa namna hii mpaka akaenda retire. Hakuna bila umesema Richi ni ukweli. Hakuna kabila, ni kabila ngapi? Tukienda Coast, tukienda Northeastern, tukienda Eastern na tukienda Central, hao ndio kabila 4 na Rift Valley. Tukiwa na Rift Valley ni kabila 5 peke yake ndio wamekuwa na hiyo cheo, na huwa inarotate pale, inarotate. Hata nimejaribu, hata saa zingine naangalianga siku gani mimi nitasikia hata Mkizia amefikia cheo ya general, kukua general. Hakuna hata siku moja nimesikia anaitwa general ama anaitwa General Momanyi, lakini huwa inazunguka pale, hiyo promotion yao inakuwa pale. Arabu nakuja kusema eti Ogora sababu wewe uko hapa na ujui chenye kinaendelea huko. Wewe unafuata mambo ya siasa, sio propaganda za UDA. Arabu ndio mzime huyo mzee. Wacha niwaachie hapo tu. Asante.
Okay. Yes, Bernard.
It's okay. Thank you. I think that is well done. You can proceed, Brother Benson.
Okay, Brother Benson, karibu. Thank you, Bernard. Tunaonana.
Okay. Nawasalimu nyinyi wote pali popote mko. Najua nimekuwa nikikuja, lakini natoka once in a while, alafu natoka. But mimi unajua kufika hapa palipa subsidies, I'm not very educated on those areas. I know there are those who are well versed with those. Mimi nakuaga huko palipa peace. One thing that to me I would say, and I've accepted, it's the presidency of Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And my stand is this: I did not like his political ideology until today, but he's my president. As a Kenyan citizen who respects the law and loves his country, Ruto will be my president. And what I would say, like, let's give him a chance. let's give him a chance and see what he can do for the country. Because like what I know, most of people have, they have what we call the fear of unknown. And that is what has been with the majority of people, like what will he do, or based on maybe some of the things that people have seen in his life. So that is there. And another thing, the same fear of unknown is also with the other side where I was. Yeah. So as a country, it can reach a point whereby we might have different ideologies and different views on all of us. But right now, those days have passed, because like this ideology, we used to share them, and like now we have president in the seat. So we will have a time when to correct, when we feel like things are not going right. We will have to come here and say them. And share with the UDA. I think Duke has been here for the longest time as part of the people who are supporting UDA. Duke has been here and he has endured debate. He's the only one guy who has stood to be there during all those time until today is here. So he also will have to tell us when the government is doing right, the government, because he believes in those ideology, you know, and we will also correct him. And another thing that I would also ask my fellow brothers, nobody is 100% Kenyan than the other. We are all Kenyans. Yeah. So if we are all Kenyans, this idea of each and every time we keep on insulting one another, it's not good. It doesn't build. We might have different ideology. Yeah, we can agree to disagree. Let us find a common way of how can we build our country. Where are we seeing our country in 10 years to come? With the policies that the president is going to bring, or with the people that is bringing on board, where we see or is not doing well, we'll come here and discuss it. If it's somebody who is listening, yeah, because it's a learning process. He can listen to us and he can change it so that we are going to have a better country. Because what is there? Even the people who supported the UDA and the people who supported Azimio, if the economy is hurting, the economy is going to hurt everybody. It's not going to say like the people, the larger percentage maybe in Nyanza who supported Raila Odinga, they're going to be hurt more than the people who are in the Rift Valley County who supported the president with a larger percentage. It's going to be across the board. Everybody is going to feel it. So if everybody is going to feel it, and if you love this country, whether you're coming from UDA or you're coming from Azimio, let us always have a conversation that builds, a conversation that unites, a conversation that we disagree in a very respectful way, that even if tomorrow I meet Duke on the street, I will still greet Duke as a brother. Then we have disagreed in the ideology. That is the only thing I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Benson. Karibu sana. Sisi tulivumilia hapa. This was like a stress reliever to us. Tulikuja hapa hata siku ya ya kuapishwa, kutoa stress. So welcome back. Hapa ndio mahali tunakuja kulia the whole day. Alafu tunaenda tunalala tukiwa tumepoa kwa roho. Haya, wacha nikaribishe Thomas.
Ile contribution yangu mimi naweza sema ni kule kwamba Ruto ndio president saa hizi. He is the president now. Let us give him time. And then from there tuangalie vile anaendesha serikali yake. But kukosoa tutamkosoa. Wacha ng'ang'ane, wacha pewe muda. Let us give him time. Criticize tunaweza criticize. Mahali anaenda vibaya tuna criticize. Mahali anaenda vizuri tutasema ameenda vizuri. Therefore ni mapema, it is too early tuanze kukozoa. Ndio amekuja na spirit, but speed yake pengine atakuwa na advisors ambao watakuwa pengine watamwambia, oh, this is the way, hapa umeenda vibaya, hapa unatakana kwenda hivi. Ile kifua, yani ile kukuja na ile speed ya kifua, hiyo speed itapoa. At the end of the day itakuja kurudi chini kidogo. Kwa hivyo tupatie nafasi upinzani, na tena kama watu wangekuwa wanajua ile roho ngumu Raila ako nayo, sababu kama ni mimi saa hii ningekuwa mpaka saa hii singekuwa nimeamka. Nikishindwa kura nishindwe ile nimeshindwa, kama ile Raila ameshindwa, mpaka anakuja mpaka unaona mpaka uso yake uso mpaka saa hii imefura, asijua alianguka chini. I don't know what happened to him, but ako na hiyo nguvu ile ya kwenda kuaddress wale wanaume. Na unaona wanaume wengine, yani muda kidogo tu namna hii wewe umekimbia kutoka hapa penye mahali ulikuwa umebelieve. Kama ulikuwa umebelieve na Azimio, sangapi tena ukakimbia tu, unakimbia huko kwa Ruto, eti sasa unaenda tena kusema umeingia huko? Si utaonekana wewe ni msaliti Lakini ule mzee ako na ile nguvu, anaongea hata vile na wasiwasi. Mimi singekuwa na ile nguvu ya kuongea vile Raila anaongea, sababu saa hii mimi hata siamini ingekuwa mimi na familia yangu tungekuwa namna gani. Ikiwa sisi tunaguswa vile tunaguswa, tunasikia vibaya hapa. Hata ukisikia mtu akiongea, when somebody is talking about Raila, hero of Raila here on the forum, unasikia ni kama lakini ule mzee anasimama pale mbele ya watu na anaongea, anawaambia hivi ndio tunastahili kwenda, this is the way to go. Kama we ni mpinzani, kama we if you are an elected member of parliament, you are an elected member of parliament, therefore stand, simama na yule ukweli yako, sababu ule mwingine wa Kenya Kwanza is a member of parliament. Hakuna eti ule ni mkubwa, wewe ni mdogo. Therefore zile nguvu wako nazo, wacha tumpatie, tusikuje tukaanza nini kung'ang'ana ama kuongea vibaya. Lakini criticize, we will criticize Ruto. Mahali anaenda vibaya tutasema, sababu ile kuahidi zile promises, the promises that he was giving, he was promising to the Kenyan people, oh, I'm going to do this and this, nitawafanyia hivi na hivi. Hizo ndio tunaendelea kuandika chini moja kwa moja. Yenye anaenda vibaya tunaendelea kuandika, then hiyo ndio tutakuja. Wemba utakuwa ni ule wa kumunyoa tu. Ile wemba ametumia ya uongo hii kunyoa wengine, hiyo ndio itatumika hiyo wakati. Lakini sasa Wakenya tukue waangalifu, tukue makini. Inchi ni yetu, if anything goes wrong, sisi sote tutaumia, sisi wote tutalia. Ni tumsaidie na tumurekebishe mahali anaenda vibaya. Nitawaachia hapo kidogo. Asante.
Guru.
Habari yenu. Nanisikia? Kuna analysis imefanywa kulingana na vile watu walipiga kura nchi mzima, na ukiangalia hiyo map unaweza kuelewa kwa nini Wakenya wana hasira. Sababu isipokuwa Rift Valley na Central, hiyo region zingine zote percentage ile kubwa ilipigia mzee kura, ilipigia Raila. Kwa hivyo kitu inaitwa legitimacy of leadership ni shinda kubwa sana kwa hii serikali, kwa sababu unaweza kuimagine out of the all the 8 known former provinces, the percentage that voted for more for Baba are 6 of them. He had 6 on his side. That means he got more votes than the presumed winner, except in Central and the areas of Kikuyu diaspora in the country and the Rift Valley. That itself is a big political question. And it is that political question that will not go away. No matter how much we try to hide behind the curtains. And it's not going to go away anytime soon, because it's like it's become almost a script that no other personality of any other community can rise to the top. I was not surprised that Gachagua went seeking out Baba, because the truth of the matter is that if that is a pattern of voting, it means majority of Kenyans are hurting and they are wondering. I have a friend from western parts of Western. He was telling me he went to his home some time back, just a few weeks after the declaration was made in the courts, and an old woman approached him because, of course, he's an elite, appears in the village with a vehicle, and therefore is one of their sons who have succeeded in education, works in Nairobi. So the elderly woman asked him, "What happened? We voted here in the village for Raila, but something could have happened. What could have happened in between? Because we even up to now cannot understand." Therefore, I will say this. There is no one government that has more problem than this one. First of all, it has to seek legitimacy. And legitimacy is sought through several ways. You either reach out to those who are, perceived to be the leaders of pockets of the Kenyan society. So that is why I'm not surprised that Gachagua now seems to wither before Baba. I am sure they are not bribed to the intelligence reports in the country. And our country is at an inflection point, like Baba saying, that we are facing very many economic problems. And those economic problems have now even worsened with the removal of subsidies. And a hungry man is not a very patient man. And I think the new readers know that if Baba were to be Baba, the way you know him as a politician, you just light fire under their feet in the shortest time possible. And it will not be very good music for them. Therefore, while some of those things may sound very good, that we want to subsidize production and stop subsidies on consumption, the truth of the matter is that the hustlers, the so-called hustlers, that's not what they were told during the campaigns. In fact, they were told that fuel prices are as a result of insensitive group of families, so-called dynasties, who do not understand how a person can go to bed without food. That is what they understood, and that is why some of them voted overwhelmingly. That category of people voted for Ruto, that he was to come and reduce the cost of living, because apparently he came from a poor background and therefore understands the pains of going to bed without food. The patience is being tested. Be wary of a population that is silent. We pray for this country because already the mamas across the country have not mutated into protests. We may play our elite political games up here, but down there, things are different. You cannot go to explain to a young man how he cannot afford to make profits from his border business, apparently because you are saying that we wait for production to be subsidized. Somebody asked, okay, now we are just moving towards planting season in some of the parts of Kenya. We will get the first harvest towards the middle of next year, maybe, or thereabouts. How do we survive if there is no subsidy and unga is in ranges of 230? So does that mean even if it goes to 300 per packet of unga, we will have to endure? Let me tell you guys, there is nothing as bad as playing with the emotions of a hungry person. It's not going to be easy. And it's a power cake waiting to explode if it is not handled very well. But I've also seen the supporters of Baba have told him with no uncertain terms that he should not have anything to do with entering into any agreement. In fact, people are saying this is an ordained government, God ordained, and therefore infallible. Just leave it to its designs, let God take charge, and let's see where it moves from there. And the other most interesting thing I saw somebody yesterday say is that this is the same message they have been told by their people. Don't go hand on this government because they may look for excuses. Oh, unaona huyu mzee wa kitendawili sasa ndiye ameanza kufuruga serikali. That is why there is price increases and so on and so forth. Because propaganda has been part of their way of doing politics. Just let them be. The sad thing is that opposition will come from bottom up, from the people themselves. And when opposition comes from the bottom up, it is harder to control. You'd rather, deal with organized groups than the population itself. We wish them well, but they have learned the first lesson in politics that when you get power through heavy propaganda, what awaits you is gloom. Right now, there is a lot of anxiety in the country. There is a lot of bitterness. In my own home area, the boda are already protesting the high fuel prices. There is a lot of disenchantment in parts of the country. Right now, in parts of Naivasha, there are people who have lost businesses massively because they are invested in anticipating a profit, but all of a sudden things have changed. All these combined, and the fact that major projects like Mau Mau Road have been stopped, the marriage that is coming to an end very soon is the marriage between the two communities. That marriage may not last even for 1 year if things move the way they are moving. And from there, we don't know what trajectory it will take. Forget about what you can see the elite at the top saying. This thing is from below. It's going to be very painful, but it is reality nevertheless. If nothing is done, and done fast, according to the promises that were made, that this is a man who has had a problem and therefore understands the problems of the people, and therefore will solve instantly the problems that they face. That is the promise they know. That is what they were told, and that is what they are waiting for. Any other excuses will not be have not been taken very kindly so far. So let me stop there, Makian, for now. That is my take. And anybody with a question can ask me as we wait to see what unfolds in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. Before I come to you, Duke, just give me a minute. Let me play a video here. I like videos. I like playing videos here.
Kenya ya kwamba kama mjumbe wa Kandara ninajua ripoti kamili ile rais wetu alipata juu ya bei ya mafuta haingemwezesha kurudisha bei chini, lakini nafikiri hii kwa sababu ni kwa muda mchache, tukubali ya kwamba tutengeneze pesa haraka, ndio hii mambo yote alainishe vizuri, bei ya mafuta iwe ni ile bei tunaweza kununua na kuuzia watu tukiwa tunajua.
There's no sound.
Kuna sound.
I can
sound
hear.
Eco.
Yeah.
Eco sound.
Probably on your side. Probably on your sound. Let me play again. But mimi nasikia sauti. I think maybe Thomas, kama ni wewe, check your device again.
Kenya ya kwamba kama mjumbe wa Kandara ninajua ripoti kamili ile rais wetu alipata juu ya bei ya mafuta haingemwezesha kurudisha bei chini, lakini nafikiri hii kwa sababu ni kwa muda mchache, tukubali ya kwamba tutengeneze pesa haraka, ndio hii mambo yote alainishe vizuri, bei ya mafuta iwe ni ile bei tunaweza kununua na kuuzia watu tukiwa tunajua wanaweza kuinunua. Ni tuseme kweli, hii maneno ya mafuta bei kuwa inaenda juu, itaenda tu ifikie mwananchi wa kawaida. Lakini mwananchi wa kawaida anajua serikali William Ruto amechukua siku 2 iliyopita. Tarehe 13. Leo ni tarehe 15. Hatungeweza kumwambia sasa aendelee na ile mipangilio ilikuwa ya subsidy, kwa sababu hata wenye kumanage, waziri wa energy na principal secretary wa energy, ile report wamempatia inaonyesha ya kwamba hawezi kuendelea na ile bei ambaye ilikuwa. Kwa hivyo hii ni kwa muda mchache, tuambie Wakenya wasikufe moyo, wazidi kuweka bidii kwa kazi, na tugojee serikali itengeneze pesa kiasi ile itawezesha sisi kuleta bei nafuu, kwa sababu yenyewe hata mimi kama mjumbe ninaielewa na ninasikia pia hapo ungumu wa kuinunua, lakini si tunajua serikali ni mpya. Tunatarajia mema na tunatarajia tukirainisha mipangilio ya serikali ya kutengeneza uchumi kwa jumla, tutakuwa na pesa kwa mfuko, na pesa kwa mfuko itakuwa ni
inasaidia the living cost ambaye mwananchi ameumia sana. Wale walikuwa wanaharibu uchumi, bado tuko na wao, lakini sasa tutaondoa wengi wao kwa mamlaka, kwa sababu ni lazima tuweke wale watu wanaelewa mwananchi wa kawaida. Yule anasema kazi ni kazi, yule anaamuka asubuhi bila kujua chakula atatoa wapi. Yule hawezi kununua paketi ya unga hiyo 200 na 50. Huyo ndiye tunatarajia kuondolea mzigo ya maisha na 50.
Hey, Duke, I want you to explain to me what Madam, what's her name?
Bakiadi.
Yes.
It is good that if you have a creep, because they are there, you also bring what they actually told the people on the campaign trail.
Yeah, I'll do that. I definitely have those. Duke, please explain to me what Madam Alice Wahome is trying to explain to Kenyans in simple English.
In simple, it's this way. When you want to buy something or you have to spend money, first of all, you have to talk about the income or the availability of the money you are spending. That's the expenditure you have to spend if you have that amount to spend. So right now, if you don't have money, you cannot go and buy a car. You cannot go and buy an helicopter. So it depends on what you have. So as per the records of the Treasury right now, the government is forced to borrow so that it can pay recurrent expenditure. That is paying workers, paying all those, for instance, we have workers, we have doctors, we have teachers. They have to be paid every month. So as per the records of the Treasury, we don't have enough money to do that. That's the situation we are in. So in that situation, you have to stop to pay teachers and all those who are paid so that you can sustain subsidies. So that's the situation we are in. That's why William Ruto has directed the Treasury and other auditors to write a report, a detailed report of why we are where we are. Because there has been mismanagement, extreme mismanagement of resources. Extreme mismanagement of resources. That's where we are. So it's all talking about sustaining the subsidies, and it's the mess of the outgoing government. That's number one. Number two, most of the subsidies were a wastage, more especially the UNGA subsidy. That's where you find that, for instance, if you talk about fuel subsidy, the government was paying the suppliers 50 per liter, but the impact on the consumer was 20. So it's that they were pocketing like 30. Some individuals were making up no more profit of that. When it comes to UNGA subsidy, only it was 30% which was paid to millers. So the government created a subsidy to subsidize UNGA, but only 30% was used for that purpose. 70% individuals went away with that money. So that's the situation we are. So we are trying to address that situation so that we can have a good income or a good amount of revenues which can be used. So it's about that.
Quick question to you, Duke. You're saying, like I heard Alice Wahome saying, that we are trying to save money so that at least in future we can have enough money to lower. I don't know what she meant there, but my question to you is this: there's a very famous saying in Kenya that goes like, "Do you live to eat or do you eat to live?" I would like you to answer that question.
Pardon?
Yeah, there's a saying in Kenya that goes, Do you live to eat, or do you eat to live?
You eat to live. You eat to live.
Yeah, thank you. Now you come back to what I was saying here. So you guys are telling Kenyans to go hungry right now, so that at least you guys can save money. And then after some time, I don't know how long that will be. I don't know if it's going to be 1 year when Kenyans are still buying unga for 200 shillings. Then now you're telling us you will come to lower the prices of unga again. You're pumping money into subsidized fertilizer. Number one, how do we know that this fertilizer is not from cartels? Because you did not consult anybody on the first day when you saw where is our president? When the president was sworn in, he subsidized fertilizer without consulting anybody. And then he refused to subsidize unga because he thinks that there are cartels that are holding the government at ransom. He also refused to subsidize fuel because he believes that there are families that are they're holding the government hostage. So how do we know that this is the same game that has been going on since the previous government? How do we know that you're funding another cartel from somewhere? Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, those are pertinent questions, Makiadi. Duke is lying on behalf of the government. I think Duke could land a job in Treasury or something because he understands this game. You know, the thing is, I have seen Ali saying that at the corrupt civil servants, Ruto was in the government. So, kikulacho kingoni ma. Hao watu wanajuana. Wakorino wanajuana kwa vireba. He knows who was having which contract. He knows who was having the maize contract. He knows who was having the oil contract. And it is said that some people say in some quarters, Makiadi, there are reports that when Uhuru gave these subsidies, aliona kwa mbali, aliwaonea kwa mbali. Yani kuna cartels walipanga kusupply oil, kusupply mahindi at very high prices. So when some of the wars you see between Uhuru and Ruto are coming from there, that Uhuru saw that some people had cartels, they were planning to supply maize. Sijui unasikia Duke hapa akituambianga ati tutaleta mahindi kutoka sijui Zambia, sijui Malawi. How does he know? He knows there are people who are ready to supply maize at those high cost prices. There were people who are ready to supply petroleum products. They are there. Hata mnakumbuka when we were fighting about oil prices, the current president now came in with this CG iPad, had a meeting, and he was there to discuss the oil prices. Now he was so mad. Why was he so mad? Because probably the government had subsidized oil, petroleum products, and therefore people he know or he's close to, or maybe he's part of, could not supply petrol mafuta without high prices. Hata mahindi. Hii vita mnaona hapa, nyinyi mnafikiri ni uongozi tu. Hii vita imetoka mbali. Now, Duke is here saying that they cannot afford to provide subsidy. Kwani hii pesa ni yao Duke? Hii pesa ni ya serikali. Is that Ruto's money? Or Gachagwa's money? Or Kenya Kwanza's money? That is government money. How come suddenly they cannot afford? That is not their money. That was budgeted by Treasury. Ni kwa sababu gani? Ni kwa sababu wanajua those who are supplying maize at those high prices and petrol at those high prices, and they want to dispose their products as fast as they can before the prices lower. Sasa nakwambia hii ni biashara Makiadi. Mwacheni kudanganywa na Kenya Kwanza. And now they are saying that suddenly they cannot afford. The other thing I think I want to agree with Duke, that he's saying that in the long run is very expensive. It is because the Kenya Kwanza government has discovered that to run a government, CVV, they were thinking that there was money to be looted. These are looters, Duke. I'm not going to lie here. These are government of looters. They were coming to loot. Lakini saa hizi wamejipata wako kwa deficit. Ni ile unaenda kwa bank account yako, Guru, unaenda kwa KCB, unafanyiwa hesabu, unaambiwa uko minus. Unajaribu kuitisha emergency loan, unaambiwa bwana Guru, hata tukijaribu sana hata emergency hatuwezi kukupatia. Hapo ndio wamejipata, wameshikwa. Unaona Duke, unajua msemo unaizwa, unaambiwa ukishikwa shikamana. Mumeshikwa hivi. And now because Ruto had his Ruto and Gachagua. He can hear me and he can do what he wants because it's the truth. They had their cartels who are ready na mahindi and all that. Hiyo ndio inawasumbua, and those people must sell their maize at those high prices. Hiyo mahindi ndiko natuambia hapa inatoka Zambia sijui wapi, lazima iuzwe kwanza. So as they do that, miserable Kenyans are going to suffer so much. Alafu hii pesa wanasave ya subsidy, hiyo jamaa hii pesa inawauma. You know they are looking at a government yenye haina pesa, na pengine wamekasirisha hata China, na unasikia ati IMF inawapatia conditions for loans. Yani wameshikwa kabisa, wameshikwa. Lakini sisi Duke hatutaki kujua, tunataka unga ya 70 bob, hatutaki kujua. Asante Makiadi.
Julia umeongea mambo ya bank account, nikakumbuka siku moja niliingia kinyozi pale Nyamakima kunyolewa, na unajua hizi vinyozi zinakuanga hapo ujuangi bei na ulizangi bei kabla uingie. So mimi nimekaa chini nimenyolewa, baada ya kumaliza nauliza jamani pesa ngapi, ananiambia ni 300. Hiyo siku hiyo siku kinyozi ya mtaa ilikuwa ni 30 bob. So mimi nimekaa Nyamakima kunyolewa naitisha 300, kuangalia kwa wallet sina kitu. So ikabidi niache bag niende kutafuta pesa huko nje ndio nirudi kulipana. That is what is happening with Kenya Kwanza right now.
Yes, Makiadi, these guys sorry kukata. These guys unajua wameingia serikali first wakiwa kitamani kukula kama Uhuru. And me I think Uhuru has been having too much stress to manage this government. Hata no wonder amekopa sana. Unajua Uhuru anaangalia huku na huku na huku. Yani he's been damn stressed. Sasa in fact maybe when Uhuru exited he just has said maybe bibi yake Margaret sema good riddance, tutalala kwa amani kwa hii nyumba. Unaona? So these guys, unajua ni walafi. Unaona Gachagua mwenyewe anang'ana pesa yake iwachiriwe. Hao watu ni walafi kabisa. So they have been thinking treasury imejaa. Ulisikia before Ruto was sworn in, before he was sworn in, alienda Meru akasema ati ameongea na watu wa treasury, ati wamemwambia, unajua imagine anangojea kuwa sworn in, ameanza kuchukua mshene ya treasury. Jamaa mko na pesa ngapi huko? Mmeka na pesa ngapi? Jamaa wanamwambia huko hakuna pesa unless tukope. Hata hii service sijui utatoa wapi. These guys are stress men, lakini sisi hatutaki kujua Duke, tunataka unga.
Haya, nitakuja kwako Duke, acha niende kwa Guru. Nasikia Guru in the past 2 days zenye Kenya Kwanza wamepunguza subsidies, wamekata subsidies. They are proud to have saved only 7 billion shillings. So go ahead.
Makiendi and my colleagues Juria, my only concern is this. That mama deep in Bomet, that mama deep in Karachuonyo, that old man deep in huko Tharaka, hizo violi zote mnaongea hapa, yeye hataki kujua. Yeye ile anajua ni ile aliambiwa itatendeka, na akaenda kupiga kura akinjua kwamba for the first time wana mtoto ambaye amekula shinda na wao huko mashinani na kwa kuuza kuku, na sasa ni mtu mkubwa ambaye atakuwa akiwafikiria kila wakati. And there are those who went to vote. Majority of our people went to vote on that basis. Kwa hiyo hii elite talk you are having here will make no impact on those people. That youth who expected to start earning more because the fuel prices have been brought down, how long that person will be patient is only God who knows. Because apparently politics of, I always heard somebody use the word politics of deception. Deception is not just cheating a politician that you support him or that kind of thing. It is preying on the problems that people are facing so that you get yourself to power. I think this is it, and it's just a matter of time. The anxiety, the anger, resentment is starting to boil because what was promised is not what is being seen. Those theories of economists in the central bank or wherever may mean nothing to these people. What they know is that the president is all powerful, and now he is a hustler, he's somebody who knows the pains of people on the ground. And as he promised, they expect instant solution to their pressing economic problems. That's it. I don't know why, Makiandi, you are avoiding to bring those scripts. You see what the people are promised. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, I'm still looking for some here, so nipatie tu a few minutes. I'll do that. Duke, you want to respond, and then we go to Kuseo.
Yes, I want to respond. You know, we have to face the reality, and William Ruto has an advantage of time, that he knows that by doing the right thing, regardless of the consequences right now, within maybe 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, we will be back in the track. For instance, also we are following the right track. The first step we are going towards regaining the financial stability of this nation is ensuring that every person and every company who should pay the tax is doing so. Currently, we are collecting like 1.8 trillion per year, but that's just a representation of 55%. And if you take, for instance, the top 20 companies in Kenya, they can be able to pay over 1 trillion. If Safaricom alone is paying like 180 billion per year, and we have a lot of big companies in Kenya. So we are in a country where some big companies are told, don't pay tax, bring us such amount of money, so we use them for a campaign for other things. So I feel if every person will pay, especially the big companies in Kenya, if they will pay their fair share, the banks, Bamboo Cement, Royal Media Services, those big companies in Kenya, which are not doing so, we can be talking about 5 trillion. That means that's even, we will be having a surplus. What has been happening in Kenya is whereby some rich individuals are not paying tax, others are intentionally not doing so, others even are told you are supposed to pay 100 billion tax, just pay 20, give us 50, we do it. So that's what has been happening. But we are not petty, and we are trying to sort the country in the right way. We are not trying to dwell in the past or to chase those companies or to make them cross. We are telling them from now moving forward, you have to pay your taxes. So that means we are not going to dwell into the past. That will create more conflict. So in like 2 or 3 months from now, we will be having a lot of money within and these are very big companies, registered companies. You know, it's good for maybe somebody who's earning peanuts to not pay tax. But when you find a company which is making like billions of money per year, it's not paying tax. That's very bad. And we are not trying to cross those companies, but we are telling them moving forward, they have to pay. So I think that's a good transition. And we are very sure within very few months, we'll have a lot of money.
Makidi niseme kitu tu kidogo. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I think Duke is making a very sweeping statement here that there are companies, big companies that don't. If you don't have information, we know the companies that do not pay taxes. We know them, and we know who they are aligned to. So there's no way you can come here kutuambia ati kuna companies like Royal Media Services they pay taxes. I mean, come on, man.
Duke, wacha tu niseme Keroche halipi tax. So Duke, tell us, you start with yourself. Let me tell you something. I was a mayor junior teacher and I was paying over 20,000 tax peke yake. Pesa yangu hiyo kidogo Makiadi ilikuwa inachukuliwa over 20,000. People pay tax either from their salaries or from VAT. Common mwananchi, mwacheni kutusumbua. Common mwananchi pays tax. Wenye walipi tax ni nyinyi wadosi wa Korino wanajuana kwa vireba. Ruto, Gachagua know whose company. They know themselves. Mwache kusumbua hapa. Common Kenyan pay tax either from their salaries ama from VAT. Mwache kutusumbua hapa. You people go pay tax. Ambia Kericho alipe tax. Tutakuwa na pesa. Asante Makiadi.
Okay, nataka kwenda kwa Kuseo, but just give me a minute.
The deputy president chose a church service in Webuye to defend the government's decision to import maize from Mexico as part of efforts to address the maize shortage and the resultant high prices.
Hii shida ya mahindi na sukari is a temporary problem. Within weeks, this will be sorted out. Let us focus on the transformation of our country.
DP says the government's importation of the maize was a necessary, albeit temporary, solution to the food situation and faulted the opposition for playing politics with a matter that was close to the livelihood of millions of Kenyans.
Wameanza kusema mbona chakula hii imefika haraka haraka. Hii chakula ilikuwa mbona imeagizwa siku chache imefika. Sasa unashangaa kwani walikuwa wanataka chakula ichelewe, Wakenya ndio waumie, ndio wapate ya kusema katika mikutano yao ya siasa.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has criticized the government over the importation.
Kila mwezi wa Kenya wanatumia gunia milioni 3. 300 itafanya nini? Itafanya nini? Hakuna, ni kama toni ya maji kwa bahari. Haisaidii. Kila chochote ambayo wameshika imeoza.
However, the deputy president says the government, in taking the importation route, was traveling down a well-beaten path, one that previous governments had taken in 2008, 2009 and 2011 when the country faced similar drought.
Hakuna kitu kipya ambayo tuko nayo sasa ambayo hatujawahi kuwa nayo. Wale ambao wanatuambia saa hii wanatusomea mambo marefu walikuwa uongozini wakati huo, and they did what we are doing now.
In further defense of the government, the DP stated that the Jubilee government has remained committed to ensuring that farmers have the necessary support that has resulted in some of the highest yields in recent times.
Katika historia ya kupanda mahindi Kenya, the highest yield in the history of maize growing in Kenya was in 2015 when we harvested 42.5 million bags of maize in Kenya. That is history.
Prior to the
our top story and
Okay, it looks like the deputy president is aware of the issue of maize since he was in government since 2013. But right now ameamua wa Kenya wakufe njaa kwa sababu anataka kusave pesa. Kusave sikuoni vizuri. Can you adjust your camera? Tafadhali. Aya, sawa sawa. It's your turn now.
Oh yes, good evening. Good evening, Duke, Rishi, Selena, Sally, sorry. Benson, Guru, and Kay. Is Kay for Kamau, I hope. Are you there, Kay? Anyway. Kuna maneno all over the place. Parliamentary group meetings are being held, and people are, I think, are taking positions, isn't it? Now, there's this issue regarding Parliament, the majority and the minority. If according to records, I think, I was just wondering aloud, according to record, if Azimio as on record as the majority, I'm just wondering, how are they going to handle the parliamentary issues? Because as much as the people are willing, they have expressed the willingness to cross the floor. But on record, they are still members of Azimio. It means that Azimio as a party or a parliamentary, a coalition party have the majority. So they are going to be the majority leader. The majority leader is going to come from Azimio, and minority from Kenya Kwanza. Now, maybe in terms of voting for issues, then they may still get the numbers from Azimio side. And then there is the issue of the what you call them, the independent candidates. When it comes to voting, exactly what happens? I remember one of the parties which was in Azimio purportedly was signing to join Kenya Kwanza. I wonder if you are an individual who is independent, exactly what do you do? You can decide that today you are in Kenya Kwanza. Next week, when it suits you, you can go on the other side. So I think it will be a pinky ponky kind of arrangement every other time for as far as that is concerned. Then the issue of I think the committees are reserved for, normally are taken by the majority party, isn't it? So it means that in these first 3 months, before anybody can officially cross to the other side, and in any case, if you are in Azimio party, coalition party, when the 3 months, so to say, comes to an end, exactly what happens? Do you have to resign your parliamentary seat? I wonder whether any of us knows exactly how this, Guru, do you know what exactly should happen? Would they have to resign? Then you officially cross the floor? Because otherwise, remember, for example, the political parties fund is based on the number of members of parliament on each side. So, as you remember the Tanga MPs, when they crossed the floor to go to the UDA side, I believe Jubilee was still getting their parliamentary lion's share of political parties fund. Well, there is going to be a challenge there, because you remember the Aisha Juma, when Aisha Juma, for example, crossed to Tanga, in parliament, for all practical purposes, for example, our representation in the parliamentary commission was by ODM, and it continues like that all the way. I think they tried to remove her, they could not manage. So I wonder, maybe in terms of voting, Kenya Kwanza will benefit from those who have defected unofficially. But in terms of allocation of duties, allocation of representation in the various committees, they will still have to do with Azimio as the parliamentary, as the majority. Let me talk a little about the taxes. Now, we watched a few of the responses, the so-called responses from members of the public. Interestingly, Richie, from that video you played for was it Gatanga, Kandara, where Wahome was talking to some members of the public. It turned out that I saw the willingness to bear the high fuel prices. Most are good. Some of the responses were like they can. This is a new government. They can do with the high prices. Yet during the campaigns, this was very sad. You remember during the debate, the DP really complained about 15 taxes, which are making living standards unbearable for Kenyans. And of late, he had been saying that there are 9 taxes around the fuel itself, the fuel prices. I'm wondering why. Okay, you can remove the subsidy, but why not to also remove the taxes? He had attacked during the debate. They had said that they were going to consider removing the taxes. I believe they can remove the taxes from 9 to maybe just 3 to deal with it. He knows that that is where the money comes from. Now, of late, instead of focusing on blocking the loss of money, he's trying to already put pressure on Kenyans to pay taxes. Duke is telling us how big companies are not paying tax. I'm not sure personally, but if you have the evidence that they are not paying, I do not think that of late, when you remember the Croce company was being followed for non-tax payment, these other companies, they were not on the radar or what? Now you did talk about Safaricom. I'm not aware of Safaricom not paying tax. I think they pay their taxes very well. Now, I also know of other companies. I don't know whether the Amacos and this other one, which was leasing vehicles to NTSA. You know, they all belong to the other side, to the former DP's side. Would you know whether they are paying their taxes? The Amacos and the one which was leasing vehicles to NTSA. They are all of companies related to the president. Now, I wish you would, when you say that there are big companies who are not paying taxes, maybe you have some list you can share with us. I'll stop there for now, Rich.
Okay, Kuseo, thank you. I don't know, bro Benson, you want to say something before I move to Mr. K or what?
No, I'm good. I'm just letting you know that I'm headed for another meeting again.
Okay.
Yes.
All right then. Thank you for being here. Guru, ngoja nipatie Mr. K, nitakuja kwako. Mr. K, Kamau, are you there?
How are you, Mr. McKay?
What does the K stand for?
K,
yeah, we can hear you. Kuseo akujui, Kuseo ujui Mr. Kamau.
Anajua
So
Mr. Kamau.
I was right. I was just guessing.
Okay, go ahead. Umemute tena.
Oh, sorry. Nasema. Nashukuru. Yeah. I would also want to see Duke to give us the list of those companies that are not paying taxes, because it's unfortunate. What we know and what majority knows of Kenya is that many people are overtaxed. And KRA has over 14,000 employees, and they know what they do each and every day is to fight over one file of all taxpayers. So I don't know which companies are these, and it's always good to have facts so that we do not run away with the story of 55% are not collecting taxes. We are not aware of that, and we would want to know why are these big companies not submitting tax. Having said that, I also want to say that we as a country, we have come a long way, and we cannot just watch a country being destroyed, because this is leading a country. When I was here earlier, I was talking about when somebody says that he cannot give subsidy to production, consumption. He can only give subsidy to production. And then we ask ourselves, when or what is production, and when and what is consumption? Yeah. So at the end of the day, it is important to understand that when you talk about fertilizer, it is not A to Z of production. We have seeds, we have water, we have transportation, which is also part of production. Kwa hivyo, personally, I was dismayed as a Kenyan that my president, English inamsumbua. he doesn't understand what exactly he's talking about. And I can tell you, this is, I think once you are given the country, you are used to poultry farming. You have to differentiate the two, because when you're given 45 million people, you are supposed to be a person who is decisive and not in haste to say things. Hiyo ndio mambo ambayo ningetaka kuongelea. So we are concerned. We are really concerned where this country is going, and we pray to God that actually things can really make sense sooner than rather than later. Thank you, Bwana Lichi.
Okay, Guru, you wanna go ahead?
Mr. Duke, you seem to be living in your own country, or you've been taken in by a lot of propaganda. If there is one time that companies and individuals have paid up to the government, it is in the last few years. I do not see any situation that is has brought what you are now saying, that there are those who don't pay. But I can understand you, because there has been propaganda, or those big families, they avoid paying tax, and so on and so forth. But I can tell you that if there are company family businesses that are run on a clean sheet, those companies, because those family companies you have in mind, because these people have a component of the foreign ownership out there, and I don't know who are these else, but what I know is also that there is a theory that the bottom up was to come. I saw it being explained by David Day, that it is pumping money to the bottom, opening up businesses for people. I saw he has categorized our society into three categories in terms of business, and then going after these people to pay taxes, and then from there you increase the tax base and the volumes. Very theoretical, if you ask me. And ground iko tofauti sana. But anyway, that is what it is. The government looks upon that time when money will be spread around for youths to do business, and then go after them to pay taxes and increase the tax amounts. How fast this will bring turnaround in the economy is something we waited to see. Otherwise, in terms of saying there are those who don't pay, I think that one is far-fetched, if you ask me. Because when you look at those you are talking about, you know where they have gone politically in the last general elections. So utakuja kujua kwamba kuendesha serikali sio kama kioski ya nyumbani ambao utasema wacha niuze hii maziwa 3, kwanza nilipie mtoto karamu ama kitabu. And government essentially is not a business entity, and it's a more complex enterprise than just seeking to accumulate money like the way Alice is talking about, Alice Wahome. I can assure you this. What you are talking here, go and try to explain to that Boda young man in Keroka you see whether you have a very good conversation. Go to the Rakanivi and try to talk about what you are talking here. You see whether you'll be well received. Go to Northeastern and try to engage a mama who has 6 children and does not know what they are going to feed on. And you tell them that we are forced to subsidize production so that we wait for the produce and then life will be better. Essentially what it is that the promises that were given do not tie with the reality on the ground. And the rubber has just met the road. From here, like Mr. Kenya said, only God knows where we are headed. And I will repeat again, there is nothing as bad as playing with the emotions of a hungry person, mtu ambaye ana njaa na matumaini imekatika. Kuambia huyo mtu kwamba angojee wiki 2, 3, 4, ukiwa ushawaichukua fundi wa mkono wa kukujengea nyumba ama mtu ya kutengeneza hiyo anachimba choo, alafu jioni mwambie we ngojea baada ya wiki 2 ndio nitapata pesa, ndio nitakupatia. Uniambie kama hutagongwa na hiyo shoka ambayo alikuwa anachimba nayo. Hiyo tu kwa sasa, Makiandi.
Makiadi, allow me to add something.
Well, now, in the lead up to their scheduled
respond.
economic forum, Nairobi chapter, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade today held a series of campaigns in Nairobi County, packaging their message for the low-income areas. The DP-led team promised to put a raft of measures that will go towards boosting SMEs, while also focusing on lowering the cost of living. NTV's Sydney Chazima brings us that report.
In its charm offensive in Nairobi County, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance had a message for their audience in the low-income areas.
Ili kila Mkenya aweze kulisha familia yake, ni lazima tupunguze gharama ya chakula. Na tumesema tutaweka pesa ya serikali kwa kilimo, tupunguze gharama ya mbegu, tupunguze gharama ya mbolea, tuondoe mabroka na makatel, ili chakula ifike sokoni kwa bei nafuu.
On Tuesday evening, Parliament increased the public debt ceiling to 10 trillion as a stopgap measure to allow the next government to borrow 846 billion to plug the budget deficit in the fiscal year starting July 1st. ANC's Musalia Mudavadi took issue with the move initiated by Leader of Majority Amos Kimunya.
Jamaa wamekopa pesa ya kitaifa ilikuwa 8 trillion, sasa imefika 10 trillion. Na wakati walikopa tulikuwa tunanunua dola moja ya kigeni kwa shilingi 100. Sasa tunanunua 125. Jameni, tunaweza endelea hivyo tusifaulu?
Piga kura pande hiyo inamaanisha nyinyi mtaendelea kuwa hapa na shida zitaendelea kuwa hivi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya.
In recent times, DP Ruto has been critical of IEBC's electoral preparedness, and while speaking in a live interview with Nation Media Group's editorial director for broadcasting Joe Ageo on Sunday, DP Ruto claimed that there have been attempts to predetermine the outcome of the August polls. But speaking today, Ruto was dismissive, claiming that he couldn't be rigged out.
Ati wameshinda na mbinu zote. Kitu imebaki wanatengeneza fake opinion poll, ati alafu wanaendesha propaganda hata wataiba kura yangu. Watu wa Embakasi, mimi nataka munione vizuri. Nyinyi mkiniona mimi nakaa mtu mwenye anaweza kuibiwa kura yake. Ati hao wanaweza kuiba kura, waibe kura ya nani?
Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja, eyeing the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, has come under scrutiny over his education credentials, with his degree certificate on the spotlight. But he alleges that there is a bigger plot to derail his gubernatorial ambitions.
Kuna wadosi fulani wamekaa mahali. Si mnaona wame
So you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say something just before you could give a response to all this. You see, on coming on board, you have noticed that the president has decided to entice, more or less like I think what Baba was trying to talk about. He wants more or less, he's bribing the judiciary in a way, because if the judiciary and the police, the way he says, he wants them to be autonomous so that they do their own budgets and they determine their own expenditures. Now, he has to wait for these people to present their proposals before he can decide on what to give them. I did hear sometime earlier somebody saying that there is the judiciary allocation. Now, that judiciary fund, for those maybe who are not aware, is already operational. And that is why the president did not talk about operationalizing the same. Instead, he went ahead to say that he's going to be giving them 3 billion a year for 5 years. Now, if you want them to be autonomous and they determine, they bring their own financial proposals, and then they'll be dealt within the national budget, you ought to let them come up with those proposals. Then he sees what they are asking. Then from there, the parliament will then do the necessary allocations as per the constitution. But to go ahead and give them ahead beforehand, and as somebody was saying, in the next few months, there are going to be a lot of petitions in court. And basically, those petitions are going to be between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza candidates, in majority of the cases. Now, it's like he's preparing the ground ahead for this. If you are the same judiciary who is now going to be enjoying the new parts, the new judges, which were, of course, already been sworn in without going into the details as to why they were not. And then at the same time, there is already now a bait of the 3 billion coming. Would they dare go against what the president's interests? Now, at the same time, the history of how the president has gotten to where he is, it's all buying support here and there. Even the independent candidates, their promises, they don't think that they're crossing to go to Kenya Kwanza side for nothing. There are already deals. Deals are being settled. The same way the Azimio MPs, some of them have been already made to cross to the other side. All these are deals. And now to go beyond, now if the judiciary is already, we are very worried the judiciary is already a captured group. And now you try to go openly and entice them with such a huge additional spending without who proposed, who did the calculations. If the judiciary themselves didn't do, Parliament, who is has the responsibility to do the same, did not. Now him as a person, even there is no cabinet yet. I do not know whether it is the previous cabinet that decided on the 3 billion. Where did these figures come from? He's already seeing ahead and trying to buy the judiciary support for future issues and future cases, which is not fair. Then at the same time, I heard that he was laughing that you cannot fight where there is no fight. For example, he was laughing that Azimio cannot even have a candidate for the speakership position in the Senate. How can they say that they have some numbers? He knows very well that he has been very busy. He says he wants a strong opposition. Yet he goes buying the same opposition members to go to the Kenya Kwanza side. It defeats all logic. So it's like you preach water and drink wine. Thank you.
Duke, I'll give you a minute before I go to Frederick.
You see, if you take an example of technology industries, there are many companies like Keroche. And if you find there is what we call ETF, electronic register. So if maybe you are retaining value added tax, there is a period you have to submit it to the treasury. So when you find a company taking like 5 years not submitting that, it means the government and maybe top officials from the KRA are beneficiary or linked to that in a way. So there are, I can say, hundreds of companies like Keroche who are told not to, there are cartels in the government who get money from companies so that those companies cannot pay tax. The case of Keroche is because the owners of Keroche were against the government. That's why their case was fast-tracked and there were like shutdown issues. But if you scrutinize all companies, there are a lot of them. A lot of them are doing the same. So if all companies are able to pay that, then we can move forward. And I did not say that Safaricom is not paying tax. I'm saying the two companies which pay their taxes, we have Britam and actually they are the best in Kenya, Britam and Safaricom. So you can find if Safaricom alone is paying like 200 billion and you take like 100 companies and then you say we are collecting just 1.8 trillion. You see, that's not serious. And some of you are trying to say that that's not a language we can be understood by individuals at the village. So, but that's the reality. So what do you want the government to do to embrace those who are unable to understand the reality and facts? So I think because during the transitional, the final days of the outgoing government, they tried to hide the actual status of the economy, because they knew we are here like 2 months or 1 month, so you can sustain this using subsidies. But now we have to run a government for 5 years. We cannot do that for 5 years. So we have to face the reality, regardless of the consequences, put the house in order, and with some time, then the things will return to normal. So that's what I can say.
Hey, Duke, you have a lot of assumptions, but it's okay. Let me go to Frederick. Then we go to Ndemba. Frederick, unmute your mic. Are you there? Umezima kamera sasa. Unmute your mic. Na wakishe kamera tukuone. Or if you have an issue you can drop, I'll still bring you back. Okay, unmute your mic. Haya. Ng'ang'ana na microphone, ikikubali nitakupatia nafasi. Inakaa ni kama okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it looks like there's a problem with that microphone. Ndemba, karibu. Acha Frederick apambane kwanza na
Duke is coming back. You know, he didn't answer all the...
No, I think he's dropped out. Ndemba come in. Frederick, jaribu kutoka uingie tena. Maybe gadget yako haijakuwa configured vizuri. Ndemba, karibu.
Yeah, good evening. I hope you guys are well, and I can see the journey is still on. So you are being so critical of a government that is only 2 days in power.
Remember, it was just a response to their communication. It's not critical. We are just trying to understand what they are saying.
Okay, I want to.
You listen to the speech they gave.
I want to isolate two things that I want to talk about. One is the video that you played about Wahome, and also regard this speech and what's going on. I think the most important thing right now I can say is Kenya Kwanza need to wake up and realize that the campaign period ended, and it is time now for work. They should, I think they're still having the hangover of the campaigns. It has not probably dawned on them that they are now in leadership, and the clock is ticking, and they are under scrutiny now. Two things have happened that I think communicate a lot, that there's probably some a lot of disorganization within Kenya Kwanza. The statement by Wahome and the statement by Rigathi. The first statement that Rigathi talked about DCI and telling the DCI to go back to Kiambu Road. That should be a policy statement, and it should be communicated from one specific office. And those are policy issues that you don't go, discussing and saying that we want to take DCI back. We want to take DCI back. What is the policy statement? What is the reorganization structure? Who is communicating what? Then Wahome wakes up and says that that we are going to fire people. Kenyans have to first of all understand. We want to bring on people that have Kenya Kwanza. Who is appointing the cabinet? Who is going to be in charge? There seems to be some lapses in organization, which I think is very important, that they put their house together, have his cabinet, then have a government spokesperson if they are going to be having, then have those policy documents spoken by certain people. I mean, policy statements being spoken by specific people, either cabinet secretary in charge of that docket, or the government spokesperson, or the president himself. In this case, you'll hear Murkomen tomorrow saying something. You'll hear Sudi saying something. You'll hear, it's all over. I am a little uncomfortable with the fact that the first thing that he did the next day, he was appointing judges. That is the most interesting thing that I noticed. You'd have hoped that the first thing that you do is you get into the office, and the campaign trail was that hii serikali itakuwa ya mama mboga na mtu wa bodaboda. But when you get into the office, the people you are giving work are the judges. Some of the orders that you should have signed is to probably respond to the mama mbogas first. The judges are not mama mbogas. The judges are not mtu wa bodaboda. In any case, they still have a job. Delaying appointing them for 1 week or so would not have made them jobless, would not have rendered them jobless. These are people who are still earning big monies, they're still having big offices, they're still having drivers with them. So they were not like suffering. But you see now, when you come to Mwananchi,
Themba, it was payback time,
Yeah, I mean, whatever it was, it doesn't make sense. You'd have allowed those people, they could wait for 1 month, you set your cabinet. The most important thing, when Alice Wahome says that tunataka kuleta mtu ambaye anajali mtu wa kawaida, appointing judges is not kujali.
No, Themba, a deal is a deal. A deal is a deal is a deal. The two are different, please.
Kuseo, si watch Themba afanye submission. You've become a DJ now again. You stop the music so that you can speak in between the music. Wacha afanye nini yake, then I'll give you time to go ahead.
Kusema amekuwa rap master. Unaongea naongeza rap yake hapo katikati. Yeah. Yeah, so what was I saying before? Kusema interfere. So ukiinterfere na Kusema akiongea anasikianga vibaya, lakini yeye ukiongea kidogo ame-unmute. Hebu jaribu kuinterfere na Kusema akisema kitu. Hata atakasirika, atasema you don't even allow me to speak. Okay. So when they get there, the first day they won, he first of all appoints judges. Judges are like I was saying, they still had a job. They are working. They have drivers to themselves. They have. It's not like they are not employed, right? But there are people who are suffering. Now the people who are suffering, first of all, you remove the subsidies from them. Secondly, the fuel now is going to hurt them more. What they ought to have done is, as they remove the subsidies, set first of all the things you want to set. Once you set those things, then you remove the subsidy, so that the person is not suffering. But now when you remove the thing that is actually saving this person, it's like funding someone on ICU, and then you say you don't need this oxygen. What you need actually, you need to go back and start practicing and exercising and eating some meals that can make you not get here in the first place. So how do you get this person out of ICU to go start practicing? That don't you worry, we have already started planting some things, and we are building gyms. Those ones are going to help you not to get in the ICU in the first place. But I'm in the ICU, you're already saying that we inherited an economy that is in ICU. Fair enough. If an economy is in ICU, the cushion that was given to this person is the subsidy. So at least he's been cushioned. Now, if I've been given these breathers that I'm now using to breathe, and you say now, what you do, these breathers, you don't need them. Let us remove them. You actually need to wait so that we go and start seeing how you can be eating well before now you get into it. That was really interesting thinking by the Kenya Kwanza guys. They might have had, because I know that the idea of production and making people, have the capacity to purchase is important. But at the moment, you see, what do you tell us? What do you tell us? Because those things, I know the subsidies were brought, as a way of trying to cushion Kenyans. But now, if you are removing that cushion and then you say them, now you continue it. By the time whatever it is that you want to do will be ready, some of them will be dead and gone. To even appreciate what you are trying to say, that you have a good idea that you want to, increase production. And of course, now in future, have the maize, in a certain price that will be sustained. But you see, by that time, some of these people will have probably died out of hunger because they cannot afford it as at now. So the thought would have been running those two concurrently, having the subsidy, giving it time. How long does it take to have this maize ready? It takes 6 months. It takes maybe whatever months that are there. Then you said this will be phased out within those months. So when you're phasing out subsidy, you are getting into the price that you want because of production that has come in. But now if you remove everything, and then you say now you have Alice Ome coming to explain to us, can those MPs go without salary? Can they come and then say that also us, because we have inherited coffers that are not okay, we are also forgoing our salary for 6 months so that we can, revamp, we can put that back into the economy, Are they foregoing what belongs to them? Because what is going to happen? Each of them, immediately they have come in, they are going on an induction, they'll be given sitting allowance, and they'll have everything. But there's Mwananchi, the one who made noise that waliambiwa kwamba tumetenga 5 billion. Now that 5 billion is not there. Hiyo ilikuwa imetengwa, you know. So that is interesting. So organization in Kenya Kwanza, I think there's need for them to put the house in order. I found it interesting that the first thing that they did was to appoint judges and make those. I think maybe we are back to roadside pronouncements that used to be made by Moi, because now everybody is waking up and making some roadside pronouncements. Oh, until you start commenting on very mundane things that we are going to call you to teach you etiquette. I mean, which president now wakes up to tell people that we are going to teach you how to hold a spoon and a fork? Have you missed things to do? The government should be having, the government has, I know there's what you call Kenya Institute of Government, I think, where they teach these people all those things, issues of etiquette and all those issues. And that is not in the president has important things to do, not issues to hold a fork and a plate. A fork and a plate, who cares how you hold a fork and a plate? people don't, you are going to teach people how to hold a fork and a plate. There are people who don't have even a food to eat. There are people out there who are asking for subsidized things. You are going to teach other people how to hold a fork and a plate. That is an abuse to the intelligence of Kenyans. That you can go to a place and the first thing that you want to talk about, and even you have the audacity as the head of state, first thing we are going to call you and take you to teach you how to hold a fork and a plate. That's a very, in my view, I found that very, very interesting of a president. Ngoja kuseo, utaongea. Umekuwa hapa. Umekuwa hapa.
You are provoking me.
Yeah, let it down. Yeah. So you see, even a fork and a plate, our culture, you don't have to know how to hold a fork and a plate. That is not even important. To a head of state, there are more important things that they should be not thinking about how to hold a fork and a plate. They should be thinking about putting a plate on the table of Kenyans. There are some of us who don't want to know how to hold a fork and a plate. We want to have a plate with something to eat, even if we are using our hands. And that is what is missing. Talk about things that are very important to Kenyans. That's the thing that you need of a head of state. The government should be having departments that deal with such mundane issues, not the head of state to come and start commenting on how someone is holding that. So that one I found a little interesting. It seems that they have missed what to do. Hakuna kazi, yeah. So it's becoming a little interesting that they start focusing on some things that are not important. Other than that, personally, I liked the concept of developing our production. Yeah, that's a good thing if they can focus on that, so that when you increase the purchasing power of the people, then it doesn't matter how much you bring the unga, they can still be able to buy it. But it was wrong to stop the subsidy without a clear plan, because you can think you're punishing the previous administration. You're not. It is the Mwananchi who was gaining from it that is being punished. And if you care about Mwananchi, you shouldn't be so much full of vengeance for the previous administration. It didn't matter that Uhuru did not appoint the judges. I didn't agree with it personally, and many other things that Uhuru did that I didn't agree with. But you don't come in and then out of anger, that is what you do on day one. There are more important things to do than appointing judges. That was the interesting thing that was happening. Other than that, I think we'll continue with the other part so that I can allow Kuseo to come in.
Okay, thank you, Ndemba. Before Kusio comes in, I think there's a pattern that I'm observing right now, and this is going to, it applies to all, seems like all UDA members and parliamentarians. Where are they coming with this idea that the coffers are empty? I mean, everybody comes out and they're telling us there's nothing left in there to mepata coffers zimeibiwa. Didn't they know the situation or the current the whatever the financial situation of the country when they were campaigning? Because they want now to make Uhuru Kenyatta look like you know, he went home with everything. Ni kama alibeba, somebody said alibeba zile coins zilikuwa zimebaki kwa mfuko. And then when you look at the things they are doing, first of all, the transition took what, 200 million Kenyan shillings. Now the president has a trip that is going to cost probably another couple of 100 million shillings beginning this weekend. What else? They have money to, you know, to do all these functions that they are doing, you know, state parties and all that. Then you ask yourself, where's the priority? Where's the priority of this government? Because if the deputy, I don't know why I call him the deputy president. I think it will take time to sink into my head. I mean, if the president understands that
Has he been logged off? Ayadin and
I think the trackers have heard him saying deputy.
yeah. So what were you saying, Kuseo, before Makiadi comes back? You are muted.
There's no way we can help him
He will come back. He will go and come back.
Let's give him innocent. What I wanted to say is this: the issue of the judges came from far. It is like a deal is a deal is a deal. You see, you know, because if he hadn't done it, the Supreme Court could have even changed they could have changed everything. The ruling could have been changed. So be careful. You have to do that because of where everything has come from. And remember, if you remember, the President Uhuru, as we all know, I don't know whether you are aware that there was a serious standoff between President Uhuru and the judiciary regarding the judges. The judges gave conditions under which they will cooperate with Uhuru's government. And it was all around swearing in those judges. The last one was that he had to do the formal thing, do the tribunal, and let these judges be taken through the tribunal. Without which, if he doesn't appoint all of them and they do the tribunal, there will be no tribunal because the tribunal also, remember, has to come from the judiciary. I don't know. It was a complex thing. So there it is. And during the same time, already, these people had deals that he had given himself. He was prepared to give the necessary support, which was the judiciary fund, the judiciary budget, the appointment of the judges. All these things were things which had to be done the way they ought to be done. So me and you can suffer as being the people who are benefiting from the subsidy, but this was a deal. It had to be concluded. Otherwise, the judiciary, maybe the judges could change their minds and say, okay, you are taking us for a ride. But that's why earlier on, before you came, I was pointing out that, you see, on top of that, you went ahead and without any proposal, without any suggestion, topped it up with the icing on the cake, 3 billion every year. So that you are basically already, everything is set. When the next time I come knocking on your door, you know what we are all going after. Now, with regarding to the subsidy, I agree with you. You see, this relief, this subsidy was like relief food to the suffering, and that is why, for whatever reason, there could be no excuse for what it is, because the subsidy was literally targeted to save lives. Forget about the loan that they're saying that they want to get from the IMF. The loan might come when the people you're trying to get the loan to help are dead. That subsidy was like an emergency kind of thing. It was like you give relief food to the suffering. And that is why he cannot get any better excuse for it. He cannot get any better excuse for it. You remember the issue of the cartels. They are saying that, okay, let me just talk about the issue of the taxes and what have you. Every time they remind us that 75% of Kenyans are in the informal sector, businesses. And informal sector is where businesses, those people don't pay taxes. Why? For one, they are not even registered. You can't pay taxes from people who are not registered. Now, I've come to understand why in the places like the US, there is no other way you can do anything to generate income without having it being registered. Dakuna. And then you see here, like the state where I am, the tax is loaded after everything. So even when you are getting the price of anything, tax is after. So if you are told, for example, this suit is, call it $20, the tax is an addition to it. Things like VAT, like where I am, I've seen the VAT is only 1%. Imagine. So you find it is easy to pay the tax than to try to avoid it, because it will be more costly. So what do? You are obedient to pay the tax. Now, if the working population in Kenya, 75% are in the informal sector, these people that Duke is talking about, the people who are salaried, the monthly fellows, they are not even more than 3 million, imagine, of the working force in the entire country. So what does that tell you? And you keep reminding them that they pay tax. I am sure properly registered or businesses, companies, pay tax. And the records are there. You can't say that for 5 years, Duke, you are saying that for 5 years, these people are not being, no, these are annual accounts. So your tax issues at every annual year, they are sorted. I don't know where you got the 5 years from. People have been defaulting to pay tax. Every year you have tax issues, and they are supposed to be sorted per year. So unless you are talking about accumulated 4 or so years, in other words, during the last Jubilee government. Now that brings me to the Huduma number issue. Now, very few people, have had people here on this platform talking about the Huduma number and how it doesn't help them. I think there was a gentleman here yesterday who was saying the Huduma number is of no consequence. It doesn't help them. It doesn't know what. Now, for those who understand some of these things, Huduma number, strictly speaking, was about expanding the tax base and the registration for tax for businesses, so that you have businesses registered, there's a business license. Basically, you are going to expand the tax. By the time the whole thing was implemented, it was going to bring on board a very, very broad tax base, which was going to help the country in the final, whatever it is. But now, you know what? Some people are saying that what has happened? Some people are saying that they have gotten their Huduma number, others have not. Now, are we not aware that this thing was stopped by the courts? It was stalled by the courts, as simple as that. So those who are complaining that Huduma number was for ulterior motives, they do not know what they are talking about. I'm sure, Duke, you were here yesterday when somebody was saying that Huduma number served nothing. No. If you have the Huduma number in place, you will have very good avenues to expand the tax base, especially from the informal sector. If they constitute 75% of the businesses in the country, you can imagine. I'm sure maybe you are all aware of these fellows who practice the issue of two receipts. Unaenda duka ingine, it tells you want a receipt. If you want a receipt, the receipt is different. Then he tells you, I will load the tax of so much. And then even after that, they don't remit the tax. And that is the order of the day. So poor revenue tax collection also contributes to all this. But to get those people in the bracket is still a big challenge. It's still a big challenge. Now, the wastages which is taking place through call it the CDF and the county governments, these cartels that the president was trying to talk about. You all know that the contracts which are awarded, the tenders which are awarded in the counties, they are telling us that 600 to 700 billion pending bills, the president has promised to have them cleared in 100 days. Now, ask yourself, remember, more than half of those pending bills are fake. They are just avenues to loot money from the county governments, because the tenderpreneurs were proxies for the awarding officers, the awarding governors. Settle a pending bill, but you can be rest assured only a third will end up with the named contractor. 2/3 goes kickback to the owner of the proxy company. And that is the order of issues, the order of corruption in Kenya. Where is he going to get money to settle it in 100 days? Anyway, thank you. So sorry, Makiadi, I think you dropped off and.
Yeah, when I began speaking. Hold on. Ngoja. Ama uko na swali?
I wanted to answer him that the deputy president, when they were debating with Mother Karwa, saying that they would raise a 500 billion board to pay off the pending bills.
In 100 days. Because right now the promise is to clear, right now the pending bills are 600 to 700 billion in the entire 47 countries and the national government. That was a gimmick? It can't work.
Okay. I think before I dropped, I was talking about this issue that is becoming a song, that the coffers were empty. Hata Duke hapa akona inside information, anakuja kutuambia that the Kenya Kwanza found the coffers empty. I don't know where you get such information, very sensitive information, Duke, but I believe if the government had no funds, we would be the last people to know. So, like I said here, if at all this government is or was not prepared to run for office, then it will not take time before it shows. Because right now, when we look at the disorganization, like Member said, that is happening in this government right now, it looks like they had no plan. They had no plan. Ni kama kubahatisha, walikuwa na bahatisha. Unfortunately, when it comes to governing, the things that you say on rooftops za magari, wananchi believe that. Most wananchi wanaamini hiyo, because wananchi are desperate for some form of relief from the government. And I think it was a bad move for the deputy president. And I'll keep repeating here, if somebody is drowning, you don't let that person drown and then you throw the lifesaver jacket to them. And that is what the government is doing right now. Kenyans are drowning in hunger. Kenyans don't have money. And Uhuru Kenyatta, Duke, let me dispel what you said when you said that Uhuru Kenyatta was just holding the gate for the 2 months from May to August, and then he would release whatever was on the other end, so that whichever government comes in, they'll find that problem and they'll have to deal with that. I want to dispel that, because there was a possibility that the Supreme Court would nullify the election. And that would mean that Uhuru Kenyatta will still continue to be the president for probably 3 months. And if push came to shove and they decided to reconstitute the IBC, then it would have taken longer than that. So I think when you say that the government was just trying to push time so that the next government comes in and they release whatever stress zenye walikuwa wamebakisha hapo, hiyo ni ile tunaitaga propaganda. William Ruto was in that government. In case, if I want to say that this current financial situation of Kenya, William Ruto was privy to that, because like he said, most of these projects and everything that went successful in the Jubilee government was planned in his office. So he's privy to the idea that the government was probably going through a hard time financially. And I expected, being one of the people that was running for president, I expected when he comes to office, he would have like short-term solutions and long-term strategies to address the issues that are affecting Kenyans. Unfortunately, it looks like they had not planned for anything. All they did was run around the country selling false hope to Kenyans. And when the judiciary decided to give them the presidency, the judiciary in Chebukati, wakapatwa ni kama wamepatwa na butwa. So now they are in office. What you're telling us is, let us stop giving people, stop subsidizing fuel. Let us subsidize fertilizer. Now, where are you getting this money if the coffers are empty? Where are you getting money to subsidize fertilizer? Why are you not also subsidizing unga? And then it goes back to what Julia said here. I think this is about cartels. This is about recouping, or trying to get back the money that you spend in campaigns. Because I believe that if he had the knowledge that there was money to give to the fertilizer companies, the companies that imported fertilizer, then there is no way he could have gone that route na wachane na ya unga. Ama kuseo mimi naona ni kama vitu zangu. We are trying to connect the dots right now. And the other issue that I want to talk about here is the judiciary. I remember very well the deputy president said at a minute in a campaign forum, he said that some of us fought very hard to make sure that the BBI fell. And then I connect that to the judges.
That's why I was interrupting Pemba, and you didn't.
Yeah, I connect that to the judges, wale judges ambao walitupilia BBI mbali. I see one of those judges, I think hata si mmoja peke yake, a couple of them ndio wamekuwa appointed to the Court of Appeal. And then it goes again further that the Supreme Court gives William Ruto the presidency, and then he gives them 3 billion in funds. And let me tell you something. This 3 billion, as they say here, that it was just money that was there. There's nowhere, and I told Nyumba the other day here, there's nowhere in the government of Republic of Kenya that 3 billion sits just like that without anything. I mean, wanaeka 3 billion mahali inangojea tu mtu akuje ku-operationalize. That English inaitwa ku-operationalize it looks very simple when you speak it literally or when it's on paper. But then the 3 billion shillings comes after the budget has already been passed. And I want to believe that Nyumba told us here that a PS has the power to transfer funds from here to here. The judiciary is not a ministry by itself. It is an arm of the government that still draws from the exchequer. So 3 billion shillings, saying that the president will give the judiciary 3 billion shillings in successive years, then you have to tell us who passed that money. Where did it go through to get to the judiciary? It's as if these people planned this whole thing a long time ago. And when we were investing in campaigning and looking for votes, these people were busy compromising the judiciary and the IEBC. And they did not know if this plan will succeed. And right now that they have government, they were not prepared for it. And that is why unasikia hapa akina Guru anasema, I don't think this government is going to last for that long, because once they start doing this, we are going down the drain. Kuseo want to say something?
Yes, Rich, lasting it will last. It's just that we have to be prepared to suffer. Lasting it will last. Don't make no mistake. It will last.
Yeah,
what's going to happen is the sort of thing Themba was saying. You see, that subsidy, for example, that's why I was saying it is like giving people relief food, some kind of emergency to save lives. Now, what has he done? He has thrown it outside the window that you suffer.
Let me say something. Let me say something, and then I drop off. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Now, there's something about the maize thing, and we need to jog our memories just a little bit. The maize scandal that happened that led to Ruto being sacked by Raila. And some of the people who were mentioned adversely in that maize scandal, one of them is Ababu Namwamba. He's in Ruto camp. In numerous occasions, one of the persons that have been said to have a large maize farm in Congo is the president right now. Now, this subsidizing of fertilizer to farmers, as someone has suggested here, as Makiadi has said, is basically a way of trying to reintroduce the new cartels in town. Let nobody cheat you that they'll be fighting any cartels. It is the same president now whose office arms dealings were being found when Rashid Siasa was there. He is the same president right now who has been mentioned adversely in issues of Western, in issues of, I mean, many things. So you can't have a chief cartel fighting cartels. He is called the so-called hustler thing. It's cartelism. Different people coming in as cartels and brokering stuff. So we know it's a campaign. It was a campaign gimmick. We know it is something to lure the unsuspecting. But over and above that, I want to imagine that there's a lot of money that they used and they have to recover that money as soon as possible. And the thing is, they're trying to prepare for their next election, the money that they're going to be using for their next election. Now, one thing that we need to appreciate is this. They will be there. They will be, like Kuseo says, this government is going to survive the 4 years, the 5 years, and barring any, because I can see Azimio have started picking up their minority seats. Kuseo, I think it's time you guys stopped lamenting. I usually say this. If a rich man in their neighborhood comes and takes symbolically uses the car to lure your wife, do you blame the rich man or you blame your wife?
You want an answer?
It's a rhetorical question. What I'm trying to say is,
it is like you blame your grandma for not taking care of the smoking pipe.
You see, you cannot blame the rich man. It is the person that you are having. The nature of politics and our politics is such that we have a people who do not stand for anything. And that's the nature of politics. Nature of politics is about interest. you hear most of them saying that for me is now about interest and what is good for my people. And they erroneously imagine that if you join Kenya Kwanza, then you are going to benefit more. There's nothing more you benefit. An MP is an MP, whether you are in Azimio or you are in Kenya Kwanza, you are an MP. The budget is the same. Whatever it is that you want is the same. The government should be able to give accordingly to all the MPs and all the people, prioritize accordingly. So this issue of imagining that if they join Kenya Kwanza government or if they join the side with the government, they are going to be benefiting more. In any case, according to our constitution, parliament is an arm of government. You have the legislature, which is an arm of government. So all of them are in government. Whether you are in Azimio or whether you're in Kenya Kwanza, all of you are in government. We have the judiciary. According to our constitution, we have the judiciary, the legislature, and of course the executive.
But Tembo will put you in a committee in parliament. You benefit.
No, I mean the committees are divided according to their numbers. There are numbers that you benefit. Now those are individual things, but either way, you are all in government. The legislature is an arm of government. So the erroneous idea of saying that if I don't work with this government, I'm not going to receive a certain thing. Those are things that these people want to use. The tumbocrats, they want to gain certain things that are now more personal, not so much for the people that elected them to parliament. But I believe that instead of lamenting and saying, "Oh, Ruto has started to buy some of our MPs," that is a lamentation. Talk to your MPs. What is it that you want to give them that will make them not go? Talk to them to have an idea. What are the principles that they stand for? If they don't stand for any principle, they'll be bought. Any man who has no principle has a price, So if we can say that Ruto is killing democracy or is doing this, I mean, ask the person, the MP who chooses to work with them. I mean, when Raila decided to work with Uhuru, did we ask him those questions? Personally, I didn't really like it that Uhuru was not a good president. He was not following court orders. He was all over. It was chaotic. But now when Raila joined him, it was so hard to criticize him. He decides not to appoint the judges, something he should have done. Now he's giving Ruto a lot of mileage for something that he should have done, and then things follow. Then things like when the courts decided that CAS were non-constitutional, you should have just abolished that position. Follow court order. That is making Ruto look like a hero on things that he should have done himself. You see, so he wasn't. I mean, there are so many things he didn't do that we didn't like, but we couldn't criticize because Baba was with him, and now Baba has gone with all the
Temba, are you saying he should have dissolved parliament? Supreme Court told him to do so.
Dissolve. I mean, if that is what the Constitution has said, dissolve it. I mean, follow the Constitution. If the Constitution has told you dissolve, dissolve. I mean,
maybe we would have gone for early elections.
Even the thing about parliament was much later. Miguna, how many times did Miguna win? Many court orders that they never followed, and many other court orders that he refused to follow. And even this one now, when BBI fails, he still goes ahead to appeal it at the Supreme Court. The things that you find he did that were not really necessary. Yeah. So it left Raila with a very tough choice, because there are these things that are now in essence, the president was not running. So the person who was running was Raila. So all the bad things that government had done were being thrown to Raila. You know, that you supported this thing. So you supported even the judiciary not being respected. You supported. So it was a very yeah, someone says Ruto was, but Ruto succeeded, at least perception wise, to wriggle himself out. Now he's the one who's looking like a hero because he has just decided that, oh, the judiciary is going to be independent. Oh, the judiciary has to be given money. Now he's a hero to the judiciary. I mean, very interesting stuff. Yeah. So some things we look at and we say that really perception wise, the president then did not act well. So it has left. Actually, the most happy person is Uhuru Kenyatta. He used Ruto to get the presidency, then he used Raila to finish it. The lucky person is Ruto. he gained in Uhuru's. He's going away with Uhuru's successes, and he's leaving Uhuru's failures to Raila. So he's a very lucky person.
And these petitions, the courts are going to dismiss.
The most unlucky person and the most unhappiest person is Raila, because he helped Uhuru to finish his term, and he also did not gain. He is going with all the bad that Uhuru did. Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you want to say whatever it is that you want to say. We are way beyond that. So, I mean, whatever you say. Yeah. So we want to suggest this. If like what Kusel was saying about the issues of buying and getting money, it is about getting more money, readiness for the next election, and everything else was campaigns. Na unasikia ukisikia vile Alice Wahome anaongea ujue ilikuwa ni campaign na imeisha. Sasa campaign imeisha, reality has it. But for us, we were told in 100 days. So the days are counting. He was sworn in on, was it 13th? So we are counting, says the 100 days minus 4. So 96 days. Tunaendelea count ndio tujue itakuwa wapi by the 100th day. But we are hoping that things will look good. Personally, I wish them well. We will continue criticizing and praising where things are good, but criticize where things are bad. Yes, I want to repeat again. The president is the happiest. Ruto is the luckiest. Raila is the unluckiest in the whole of this mess. Uhuru gained from Ruto helped him. Raila helped him to finish. Ruto gained. He went with all the good that Uhuru did, and now he left Raila with all the bad that Uhuru did. Raila has gone with helped Uhuru to finish, and he has gone with all the bad that Uhuru did. So he's being the one who is blamed for everything that happened in Uhuru government that was not good. And of course, they say the handshake brothers. So that's the unfortunate thing about politics. Lakini tuseme nini? Si siasa ndio hiyo. Back to you, Makiadi.
Yeah, before I know Duke wants to respond to that, but before, I think Ndemba, you are jumping the gun here. I don't know why you want to give all the credit to William Ruto. I would want us to wait, probably give him 1 month, and I want to see if William Ruto is going to abolish the CAS position. I want to see if William Ruto will help fulfill the two-third gender rule. And then I also want to see if William Ruto will get rid of the county commissioners. And then we can sit here and talk about how presidents follow laws and rules. and also follow the constitution. But as far as Uhuru Kenyatta is concerned, I know that he did a lot of mistakes. I would want to disagree with the notion that Baba carried all Uhuru's mistakes. What we can say is that William Ruto was successful in disassociating himself from the failures of the Jubilee government. That one, I agree with you. But then, when you say Raila picked all the dirt from Jubilee, I think there's a big portion of your statement that is it's a bit incorrect. But I'll explain to that later. Let me just give Duke a minute first of all.
Richie, you forgot the last one on your list of what you want to see. You want to see if the Martha Koome or the Supreme Court is going to ask Ruto to dissolve Parliament because of the 2/3 gender rule. We are waiting in the first 100 days.
All right, Duke.
Wait, Duke. You know, Makiadi, you need to listen to me when I'm speaking. I said the perception. You see, Azimio supporters, we know, we believe Raila won. But the perception as it is, Uhuru was not on the ballot. Raila was on the ballot, right? Now, the perception is that Uhuru government is being blamed. But who carries that blame? That Raila actually aided, you see? So that is what we are saying. The perception is that he goes with that. The ills of Jubilee, the ills that the Jubilee government did, they're not responding to court orders, you know? If Raila was not in government, I'm sure they would have raised issues about disobedience to court orders. But because by then it was already in the handshake, it was hard for even people to come out and talk about it. So we move forward, the appointment of judges. I said the appointment of judges ought to have happened in Uhuru's government. He would have appointed those judges, and then of course the other process of removal of the judges happened. He didn't do that. So what happens? It is put on the next person who wants to be the government. Who are they together with? Raila. So what happens later? Ruto gets in and he comes out as a hero by appointing the judges. See what I'm saying? So you may have a different view, which is okay, but I'm giving a balanced consideration of everything. You can't stick and say that, okay, fine, oh, Raila did not carry it. That is not true. As many people, we need to appreciate that Baba carried certain, you know, wanasema kwamba in I think in Julia's language is where they say when we take what with this kamba, something inachukuliwanga na kamba yake, kondo inachukuliwanga na kamba yake, something like that. When you are sticking with someone, you stick even with the bad things that accompany them. You see? So when Baba stuck with Uhuru, some of the things that they had to fight so hard to wriggle themselves from are the bad things of this government.
Alichukuliwa na kamba yake.
Yes, the bad things of the Jubilee government were carried also by Baba. So disobedience of court orders, some things that Uhuru did that you know, were not appropriate, they were carried by Baba now, you know. So if you listen, if you are keen to listen to their campaign messaging, they tried so much to try and say, okay, you know, Baba is his own person, Baba is not in government, Baba is not, but the perception was that, okay? So we need to appreciate that as much as, yes, we are Azimio supporters. The insistence on trying to say that, okay, fine, Baba was not in government, Baba was not disobeying court orders, But what did he say? Did he come out and condemn it? Did he come out and say that Uhuru, go ahead and appoint these judges? Did he say that? Did he say that now Miguna is out, he needs to come back because now the court orders that Miguna won at least 6 court cases against the government? So did we have that? He didn't. So things were silent. We were happy. We were protecting the handshake. So we carried together with everything that is in it. Yeah. So we appreciate those. We have to start appreciating that there are things that we picked that were not right, and things that we picked that were right.
Okay, you know, there's a lot of things umesema, but I don't want to go into whatever with you here. Let me give Julia kwanza, alafu mimi nitakuja baadaye. Julia, na nimesahau Duke. Duke will come after Julia.
Yeah, Duke will react after, maybe to what I'll say. That it's good he comes after me. Then, but first, I'm no longer sure you're in Azimio. That is one. Secondly, that is your perception that Baba carried Uhuru's mistakes. It is not our perception. Baba was not in government. Baba only came in to support Uhuru, especially, I think, in parliament. He was not a cabinet secretary. He really didn't have any legal mandate to do anything or to decide anything. So I don't think he carries. Me, as an Azimio person, Baba does not carry anything bad that Uhuru did. Thirdly, I don't even believe Uhuru did anything wrong by not appointing the judges. Uhuru had many reasons for not appointing those judges. It's like, just like if somebody is getting married or is married to have someone violating them, and then wanza kumwambia ati sheria inasema ati you're not divorced, sheria inasema uishi huko. I don't even think Uhuru did anything wrong. So you're trying to tell us here, it's like Uhuru did so many wrong things, and Ruto was in the same government, and you are here, making Ruto look like a hero by coming out to appoint the same judges that his predecessor had questions about. You began your presentation by saying that you do not think that was a priority, and you are here telling us that Ruto is now a hero. Ruto is not a hero for doing that. I think he should have also questioned why these judges were not appointed. Maybe he should have asked the Judicial Service Commission to do some investigations and give him findings, and maybe give some recommendations. I think that would have been a good direction to take. And if the Judicial Service Commission still felt that the judges were worthwhile, maybe Ruto would prove to us that I think these judges can work. I mean, we should see some procedural thing. You see, you are trying to make Ruto, he's not a hero, because the same judges now, we know even some of the judges, there were 7 appointed judges, and I think there had been 6. So I don't know where 7 is coming from. So we Kenyans who believe that something is very wrong with the judiciary, we are seeing a judiciary that is upholding impunity. And here you are telling us that Ruto is a hero for working with judges who are upholding impunity. Then you don't blame me if I make allegations that I don't even think you're in Azimio. Asante Makiadi.
I want to bring in Duke first of all, and then Themba, you have a time to react. And in addition to what Julia said, I just want to add here that I remember I saw Raila Odinga at the airport being pushed aside by police when Miguna was being deported, so to speak, to Canada. I don't know if when Miguna that happened to Miguna, Raila Odinga was still in Jubilee government. Number 2, the question we should be asking ourselves is, so for the 6 judges that William Ruto swore in the other day, did we have other judges that were appointed by Uhuru Kenyatta after that? So that as we look at the whole scenario, do we have a reason to give Uhuru Kenyatta the benefit of doubt? That is question number 2. Duke, you come in, then Themba can react to those.
Regarding that, I can say, you know, the Judicial Service Commission, it's a process. It's actually a wrong process. They advertise, there is application, there is interview, There is a window, I think 3 weeks, where people who have issues can submit those issues. And the president was in Kenya. He was not outside Kenya. So during that period, maybe through the Attorney General, he was to raise those issues. So when all the process was conclusive and he did not raise even one issue, until the names are in his desk, then he decides no. So that's like that should not be the protocol, because it was an engagement process from the start. Regarding Huduma number, what I can say is this: Huduma number was not the right way to capture the details of Kenyans, because I went for that Huduma number, and you were given people were giving information based on you are asked details. For instance, what do you have? You have ABCD. You see, that cannot be accurate data. People cannot give information from the word of mouth. So even if it was to be used to assess or to capture the detail of Kenyans, it was like it will never be accurate, because people are giving information based on the word of mouth. But I agree that if we have, for instance, a good system where the details and economic status of all Kenyans is captured, we can be effective in maybe assisting some Kenyans. For instance, in the US, there is people who qualify for the food stamps. But here in Kenya, we are giving a subsidy where even ministers benefit, because if hunger reduces, that rich minister can go to the supermarket and pay at the same price. But if we were having accurate details, we can maybe try to give a package to a given people, maybe say 100,000 to a given group of people who are poor. So that can be effective in a way. So I think that's something which can be good. Also, Kuseos talked about that subsidies was like making Kenyans to survive. So trying to eliminate them is that some Kenyans will die. I think that's not true, because remember, this was subsidies to just one product, unga. And I actually said that because food is not that just unga. There is a lot of process involved: protein, vitamins, even cooking, the gas which is used. So trying to reduce just one crop, that does not mean that you have sorted the food issue. Also, there were only like very few millers who benefited from that. So means those people in the rural areas who are using Mahindi ya Gorogoro, and all small individuals, small businesses who were trying to do business, they never benefited. So it was like trying to not to benefit. It was an unfair, or trying to compare to move some business out of the market. And it created a shortage. There was a time maybe unga was available in the supermarket for 1 hour. So if you don't go in the morning, like by 9, no unga at all. So it was like an unfair process. Regarding the 2/3 gender rule, I think, not all articles of the Constitution are implementable. For instance, one of the articles says that each Kenyan has a right to food, shelter, and water. But people are dying in Northeastern, they don't have food at all. So if you try to say, for instance, because this was a democratic process, the people selected the members of parliament. If it's resolved, then how do we move about? Maybe we say in given areas, honoring women to fight. So giving a directive on that would be very difficult. But I think those who are proposing that maybe, for instance, if we have a governor who's a male, the deputy should be a female. I think something of that can be registered so that we can try to improve on that. But still, I am of the opinion that the way to assist Kenya as a developing nation is to try to give subsidies to those people who are investing, those who come up with industries, value addition, creation of employment opportunities, so that we can create more employment opportunities. Because even if you give subsidies, there is some people who cannot even afford that food at that subsidized price. So productive and investment subsidies are the ones which we should embrace, because in 1 or 2 years, we will have more benefits. For instance, in Botswana, if you come, foreigners who are coming maybe to set up industries, they are given free land. You can imagine that. So how attractive is that? So that makes the country to have a lot of investors, and there is a lot of employment opportunities. But here in Kenya, you find some investors even are prevented because we have cartels who don't want competition in their specific industries. So we should use subsidies to grow the economy, not to assist individuals to consume, because we cannot assist them forever. If we continue to use the money to assist people, it means we will miss an opportunity of making economic progress where we create more employment opportunity and we grow the economy that way. So I think that's my submission.
Okay, Ndemba, you can come in. But Duke, just to correct you, I might be wrong, but I don't think the government subsidizes unga. I might be wrong. Maybe you'll correct me later. I think the subsidies are on maize, not unga. Ndemba, karibu.
Now, you want me to respond to Julia, who has suspected that I'm not Azimio? I mean, how am I supposed to respond to someone who suspects I'm not Azimio? So kill him too. But I want to submit that Duke has responded to part of the question. The Constitution is all of us. In fact, if you watched when the president was passing the instruments of power to the deputy, to president, current president, he gave him the Constitution and the sword. And they swear to protect the Constitution. We read here the Constitution, and the Constitution, the sovereign power, is donated by the people. So even the president is not above the law. So once the Constitution the courts have said something, it is incumbent upon the president, who swore to protect the Constitution, to obey it. So the processes of appointment of judges is clear in the Constitution, and it's also say at what point you're supposed to give views that may make them not be appointed. I mean, it's a process. There are interviews. There are the public being involved. The public includes anything that you may have against those judges, because if these judges are corrupt, they cannot only be corrupt for the Court of Appeal, they are also corrupt for the High Court. So part of the issue should have come out so that they are removed from office, even from practicing in the High Court. It can't be that they can be corrupt for the higher office, but they're not corrupt for the office they're occupying at that point. So I want to submit again, and for those who think that Uhuru was right, that's okay. But for me and among many others, we believe that Uhuru should have appointed them, or if they were not okay, there should have been that process of removing them. Should have been initiated. I mean, the government has ways that it can initiate. Should have been initiated to remove them from office. Or better still, their complaint should have been forwarded to the Judicial Service Commission. So I don't think the president made a right decision. Now, when I think Julia didn't listen to me, I said Uhuru not doing what he did is making Ruto look like he has done a very big thing by the appointment of the judges. Indeed, when he comes in and the first thing he does is appoint the judges, it looks like, oh, he did something that the president didn't do. So Uhuru Kenyatta actually made him appear as a hero. I didn't say he's a hero. He's appearing as if he's done a very big thing. He's responded. He's done something that wasn't done before. So that is something that I think Julia needed to have listened. And we have moved past campaigns. Right now, we are on critical analysis of the things that happen. Critical analysis of something does not mean that we are still on the campaign period. You know, campaign is campaign. Campaign, unachapa campaign. Lakini sasa ikifika sasa, it's critical analysis. We now move into critically analyzing what happened. There are several things that Uhuru Kenyatta did that affected the perception of Raila. So that one is something. I haven't said Raila didn't win. I haven't talked about the win. I haven't talked about the election. I haven't talked about Kamago. I haven't talked about what could have happened. Yeah. So associating everything and going back to we know Raila won, you are choosing not to move forward and start critically analyzing stuff, which is what you are supposed to be doing now that election is over and we are not campaigning anymore. We have a president that has been sworn in. Raila was meeting the minority MPs in a retreat to plan how they're going to pick up the minority seat. I mean, that's where we are. So we need to critically analyze, and even the Ruto government, we critically analyze it. If they do something good, we say that is good. And even Martha Karua said and told Abdul Samad, collaborate, but from a point of strength, you know, that you can be able to look at this government and say, what are the things that they are offering that are good for our people? And we have said here, don't just sit back and say that, oh, we do not want Ruto government. What are the things that are good that you can benefit from? What are the things that they can give that you can benefit your people? You know, what are the things that you can, the different aspects and the different strata of our society can benefit? Because if you just sit there, when in the US, when Biden was giving subsidies, the people from Republican Party did not say, don't give us because we didn't vote for you. They took it, you know. So you need to look at this government and strategically position yourself. What are the things that you can benefit? Are they giving things that your people or a certain generation can benefit? Not just sit there and just keep waking up. Oh, we know that election was over. We didn't agree with it, but it is over, and we are here. So we have to start now looking at what are the areas that we can benefit, what are the areas that we can collaborate, like Martha Karua said, collaborate, but from a point of strength. We move, but we don't forget. So those who are still talking about election and think that I'm talking about election, I'm not talking about election. We have to critically analyze. And critical analysis means that looking at both sides and across board. But again, you do have your opinion, I do have mine, which is okay. I give it back to Makiadi.
Yeah, and then there's one question I want to ask you here. I think sometimes we forget the bigger picture here. What does the Constitution say about the president refusing to appoint judges that have been recommended to him by the JSC?
You can read and say, because you are probably refuting my position. So you say what you are refuting, then you say you read whatever
No. You know, we are accusing Uhuru Kenyatta of not appointing judges. So I would have wished you to tell me where in the Constitution it says that the president must appoint judges that have been forwarded to him by the JSC.
Okay, tell me where it says that he can choose not to.
That's what I'm asking you.
No, you need to give me a place because you are contesting
because the issue here is the Constitution is very clear. Let me give you an example of bills.
No, read where it says that he can choose not to appoint.
I'll come to you. Hold on. The Constitution is very clear about, for example, how do you solve that bills that go to the president's desk and then he disagrees with them. It tells you the procedure from where the president rejects the bills and sends them back to parliament with a recommendation and says, this is what I don't like about this bill. And if the parliamentarians feel like, no, we have to pass this, then they can overrule what the president said, but with a majority, 2/3, I believe. Now, when you go to the JSC and the appointment of judges, if you read the Constitution right now, Let me read for you Article 166. It says that the president shall appoint, number one, the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice in accordance with the recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission and subject to the approval of the National Assembly. Number two, Part B, it says the president shall also appoint all other judges in accordance with the recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission. And then it goes to say each judge of superior court shall be appointed from among persons who A, hold a degree, blah, blah, blah. And B, it says, possesses the experience required under clause 3 to 6 as applicable, irrespective of whether that experience was gained in Kenya or in another Commonwealth law jurisdiction. And part C says that that person that is being appointed as a judge shall have a high moral character, integrity, and impartiality. And then from there, the Constitution remains silent. It remains silent about whether the president decides not to appoint those judges, what happens to him or what happens to those judges. It is not addressed. So
okay.
If yeah, go ahead.
You are raising at least you're coming to the point. The president shall appoint the Chief Justice as recommended by JSC and by Parliament. Now, in a case where the president feels like the names that have been sent to him to appoint as Chief Justice, he doesn't like, can he stop? Can he decide he's not going to appoint them?
And that's why I'm coming to where you said, you know, we are going, sasa tumeanza kitu inaitwa wild goose chase. The president, there's nowhere in the constitution here that the president is being directly.
When the word shall is used, wait. When the word shall appoint is used in that particular part, what does it mean?
You know, they can be shall or must.
No, what does it mean when it says shall appoint?
So shall is a possibility. He can decide
now,
not
shall appoint contextually reading it, shall appoint. There are times it means he will have no choice but to appoint.
No.
Now, in the event it doesn't do that, like he did not appoint the judges as recommended by Parliament and the JSC. In like when he is not giving a bill, the bills when he's not ascending, it is clear. When he doesn't ascend, he takes it back. This one does not give him an option of sending back. Right now, in a point where judges, there are issues with the judges, there's a procedure for removal of judges. Now, if the president chooses that now I'm not going to appoint these people because I have issues with all of them, the 6 of them. Now, what is the reason of having all the the president has his people across. He has his people in Parliament, because parliamentarians, they are those people who are on the side of the executive. I mean, they are president's party. They are there. They could raise those issues in Parliament. At the JSC, before anything has been done, there's normally room for public participation where you raise any issue with any judge, right? You're supposed to raise those issues right there and say that these judges have this. You don't wait until the names have reached you. Then now you decide, I'm not going to appoint because I have issues with these names. That is not right. And if there are issues with those names, then these judges are not qualified to be judges even at the High Court. So what are they doing in the High Court in the first place? We cannot have, and I said here before, I said you cannot have a judge who is corrupt. He's too corrupt to be in the Court of Appeal, but he's not corrupt to be in the High Court. What kind of justice is there? If you are too corrupt to hold a position in government in a particular place, then you should be removed in the first place. Kutoka kitambo. And intelligence report has never been evidence in court. You need to have concrete evidence. You cannot say that we have intelligence report. that this person is corrupt. There has to be evidence, and he who alleges must prove. So if you say as a president, NIS reports to him, he might be having intelligence about everybody. So can he only base that to decide that I'm not going to appoint certain people? That was not right. Whichever way you guys want to look at it, it does not give him an option. The Constitution gives an option of the removal of judges. His role is to appoint that the ones that have been put to him and have been forwarded to him. So once they forward 7, out of the 7, he appoints 6. You see? So when the vacancy was for 6, just like you have a vacancy for 1 Chief Justice, they forward 2. He appoints 1 because we need only 1. So you see, when we come and we are trying to suggest, in my view, of course, there are those people who suggest the president did nothing wrong. He had issues with them, and of course, with the rot of judiciary, some of them have been found to be wanting. But let's follow the Constitution. What does the Constitution say when there's something that has happened, or when they suspected, or when something has been said about a certain person? You cannot crucify people on the basis of intelligence report, or you cannot crucify people on the basis of assumptions. You know, like we are assuming, we think that this person is running certain things, yet is a public office holder. So I think we need to probably relook at our need and desire to observe the Constitution, not just observe it when we think it fits us.
Let me say this, Duke. You wanna come in? I'll give you a minute, Duke. Let me just say this, Ndemba. There's one thing that you're avoiding here, and Black is talking about Article 166 1B. I've read that it says all other judges in accordance with the recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission. But then you also, Black, you also have to read Article 166 2 C, which says that the judge that is being appointed must have a high moral character, integrity, and impartiality. Now, Ndemba, what you're avoiding to tell us here is this, that these people were not judges already. They were not appointed by the president. They had not been sworn in by the president. So they were not judges. So you cannot invoke the article that says there will have to be, what do you call that? The process of removal. You cannot apply that to judges that have not been.
No, there are judges. These guys are judges of the High Court.
And why do you need to swear them in to go to the Court of Appeal? Like it
No,
happened.
No.
You're not getting my point.
Calm down.
Hold on. Let me give you my point here. We had 6 judges that were sworn in the other day. Didn't they take another oath?
They are taking an oath to join the higher court.
That's exactly my point.
Yes.
So my point is, these people had not been sworn in as Court of Appeal judges. They were still judges of the High Court.
That's exactly what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If they are corrupt, if indeed you are saying that this person has issues with his moral standing, why is he okay for him to hold a high court position? Isn't that also a position of public interest?
And
so if he's too corrupt to step into the next office, which is also being a judge, why is it that now he cannot be removed from office in this position that he is in?
And what you're saying about corruption is your own words. The president did not come out to say that these people are corrupt, did he?
No, I mean, I'm just saying whatever it is that you have, whatever it is that I mean, that's that now you are cherry picking. What I'm saying is this: I'm saying if there are issues, whatever issues that the president had against them, that they cannot hold an office of the Court of Appeal, that issue, if it can bar them from getting into the office of a Court of Appeal judge, then it should bar them from getting into the office of a High Court, because those are both positions of public interest, and they require, and even the Constitution that you have read, it says the judge, whichever judge is being appointed. It doesn't say High Court or a Court of Appeal. Whichever judge, whichever place, they should be of high moral standard. So if you are on high moral standard, you have less moral standard to get into Court of Appeal. Is this thing you are using to measure moral standard? It fits you into High Court, but it doesn't fit you into Court of Appeal.
Yeah. Let me give you a simple example. Let me give you a simple example. All teachers can be teachers, but not every teacher can be a head teacher. Do you agree with me? But Duke, yeah, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Nakupatia a simple example. Have you ever had mtu akisemekana huyu mtu amekaa mwalimu hapa lakini haizi promotiwa kuwa head teacher?
Wewe unaanza kureason kama Sonko ati because you have been impeached in Nairobi, now you cannot go for a position in Nairobi, but you can go for a position in Mombasa. What kind of thinking is that?
No, I'm just giving you a simple example. No, I'm just giving you a simple example because no. Hold on. Hold on, Demba. Give me a minute. Whatever the president was privy to, the information the president was privy to deny appointment of these guys into the Court of Appeal, he did not come out and tell you and me. And so
the constitution does not allow him to deny someone from holding public office without telling the public the reasons.
Where in the constitution? Read us in the constitution.
He holds the constitution in trust, and therefore
no, you read us. Usiseme does not na utuonyeshe ni wapi. I just read you where I get my information from. Read us. Wacha nipatie Duke kitafuta hiyo kipengee. Duke, come in.
You see, Makiadi, if I want also to read the constitution, if you go to Article 171, Part 2, it talks about the members of the Judicial Service Commission. And in that, actually the president is represented because the Attorney General is a member of the Judicial Service Commission. And the functions of the Attorney General is to advise the president or to carry the message of the president. So why did the president not use the Attorney General during the interview process and the appointment process to raise those issues? Or even during that period where individuals can bring evidences of or reject the appointments, the president can have used that maybe through the Attorney General to have that. So that's the hypocrisy we are talking about. And what Themba is trying to say is right. You cannot say that, we are talking about the qualification to hold public office, regardless of it. You can't say that because you are corrupt, you can be an MCA but not a governor. So I think Chapter 6 applies to all individuals who are within providing the public, who are serving the country or providing their services across the government department and government levels. So I think that is what can, and also who determines that this person is qualified or not qualified? There are institutions mandated to do that. So it's not, I don't think it's the business of the president to say that this person is corrupt or this person is not corrupt, or maybe this person is qualified or not qualified. It's based on the qualifications and the scrutiny by mandated institutions. Maybe if he has the issue, he can actually submit that as evidence to mandated institutions to prosecute those individuals. But you don't say there are issues and we don't know those issues, as if we are talking about terrorism or very secretive information which we should not have as members of the public. So I think that's what I can say.
And you see, I think if Makiadi listened to what Duke is saying, there were so many opportunities for the president to raise issues. So many opportunities, so many. And like here, there's JSC, there's Parliament, there's JSC, first of all, like Duke has said, the Attorney General is there, who is actually the president's legal advisor. official legal advisor. We should be telling him that this is what should happen, you know. So when he fails to advise him, and then these things go through Parliament. Parliament also, there are parliamentary, you know, there's the committee of administration. I mean, I think JLAC or something. Well, they're also president's men. He has his party members in that particular committee that also are supposed to raise issues. Now, when these things have been taken to him, then there's this interesting observation by Makiadi that integrity can apply to you at a certain point, but it shouldn't apply to you at a certain point. That's a very interesting thought. That if it is an issue of integrity, it can apply to you only when you go to the Court of Appeal, but it cannot apply to you when you are a judge of the High Court. If there are issues of integrity, they apply across board. And it's the same argument I think I was trying to raise earlier, that if Sonko could not be allowed to run in Nairobi, then he's going to run in Mombasa. That's what you're trying to say. We cannot argue like that. I mean, let's point out issues where it was wrong. Saying that it was wrong does not necessarily mean that everything Uhuru did was wrong. But there are things that he did that were not right. Disobedience of court order. By the time the president, or even you mentioned the issue of Raila tetearing Miguna. By the time that was happening, the handshake had not. I think the handshake had not even happened by then. You know, I don't think they had the handshake by that time. So when he was going to the airport and he was being embarrassed, I mean, the handshake had not happened. After that, I think is when the handshake happened. So. But after that, there ought to have been a follow-up, and people raise it and say that, okay, fine, have you raised issues about maybe the court orders, not necessarily Miguna, court orders being disobeyed? Let's be factual and say, okay, fine, court orders need to be obeyed, whether it is Jubilee government or it is any government. When there's a court order, there's a process. If you don't agree with a court order, there's a process of appeal. Go appeal it. I mean, there are those processes that are like he did with the BBI when he didn't agree with it. The Attorney General went and appealed it. Appeal failed. They went again to the Supreme Court. They appealed it. I mean, those are the processes that needs to be used. Let's respect the Constitution. Let's not just say that because the president, there's that notion that we just want to say because the president, because it is the deputy president, I mean, Ruto, who has come and appointed them. Now the president was right not to appoint them. The president has the responsibility because we donate. His powers are donated. The sovereign power is with the people. That's why it was found that him recommending and even suggesting that that BBI should start was wrong. So the process was found to have been wrong. So he needs, the sovereign power is with the people. If you find, and that's why you have the interviews for the judges, having a public, there being a public participation, people to hear. So when you come and say that, where is it written that I should tell? So you should wake up and just say that there's a reason that I feel that I cannot appoint. The only people that he does not probably need to tell us, and when he's forming his cabinet, you know, they don't tell us because they don't even interview them publicly. They are not interviewed by any commission, public service commission or otherwise. It is them sitting back and saying that I decide to choose this person. But these others, I mean, if it were possible, even cabinet ministers should have been appointed by public service commission, you know, so that we get to know who are they, whom do we want. So I think that's what I want to rest my case there. So whatever it is that you guys gotta say about it, so back to you.
Yeah, let me just start on the last issue you said about cabinet secretary. You also have to understand that cabinet secretaries go through vetting in parliament. So it's not like the president is just appointing anybody from anywhere. There's a process to that. Number two, Duke, it's good you read Article 172, but you forgot to read Article 172 1A. The English is very clear there. that the Judicial Service Commission shall promote and facilitate the independence and accountability of the judiciary and efficient, effective, and transparent administration of justice, and shall recommend, that word alone, recommend to the president persons to for appointment as judges. That's one job of the JSC. Recommend. And I don't know, maybe my English is bad. Maybe I went to the wrong school. But when you tell me that you have recommended something, it doesn't mean that it is a must. Now, the issue that we should be discussing here is, does the Constitution have a way to force the president to appoint the judges that have been recommended to him for appointment by the JSC? If not, then we can evidently say that there's a lacuna, because the president can decide, it's okay, you have decided to recommend these names to me, but through other sources. And you know, you said it's a process. It's just like the IEBC. The MPs go through a vetting process. And then before the election day, something in between can happen that would disqualify that candidate, you know, from running for whichever position they are going to run for. And so when the president has the names, and I want to make this clear, that I would have wished the Supreme Court to actually address the issue of commissions and what powers the commissioners have. Because as we stand right now, we do not know what position the Attorney General, what powers or what voting rights the Attorney General has in the JSC. He can be a member there with just one vote. So even if he brings issues in the JSC and the other commissioners overrule him, then his vote is worthless. And so the Attorney General can come in there, raise issues, because, you know, he gets the info from the president, comes and says, listen, the president is not comfortable with these people because of A, B, C, D. And then the other commissioners say, we do not agree with that. And they overrule him, and they go ahead and, you know, interview the judges and then forward the names to the president. Now, the president has the names on his desk. There's no law that tells the president, you must appoint these people, because these people have been recommended to him for appointment. And so he can decide not to. And I think that is what Uhuru Kenyatta did. Yes, Julia.
Okay, I have a question to all of you. If according to them, the president must appoint, why does JSC recommend 7 people instead of 6? It means he has a choice to choose between the 7. So if he has a choice to choose among the 7, then he has a choice to decide even among the 7, I don't think 2 are okay. So why does JSC recommend 7 people instead of 6? If you are saying he must, then if he must, what is his role then? Why can't JSC recommend those people to be sworn in? It means the president has a role here. He's not just ceremonial. Otherwise, JSC would have those names for swearing, and they will not present 7 people. They will present 6 people for swearing.
Let me give you a different scenario. So that,
let me add to that, and then you can answer. I want to add, Julia, you've brought in a very good.
I want to give a different scenario so that
I'll give you in a minute. Hold on,
just
Julia.
You've said we are timing on that. We are timing on that a lot.
1 minute, please. 1 minute, Julia. You brought a very good issue.
Nani amekutupa nje sasa? We are timing on that for too long. We can make progress by asking a different question, Julia. What happened, Richie?
You are throwing me out. Eh? Julia, there are 3 names that were recommended to the president by the JSCs for appointment as the Chief Justice. Number 1, Martha Koome. Number 2, Fred Ngati. And number 3, Ouko. Right? Did they say that you must appoint this person? And remember, that is what we are trying to tell you. That he had 3 names. It was out of his own information and intelligence or whatever advice he got from whoever he gave him that advice, that he decided to pick on to settle on Martha Koome. So we are trying to tell you this. Wacha kwanza nikuachie alafu nita. Just go ahead.
We are really mark timing on that. Maybe I want to ask a different question. The president was to call according to the constitution, he was to reconvene parliament on, was it Thursday when they were recalled? What if the president did not call parliament on that day? What would have happened?
You want us to answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we go into a constitutional crisis.
So is there a place where he says that he has to in the constitution?
And Julia, you want to go ahead and answer that? Because
yes, because recording parliament is clear. The dates are stipulated, just like the dates of the
No,
election.
wait.
I'm trying to differentiate to you the difference between the recording parliament thing and the thing.
Julia, calm down. The constitution says what? Does it use the president must? It says the president shall.
Julia is giving you the stipulated days.
I'm telling you.
No. Yeah. I'm trying to bring our reasoning.
The constitution says it uses shall so many times. So we are not going to bring all those shalls here. We are not going to bring all those shalls here. It is not helping us. We are telling you for the days and the days, like the days of the election.
I'm hearing you guys, but you see, yes, you can tell me, but telling me means that we talk with each other, not at each other. So telling me does not mean that I have to understand because you have told me. We are talking with each other so that we try and reason together. Okay, so you can tell me, but we need to reason with each other. Reasoning with each other means that we try to appreciate what also we are trying to say. I'm also trying to raise, right? So when I'm raising and I'm saying the constitution has used shall in another place, but it kind of looks like it is forcing the president to do that, right? So it is shall does not necessarily mean that the president can wake up and decide, okay, I am not calling parliament tomorrow. I'll call it 3 days later, or I'm not even going to call it. You see, so we need to what I'm trying to bring into perspective, so that we don't mark time on it so much, because it seems we'll have differing opinion on that, which is okay. I mean, it's the nature of debate. You can have your different opinion. You guys hold the fact that the president didn't do anything wrong, while on the other side, I hold that it was not right for him, which is the nature of debate. But the use of shall does not, that in instances within the constitution, it kind of looks like a clear, it doesn't give him a wriggling way, you know, in some situations. So we need to appreciate that context before we say that I'm submitting. You don't have to agree with that, but I'm submitting that in the instance like where they have recommended, then there needs to come out as to have a CJ, you know, his is to appoint the same one. That's why the constitution later gives a recommendation, I mean, provides for ways of removal of a judge. But I also hear you that you guys are saying he did nothing wrong. So, I mean, you can tell me, I can tell you, we can agree, we can disagree in our understanding of the same. I mean, and that's the nature of debate. We don't necessarily have to agree, right? Back to you, Makiadi.
Yeah, I don't want you to mix the issue of the CJ and the DCJ, because those ones have to go through parliament. And there's a mechanism to address if the president refuses to.
Makiadi is not what you want or what you don't want.
Hold on.
Just submit your difference.
I'm giving my submission. I think we gave you time. So the DCJ and CJ are always recommended by the JSC, but then they have to go through vetting. That's different. Now, when it comes to the issue, if the names are forwarded to the president and then the president rejects them, the thing will still come back to parliament. And there's a way that has been stipulated to address that. But when it comes to the judges, that's a different ballgame. And that is why we are trying to tell you here that there's no any constitution where the president is obligated or is forced or is coerced to appoint people that he does not feel comfortable with. Julia.
Okay, I want to differentiate for them by the shalls is saying, when it comes to the date, the president is not given that you can do it on Friday or you can just do on Sunday or Thursday. He's given a specific date. So in that case, the constitution is very clear to the president. But when he's given 7 judges to appoint, he has a choice, 6 out of 7. When he's given 3 judges to appoint a chief justice, he has a choice too. He's not given Mother Koome that here we feel Mother Koome is the best. Now nominate her for swearing. He's given 3. He has a choice. So for the dates, whether the shalls is used forever, the shall, even when it comes to your marriage, there's a shall. There is a shall. Those shalls are for everywhere in the constitution. So then, but you'll not use them to justify what you are saying. But you have a choice. That's your view. I also want to appreciate that that is your view. But I want to tell you that there's a difference between the dates thing and the judges thing. He is given 7 judges to decide between the 7. So if he has a choice to decide between the 7, then it means he has a choice to decide that I don't even want all the 7. So that's what the point I'm trying to drive home here. But for the dates, he has no choice. Even for the elections, we have no choice. You see, we cannot say that, oh, we don't feel like voting on Monday, or we don't feel like voting on Tuesday. No, the date is stipulated. So I hope I'm clear there.
No, you didn't focus on what I raised. I said the constitution says that in the recalling of parliament, the first state, the president shall, right? It seemed like it is mandatory that he does it within that day. Okay. So we have those kind of the language, even when you say, oh, shall, I'm not trying to intimidate, I'm trying to make a point. Okay. Because the idea here, you guys are saying that, oh, because it is shall, so it gives him a leeway. I'm just trying to tell you that you do not misunderstand the shall to make you imagine that now that one.
We did not use the shall. I did not use the shall, Demba. I said he has 7 people to choose from. I'm not. You are the one bringing the shall thing. I'm not using the shall. I'm saying for the dates, there's a specific date. But for the judges, he has 7 judges to choose for. For the chief justice, he has 3 people. But for the dates, he has no 3 dates. He only has 1 date. So then, you are the one bringing something else here. You need to agree that we.
No, I don't want to agree, but you just submit. You are not agreeing.
Julia, let me bring another angle here. You know, when you talk about, let's say, the president shall convene parliament in this particular time, there's a date that is given. So there's a time frame. The election will take place maybe the 1st or whatever of this month. That there's a time frame, and then the president shall be sworn in on this day by 3. There's a time frame. Now, when the constitution, hold on.
No.
Hold on.
The president shall be sworn in. Shall. Why is it saying? Why
but nimeongeza kitu inaitwa time frame.
No, why doesn't it say
now let me go to a scenario here. It says the president shall appoint these judges as recommended by the JCSC. Now, Uhuru Kenyatta anachukua majina ya judges wenye wamekuwa recommended kwake, anaweka kwa desk. Okay? There's no time frame. You cannot force Uhuru Kenyatta. He can go for 5 years even without appointing them.
And that is what I'm saying. That's
okay. Julia namna gani. And then it doesn't mean, hold on. It doesn't mean that the sitting president at that moment is the one we want to deconstruct your English.
Listen, you guys are making, okay, you are making a point, but you see the point is the constitution is happening in a particular environment. The constitution is not isolated. Right, it is happening in an environment. Now, that particular interpretation that you guys are giving, which I presume that's the interpretation he was given by his legal advisors, right? And of course, as it were, in the law, they say the law is clear, but the law is never clear. That's why we go. I don't know why Makiadi is being thrown out every time. That's why now we have to go to the judges to interpret. The law is never clear. They say the law is clear, but it is never clear. So there are those legal scholars, maybe the president has good advisors, good scholars, good lawyers who advised him the same you guys are saying. And that caused the dilemma that faced the judiciary and probably put him at loggerheads with the judiciary up to the time that he left. And of course, that had its effects later. And now, of course, now the new president comes in and he swears them in because he says there was no reason as to why they were not sworn in because of his legal advisors. So it is the nature of law, like what we are saying here. You know, even lawyers, they help in drawing whatever agreements, but they still have to go to judges to help them interpret the same law. So it is never clear. We will never agree on that this is what it is saying because even lawyers themselves don't agree. All right. So it is not an expectation that at the end of the day we will agree. That's why I was saying that we don't need to mark time on it for too long. The lawyers for President Uhuru Kenyatta told him, as you guys are saying, the lawyers the legal advisors for the president current told him, and even if you had Orengo said today that yesterday that he doesn't understand why those judges were not appointed. So the law will never be so clear. You know, the lawyers even don't agree. So it is okay for us not to agree, and we don't have to follow a certain way. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, Julia.
No,
So it is
no, I cannot
yeah.
agree with you then, but that one you know that.
Yes, and I don't have to agree with you, but you have a right to your opinion. I don't know why Makiadi is being thrown out every time. Makiadi, what's wrong today?
I think Mbemba you're doing me injustice leo, lakini wacha nikae hapa, sitaongea sana kwanza.
Sasa unaweza kuniita nini? Unaweza kusema mimi ndio
Mimi naona ni kama hutaki niongee leo.
Themba is not doing that, but I think we have now kesho atafikiria sana kuja kutuambia maneno ya shall
Sijui kama Duke alikuwa ameongea, but Julia, you've seen my point, Hakuna
Yes.
even if the president takes 3 years to appoint, but you see the issue is there were other judges that were appointed after the 6 were rejected, and we are kind of circumventing that. Why are we not apportioning blame to Uhuru Kenyatta and then giving him credit where he deserves credit?
Why didn't we ask him? There were 3 people recommended by JSC for Chief Justice. Why didn't we complain ati bona amechukua Martha, bona angechukua fulani? Why we didn't complain? Because he had the choice to decide, Mr. Themba. So the president has the choice to decide. Sio hiyo ya siku. Ukiambiwa that the Kenya shall hold election at this date of this date, hakuna choice ingine. Sasa hizo shall Themba unatumia, the shalls also will depend on where they are being used. That's my take.
Duke, you want to speak?
Yes, but regardless of what you are saying, we can say these are different individuals. So we have President Kenyatta and we have President Ruto. So if maybe Uhuru was of the opinion that these people are not fit to occupy the judiciary, Ruto has a different perspective. So do you want Ruto to be exactly the same as Uhuru Kenyatta, or to have the same mind and reasoning and interpretation of people? So they are different, and now that's what I can say. However, one of the assumptions of a democracy is that people are rational in what they do. So the president had an opportunity to stop the process or to rectify the process before maybe resources have been utilized. So you don't wait. There is resources are spent for advertisement, for interview, all the process, and we are a country of limited resources. And at the end, you say no, I don't want these people. It's like maybe you are, there is an house being constructed and you are watching, and at the top, when it's over, you say no, I want a different one. So we are saying that there was a platform or a forum for him to reject those recommendations during the process, because the process was open and he was informed in a way. So that's what I can say. However, we have procedural provisions of the Constitution. For instance, we know that Kenyans are the one who decide who is the next president, but also the Constitution says that the Chief Justice shall swear the president. So what if the Chief Justice decides he's not going to swear, he or she is not going to swear the president, you see? So there is some basic procedures or protocols which we assume, or the Constitution assumes, that people are rational, and because they are not incapacitated, so they have to do the right thing. So I think that president should have done the right thing. I think that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, Duke, let me just comment on what you're saying. Now, what you and Themba are saying is that the president should have appointed these judges, and then if there are issues that are raised against them, have a tribunal formed to investigate the same. And you are the same person that is telling us we are a country of less resources. So the president should not have watched. He should have stopped the process, before it goes very, very far. Don't you think you are contradicting yourself? Because a tribunal will also cost money to sit down and investigate the judges. It is also resources that are being spent there.
You see, Makiadi, there's no use of writing a constitution if you can't follow it. I mean, what you guys are saying, that the president has the mandate to just arbitrarily break the constitution, disregard constitutional provisions. The tribunal, the process of removal of a judge is in the constitution. So if you don't like it, you remove it. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know why we are mark timing on this. We could go to something else so that at least we have made our point. We are not agreeing. We made our point that the president erred in not appointing those judges. You guys are making a point that the president was okay. So we don't need to keep repeating the same thing. And most likely that's what we are going to do right now. I mean, just repeat the same thing that, oh, the president. We are making a point that the president erred. You guys are making a point that the president did not err. The constitutional provision, that's our point, submission we are making. So we can move on to the next thing so that we don't keep mark timing on this. I submit.
The next thing is wake up, Guru. Guru, wake up. Guru, how dare you sleep on us? Can you hear the Themba is misleading us? Wake up.
I was listening. And the arguments. I was listening. That issue of discretion by the president, whether to appoint or not appoint, I think for me, I think it is that our constitution is not very clear, because was the president just to append the signature regardless of what he might know through other arms of government, or what is it? In fact, somebody who was asking the other day whether that was the intention. Was the purpose of the president just to sign? Why then can't they be signed by the JSC and they start working? Why the president? These are some of the gray areas that eventually I think will have to be dealt with, because I don't know what the purpose of the president was in the whole process of recruiting judges and signing for them. it's a gray area actually, because right now you can imagine the president could have come across very serious allegations or concrete evidence that these people are doing some other things that are actually injurious to the state, either corruption or collaboration with some groups that are not good for the security of the country, and so on and so forth. So what was the purpose of the president? Was it just merely to append the signature? Regardless, that issue was never thrashed very well by our constitutional writers. And I think in serious form, I think it is one thing that may have to be revisited. You are aware that the Right Honorable has said that there are three things that they want to do. One of them has to do with the judiciary. The other one has to do with the IBC, and the other one has to do with the legislature. That they are not captured, or they don't capture each other. In the sense that the role of the president in the whole of signing of the of the judges coming in, whether at the Supreme Court or wherever, what was his role? It wasn't just to append the signatures, or was he there to be a kind of a check on the excesses of the other body? Because the principle here is these arms of government check on each other. But in the interpretation of Kenya is like the president is a stooge. Yours is just to append the signature once the Judicial Service Commission says so and so Temba being given a job. Then what? Why can't we remove him there? Why don't we leave it to the GSC to carry their mess if they have a mess? Or do they bring in the president to carry the skunk? Those are the issues, my friends. So here, let's not argue theoretically. We have a job to do here as a country, and maybe we were overzealous in the way we were writing our constitution, because I think there are still areas that are required to be re-examined again, and I think this is one of them. Now you can imagine if those guys who are signed in yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, assuming there is damning reports about them, or how are they going to be fair in judgments when you have an executive that can pull the file anytime you try to go against the grain? Isn't that itself a drawback on the conduct and performance of the judiciary? These are serious matters. These are serious issues. They can't just be wished away. I bet when we start auditing the constitution, what works and what has not worked, this will be one of them. Thank you.
Makedi, so may I say something? Nguru, you have raised something. So that is why I'm still saying that I don't think the president was a rubber stamp for that matter. That's why he was given 7 judges to decide. It means he had a choice to decide kuna mwenye staki. Somebody gave, Duke said that a thing I want to appreciate, he talked about the swearing of the president, that the Chief Justice should swear the president at this point. At that point, the Chief Justice has no choice. She got to swear the president who has been declared president. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. Now, I want to give an example that, because I'm a teacher, I like to give things that I've experienced. Teacher Service Commission nowadays recruits teachers through the Board of Management, and they have a marking scheme, and the teachers appear there. The marking scheme is very clear, like tunaingia mimi Makiadi Themba na wewe Guru. by the end of the interview, we know who has taken the job, because the marking scheme is very clear. Like, kuna teaching experience, your qualification, kama uko na masters ama PhD ama 1 degree, I mean responsibility and all that. So by the end of the interview, wao walimu huwa wanajua, unajua wanaongea hapo nje, wanaulizana ulifundisha wapi, uli graduate lini, you know, they ask each other questions. So they always know that they always have an idea of who has taken the job. So in the event, you know, the board is supposed to appoint the person with the highest points, and they have no choice. Hata kama hawamtaki, unaona, kwanza hawamtaki. So hata kama hawamtaki, they have no choice. But in the event they decide to do so, there is a situation where teachers have gone to the TSC to complain. Nilikuwa kwa interview, tukakuwa na kina Makiadi, na mimi nilikuwa najua. So I'm saying there are things that are clear and there are things that are not clear. So when it comes to the judges, the 7 judges, the president had a choice. So we cannot all our times continue saying here that President Uhuru erred. The other thing, Duke said that the President Uhuru and President Ruto think differently, and I want to appreciate that. And me, I want to tell Duke, I really agree with you, Duke, wherever you are, because what we value is not what you value. What Makiadi's values are not my values. Themba's values are not my values. So what President Uhuru thought maybe was wrong with the judges, probably according to Ruto, that is okay with the judges. So I think I stick on that point. President Uhuru had a choice to appoint or not to appoint.
Okay, let me add to what Julia said.
But is that clear in the constitution? Because the way it seems, the judiciary, their interpretation is that the role of the president in the whole exercise is ceremonial.
Question, Guru, why was he given 7 judges to appoint 6 from 7?
Okay, I want to leave. We are mark timing. See you guys tomorrow. God bless you.
Yes, sawa Ndemba. We are almost closing the show anyway. So I think Guru hiyo kitu umesema ni kitu ya ukweli, and I want to agree with you. I mean, if the whole process did not need the president, ingekuwa kama TSC, Julia. It's an independent commission that does its own work, and then it does its own recommendation, and it does not need anybody to put a signature or oversight. But then with the JESC, they have to go through that process, and at the end of the day, then we should be asking ourselves, what is the role of the president? Why does the president have to sign on a name? And Guru, you said it very clearly. Is the president a stooge in this whole process? And you know, moving forward, I think some of these things should have been addressed, and the Supreme Court had an opportunity to address one of these issues regarding the independent commissions. Remember when the CJ asked the lawyer for IEBC, can the chairman of the commission come out with results independently and announce those results without consulting the other commissioners? That should be an issue that the Supreme Court should have dealt with finality, so that moving forward, all the commissions, all the other independent commissions, can know how much power the chairman has and what the contribution of the other commissioners is. But then they failed to do that. They said they'll address that, but they failed to do that.
And even as they asked that Makiadi, you see, they asked, what if the chairman announces the wrong results? What if the chairman announces the wrong person as the president? You know, they led us to those questions, and we began asking ourselves, what if? Yet they did nothing. And the direction Baba is taking is the right direction. He talked about the judiciary, he talked about the IBC. I mean, we cannot now say things are okay unless we address those 2 arms of government. I think Guru Anataka has something to say.
Yeah, his mic.
I think at the end of the day, that question remains gray in the constitution. What was the role of the president? Is it just to be brought names? And you remember, I think there were to be said that something judges. He decided to sign in that 4 and not sign 6. So does he have that mandate himself? Does the president have that mandate? Or is his role just to be pushed a wrist, you sign in, and then whatever happens thereafter, you carry the blame that, the president is the one who signed in these judges and they are now turning out to be something else. To the public, that is what it would mean, that if they underperform or they are corrupt or so and so, the president is left carrying the skunk. In fact, the JSC is far off from because the person who signed your letter is actually your employer. What exactly were we to achieve by the president signing those documents? Why can't the Judicial Service Commission employ them and sign for them, and then they carry the blame whatever happens thereafter? Why do we have to make somebody carry a burden that is not his? I mean, these are simple questions that should be answered, and our judiciary is running away from that. That is an issue that perhaps should have gone for judicial interpretation, so that we are very clear what the role of the president is about when you are recruiting judges. Because I did not, from where I reason, I did not think the framers of the Constitution intended the president to be just a stooge or somebody who is just a bystander. He has no say, regardless of the information that he may have.
What if he said he doesn't know who to appoint? He was given 7 judges. Tuseme ni mimi Bakeri niseme among these 7, sijui ni what would they do? What if he said he doesn't know whom to appoint? What would we do about that?
No, you see, there is something you are not getting here in Juria. By the time those judges are being forwarded to the president, they have gone through interviews. But now here is a situation where the president has the extra arms of government, the intelligence reports that may not be available to the other arm. And by the way, you might be surprised, he also supplied those intelligence reports back to the, to the appointing the GSC and the rest. But because they want to protect their friends, they can't expose what it is. And some of this information may not have come out in such a way that it can be exposed to the public, because it has also other legal implications, because they have not been adjudicated in a court of law. But nevertheless, they are there. It's the truth. But what was the role of the president? Why make somebody carry the skunk, which he was not responsible for? I mean, I don't know why the judiciary does not want to accept that there is a lacuna and correct it. If they have no space for the president, then them just tell the Kenyans, we don't see and feel comfortable that a president should be signing, letters of judges who have been appointed. You are aware, Judea, in some countries, even judges are voted for. Watu wanapiga kura. I think in the US, that's what they do, so that the public can take responsibility for having brought in corrupt people to judge over their cases. Come on, what is so hard here? I don't see anything hard. But the judiciary is being in what I would call insincere. They are dishonest. They don't want to. So now, when they reduce a president to merely signing papers, so what is? So what? How does it serve the public?
Yeah, I think we are also being informed here by our viewers that when the president wanted to make public the information that he had, the damning information about the judges, they actually probably, I'm reading, they went to court or something, and then they stopped the publishing of that information.
You see, what do you do in such circumstance? As a president who wants to live by our conscience, and who is looking at a country that should go having a disciplined society, do you just fall into that? I am sure, and you can take this, even if it takes 100 years, Uhuru will be vindicated. Uhuru will be vindicated because judiciary is not above the law. Even those individuals are not above the law. They are human beings like us, and they make mistakes. They some of them commit crimes, and when you have a judiciary that is compromised, you can imagine, Julia, you are told, okay, you are adjudicating a certain case, then you receive a call, and you are told, if you don't do it this way, the dossier that we have will now be brought to the fore. How do you now become independent? Honestly, those are the issues.
So in other words, we are saying, my take is Makende and Guru and the viewers, is that Kenya is literally now held hostage by a corrupt judiciary that is upholding impunity. And unfortunately, the incoming government came in and upheld that too, because I think they are birds of the same feathers. I mean, I think today when I listened to Baba, I just said, that's my Baba, because he addressed the issue of the judiciary and the IEBC. Now, we fought for multipartism. We've come from far. I mean, from independence, post-independence, then we have a single party. And then we have that dictatorial tendencies by the single party, by the two first presidents, first and second president. Then we fight for multipartism. And then we imagine, you know what we imagine, Makede and Nguru, that we achieved something. Actually, we have achieved a lot. When we had 2010 constitution, we thought we have gone places. But you see where we are now? We have a high-headed judiciary that is colluding with the executive, and that is upholding impunity. And now we have another disease. IABC is a disease in Kenya. So when I heard Baba talk, I just said, yes, watch out tunatuambia to move on. We'll move on after sorting these problems. That's what I want to say, Makiadi.
I think now we are about to close. We have had a very, very informative discussion here, going through the constitution. And Julia, I want to agree with you. But then I'll still blame the Supreme Court, because they had an opportunity to give direction moving forward in as far as how independent commissions are run in our country. But then they squandered that opportunity. They absolved the chairman of the IEBC. It should have been a ruling that could have been used in other courts moving forward about how a commission operates, what powers the chairman of a commission has. And like Duke was saying here, that the president has the attorney general to represent him in the JSC, then what powers does the attorney general have in the JSC? Is he just a member there? Does he yield any powers? Can he make any influence in terms of how decisions are made in there? Do all these commissioners have equal power in a commission? I think the Supreme Court failed us. It failed us because now from where we sit, the chairman of any commission can come out and make a decision without even consulting the others. Why? Because the Supreme Court felt that Chebukati was right in doing what he did. And it will go down like that. Unless they come up with some form of clarification, then we will be in this mess for a long time.
Hakuna Makiadi, they had no intentions of doing the right thing. They just carried us on a ride. All those questions, they're questioning, they're trying to behave like they're doing the right thing. They had no intentions.
Did you hear what they said about Chebukati? Remember what they said about Chebukati?
What did they say?
In the Guru ulisikia ile kitu alisema about Chebukati in the ruling, the election whatever petition.
I can't remember the exact ones, but what I heard is that they said the walking away of the four at the tail end could not have negated, the announcement of results or something. I don't know.
That's about the four commissioners, but then the chairman, the role of a chairman. I don't know if you he was a
I can't remember that.
Yeah, I'll come with that video tomorrow, nikikumbuka. But I would want us to hold on. Guru, your mic has a bit of feedback. I would want us to get an opportunity to listen to how Martha Koome addressed the issue of a chairman making unilateral decisions in a commission, in an independent commission, without consulting the others. I think the side that Martha Koome went with is that even though these people walked away, they participated in that process all through until the last minute. But then the chairman, what powers does the chairman have? What are the roles that the chairman can assign to the other commissioners? I think there's an issue that I discussed here, and I'll find that video, and then tomorrow maybe we can have an opportunity to talk about that. But I think they squandered an opportunity to put these things straight, and that is why I can come here and authoritatively say that even if the Attorney General represents the President in the JSC Commission, the Attorney General can raise the issues that the President, told him to raise in that commission and be overruled, and they can go ahead and appoint cartels, and those cartels will be fronted to the president, and they expect the president to sign it, to approve the list and then swear them into office. And these are just cartels, and then we want to sit here and say, the president must follow what the JSC told him to do. I think
you see, Makiadi, this if I don't like, I am saddened by the direction that Themba was taking us, trying to say that President Uhuru did a wrong thing, when we are not taking time to ask ourselves why he did what he did. Now, after they said President Uhuru did a wrong thing, the Judicial Service Commission gives us Martha Koome. Now we have Martha Koome. Martha Koome watches this electoral conflict and all that. Now, all those all those complaints by the petitioners, however much you may have thinking that they are not proving something right, but there was still something that was telling everybody that there are questions that we have that are not answered. So Martha Koome had the opportunity to say, to have a fair ground, let me have this thing repeated. And then she could have given guidelines on how she wants it repeated to make sure that's a fair ground. She had the opportunity to do so, but she decided to go the easy way. So she did not help us. She had no intentions of helping Kenya. She will never have the intentions of helping this country. She simply...
But Judy, I don't know why you need to be told again. These are decisions that came from heaven. This was an intervention from the very high. So how do you now argue with spiritual doctrine? That one, it is not something you argue with. I don't know.
I think if you guys follow what the Pope said, the Pope has given a... he actually said, I don't know if I have that here. The Pope said, the Pope warns against use of religion as a prop for power. So this is not just something that is going on in Kenya. It has been used by other leaders, even before. And even in the past election in the US, I saw the likes of Pat Robertson saying that the president has spoken to them, telling, I mean, the Lord, I'll put it in quotes, the Lord has spoken to them, telling them that the next president will be Trump, and he lost. And then when he lost, the same Pat Robertson told Trump to accept and move on. So these issues where people come up with their own hallucinations and say that they have been spoken unto and they are making decisions from heaven, we will start questioning these decisions moving forward.
Kagame has already warned. Kagame has already warned the president not to overuse religion. In his soon will be told that it is a will of God that we go through this.
To say that, can you tell me something? Tell me something, Guru Makiadi. Some people I think debate ya jana maya juzi. People are discussing that something happened to State House. I don't know. Rachel First Lady invited some prophets, or what happened? I didn't get that.
No, she's been receiving prophets and pastors and provosts and whatever, and escorting them through the ruins of State House and saying they met and and spiritual moments and so on and so forth.
Okay, that's where we are heading to.
Let me say this, Julia, as I give you both an opportunity to give your closing remarks. I think where we are heading to as a country, and people have seen this, we have to learn to separate religion and politics, because I'm a Christian, but Kenya has various religions. The way we are trying to Christianize politics is turning the belief that people had in a certain religion, on a downward trend. And what Guru is telling you is this: now the State House, which was supposed to be the house of everybody, it looks like there's a special breed of people that align to a certain religion that are being invited only. And so people are complaining. They are saying, okay, it's okay for you to meet people that, you maybe believe what you believe, but then try to respect this house, because you cannot be coming every day outside with people saying this is a prophet from where this. What about the Muslims? What about those other people who profess other religions? How do you make them feel? Because it's like if you're not careful, and I think I can read this comment from somebody who said that if we are not careful, even the bars and the other things that people practice on the side can be banned moving forward, because now it will be like we are spiritualizing the nation, and we are trying to make sure that a certain religion, the beliefs of a certain religion, are being followed by everybody. Julia, you can take you a few minutes, and then Guru, I'll come to you.
So what you have said, Makiadi, is just me. I think we should not be afraid of the bars being closed. We should be afraid of cults being introduced in the Kenyan society in the name of religiosity. So me, that is hypocrisy. Now, from the fellow Kenyans, I think we are at a point of inflection, or a critical decision moment, where we are thinking, or we are cornered by several issues arising from the issue of withdrawal of subsidies for food, subsidies for the petroleum products, causing skyrocketing prices for maize, for petroleum products. Now, to the issue of a compromise between the judiciary and the issue of the judiciary upholding impunity in this year's election, compromise between the judiciary and the executive, and the issue, the unsolved problems in the IBC. So this thing of atitusonge mbele, ama we move on, that one is not going to happen. Fellow Kenyans, you've come a long way. We fought from multipartism. We fought from 2010 constitution, and now we must still fight on, because we must solve this problem. We cannot go on with an impugned judiciary and impugned IBC that is being compromised by the executive. Asante Makiadi.
Hiya, Guru Julius Intoroke. We'll finish right now.
One of the things that came out very clearly during the Moi regime was that Moi was very magnanimous with the religious communities. You'd call them to State House, they would have fun, they would talk, you'd give them rad, money. And then beyond there, he was also, despite his earlier stand on issues of leisure, alcohol and the rest, in the later years, he let go because he knew you have to give and take. When life becomes difficult, you don't want also to deny people the right to leisure and have a feel good kind of a thing, when on the other hand the life standards are plummeting. That is exactly what we are likely to see happen. And it's just like taking a pill to dull the pain of what Julia has described. So don't even think about crossing the bars. They are not going to be crossed. They are not in the good. They will not help maintain power. because it would bring resentment. Let those who want to shrosh do so. Let those who want to indulge in overzealous Christian beliefs do so. And then let the government do its work. So basically what it is here is that we are dealing with a student of the Moi School of Thought in terms of politics. And I will not be surprised. This is a man who will be traveling quite much across the country, giving 1 million, 2 million to churches, buying bananas as 20,000, and so on and so forth. It is all in the Moi political playbook. And he's a very good student of it. So at the same time, on the other hand, the institutions like those of the judiciary will be slowly being penetrated through lackeys. The parliament is almost now, the scheme is finished, is almost finished with the parliament. Because what you need, these guys are, they have spent money in campaigns. You just need to put a price on them, and that's it. And all now we work in one tandem to assist one person to rule the way he wants. That's it. That's the way it is going to be. Asante Julia, goodbye.
We Guru, ngoja usitoke hapo, kaa tu hapo, tunamalizia, tushamaliza.
Ngoja tufunge pamoja. You cannot leave us
pamoja. You cannot leave us here. Okay, sawa. Julia, kuna mtu anasema hapa anaitwa Charles Guru anasema if I'm not assertive about my faith, that's my problem. The State House is president's home, so should he not pray at home? Haya, na ujue viewers wetu are very informed. Ndio huyo amejibiwa. So Charles Guru, what will happen one day when a Muslim becomes president or a Hindu or a traditionalist? You see, people are seeing far.
hiyo kitu unajua, nyinyi watu mnajifanya nyinyi mnajua Mungu. Even Jesus said, do not pray like Pharisees who wanasimamanga kwa street corners with their loud mouths at they are praying, so that they are seeing that they are praying. And these Pharisees, what they used to do when they are fasting, they used to walikuwa najipaka jivu so that people see when they are fasting. Jesus even condemned this. Why you want to show everybody that you are praying? That is Kenyans, that is cultism. I'm sorry. Now we are beginning to practice cults.
Yeah.
It is not even faith. Those are cults. I'm not ashamed to say that.
Yeah, if judgments are from heaven, then
By the way, before I forget, maybe you are not aware that mainstream churches, they sent toned down representation at the inauguration. In fact, the function was that of evangelicals. The ACK did not send their topmost, the Catholic, the PCA. What we had mostly are those evangelicals, people with the small churches and propagating prosperity gospel.
Okay, I think Charles, you're still not getting Joe's point. I mean, you should understand. So if a traditionalist akikuja pale pia yeye aanze kuombea hapo, I mean, we cannot tradition. They don't pray, by the way. I don't know what they do, but the point is, we agree. It is everybody's right to practice their religion, but like Julia said, don't make it look like you are forcing others to, agree with your
I mean,
beliefs.
why you have to show off? I mean,
you don't have to show. Yeah, you're acting like a Pharisee.
You can still pray ndani ya nyumba na muombe na you call your friend pastor and you pray with them. Why you have to show off? What is this drama? Hii ni drama gani Kenya mmeanza? Hiyo ni hypocrisy.
Haya, wacha niseme hivi tukimalizia. Number one, watu walipanish Uhuru. Nimesikia Kenha imecancel Mau Mau Road tender for Nyeri to Nyandarua. So that has been cancelled. People punished Uhuru. Number two, hapa labda ndio walishika Uhuru. On a lighter note, alcohol prices to shoot up starting October 1st as KRA increases tax. 2 bottles of a liter of any drink with the exception of wine, will be taxed at Kenyan shillings 124 up from 134. Hapo labda wameshika uhuru, lakini ile ya barabara hiyo
Ile ya
sasa
barabara nayo na hii ya mafuta nayo, mafuta ya gari kama hii.
Na Naivasha.
Ya Naivasha nayo.
na Naivasha pia wamepanish uhuru
Uhuru is really suffering, fellow Kenyans.
Julia, your relatives are really crying because they had bought a plot at 4 million. Now, even getting somebody to buy it at $500,000 is becoming difficult.
Especially pale Nyandarua, ile barabara ya kwenda ya kwenda the Mau Mau Road.
Haya, wacha tufunge show yetu sasa. Julia, leo utatuimbia wimbo wa taifa wa East Africa. We've missed that for a while. Guru, thank you for hanging out with us today. I want to acknowledge the people in the comment section. Asanteni sana nyinyi nyote kwa kuwa pamoja nasi siku ya leo. Tunawaona nyinyi wote, tunawaenzi nyinyi wote. Julia, sitaki kuita majina kwa sababu ya muda. I know we have to go to sleep. Who is that? Uhuru Kenyatta anaenda na lump sum ya 42 million, alafu kila mwezi akona 2 million. Akona 300,000 za kukunywa ka kitu yake chini ya kivuli ka juice. 300,000 cash money kama amekaa chini ya miti. So you really punish.
Wala kina Julia hapa na kina Guru tunaanza kunegotiate tutanunua unga pesa ngapi.
Uhuru anasafa sana Julia. Akona shida mingi sana. Hiyo 300,000 ya kukunywa maji baridi peke yake. Akona gardeners, sijui akona security sita, akona pesa ya ofisi, akona sijui nini ingine ya kumaintain magari 400,000, akona pesa ya mafuta sijui 300,000. Total yote inakuja around 2.2 million every month. So
yeah,
he's really suffering. He's really suffering. They really punished Uhuru Kenyatta. Haya, Awino Rapemo nimekuona, asante sana. Brian Richard, asante Yufin, Brian Nyags, mko wengi kabisa. Father Dani Darius siwezi kusahau, John Rains, asante sana. Na wale wengine wote ambao mmeungana pamoja nasi, asanteni sana. Mkumbuke kusubscribe kwa Motembei TV na uende kuhit notification button, ndio kesho Guru akiwa hapa saa 7 mtaanza kupiga naye siasa. Najua Guru tayari ni Saturday, hata huku imefika Saturday. Saa 7:30 Bernard akianza show, utaelezwa, utatumiwa notification ya kwamba show imeenda live. So wacha nipatie Julia nafasi ya tuimbie national anthem ya East Africa, alafu tutafunga show yetu.
Okay. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguvu yetu. Idumu jumuiya yetu. Amina.
I love that song. I love that song. Thank you so much Guru, thank you so much Julia. Asanteni wote ambao mmebaki nasi mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Tuonane kesho majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Asanteni.
Asanteni. Tuonane kesho.